That's the sad part. You have a senile child king.
How can I talk you round?
You cannot talking around. Trump is talking like impulsive kids.
Yeah, I'm saying the other side is even worse because they're too progressive.
So this is funny. So if my voting record, I'm 42. So like the first election that I participated in was Gore v. Bush. I actually voted for Nader. But then I did Bush, and then I voted for, and when the Obama election, I voted for McCain the first time. Then I voted for Obama, and then I voted for Trump, and then I voted for Biden.
Okay, so you're sort of backwards and forwards in the middle, sort of.
My goal is to try to pick the best candidate, and that's why in 2008 there's a town hall that Biden that McCain was putting up there, and this woman stands up and was like, "Will you protect us from the Muslim terrorist Barack Hussein Obama?" And like the whole room starts clapping and yeah, and like he like shut it the fuck down. It was like, "No, ma'am, he's not like he did the righteous thing, like the actual right thing, in my opinion."
You know
And
what? I think that's the fact that he was called Obama and we were scared of Osama, and they came around at the same time. I reckon that's a language trick.
oh, yeah, I mean, but all I'm saying is like I always try to pick the best candidate. In 2016, I thought that Trump was a better candidate.
Okay, so that's your excuse. You're not complaining about every Republican, just this one.
This one and the movement that's come with him. I mean, you could kind of say do you remember the Tea Party?
Yeah, but there's always movements on both sides. Look at the LA riots. That's a leftist movement.
The one right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a leftist movement simply because,
Of course it is.
well, I would say the major cause for the riot is the overreach of federal government
Yes,
and
but
the
I'm saying it's triggered what is observably a leftist movement. So I'm just saying all movements exist and they're all idiots.
No, I get it, but that's what I'm saying. It's for me. It's like this one isn't left or right. It should be every American should be like, no, I don't want my due process taken away.
But no, some Americans want to take other people's due process away because due process stops illegals getting kicked out and means you can become an American just by getting here.
And that's the thing.
Getting there, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
I just pretended I was American, but I'm just speaking for them.
Well, I don't disagree with that statement at all. Then that's another reason why it being broadcast as a civil issue essentially, not essentially a political one. That's kind of like I said. When you look at it, I would say you have a lot of leftists out there, but I would say there's a lot of people on the right that don't agree with this lawlessness essentially.
I think you could have cut down on the riots or the triggering if you started addressing the problem of more people coming in rather than going and taking someone's granny away and moving her.
The sad thing is here, this administration wants to broadcast power and control, very similar to the little mustache man.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but
so does the Democrats. They
do it differently.
Don't do it with a smile like Hitler did.
Well, with like I don't know if you saw, but you had not Pam Bondi, that other crazy one, talking to this LA City Council, talking about how the federal government is here to liberate you from the socialist, all this other shit. I mean, it's the exact same narrative of fucking Ukraine. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's duality. you don't think they're socialists. I don't think they're all socialists. So, and I don't think then you need to be saved from them. It's just like we're going to run things for a little while now until we get voted out. That's how I see it.
Well, so that's the thing. That's that due process. That's the American system. They're literally using or attempting to use military and force and other means to get it done. You know.
But if it gets rid of a few Mexican cartels that have sneaked it through, that's a good thing.
Yes, yes, I would say it would be a hugely great thing to get rid of Mexican cartels, but I would rather see us let's just focus on bombing them. You know what I mean? Like
What?
let's use all this collective effort and take them out. But at the same
Start a war
time,
with Mexico.
we'd start war with the cartels.
Yeah, well, I guess we already do that, don't we, a bit? But no, I'm saying
Yeah, with
if this,
Afghanistan.
if this ICE manages to correct 9 criminals and move them back across the border, but accidentally corrects one nice person and moves them back across the border, it's still a good result.
I don't think so. I think honestly, the founding fathers literally wrote the law specifically for that type of result. They actually take the stance that letting 1,000 criminals free is better than subverting the God-given rights of a man.
Yeah, I get that. So what if they promised to hopefully never do it to the wrong person, only to criminals?
Well, that's what they're trying to say they're doing now. They've already proven that they haven't done that, and the problem is the way they define that term criminal.
Yeah, because a few obviously innocent people trying to run the American dream have got caught up in it, and they've been taken away in ICE vans.
But that's the thing. It's like I said, here, if you were going to look at the probable cause a police officer would have to use for these types of detainees, just hearing a foreign language could potentially initiate an ICE, or hearing someone speak with a British accent, or that's the probable
I
cause
mean,
for
I
this.
sort of agree
Essentially,
they should observe language. If you've got 2 Arabians talking, you want to be able to know that's 2 Arabians talking. So I've just got to be mindful.
well, I still remember flying after 9/11, and like if you would just
That's what
see
I'm saying.
someone, yeah, you'd be like just staring at them all flight, like, don't move, dude. Don't even go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I think it feels, I don't know the full news, but it feels like they turned this ICE thing on overnight and it was too fast and that spawned an uprising.
I think, I mean, you look at every action of this administration, and they even said their goal was to just literally, it's called flooding the field, just throw as much shit out there to make everyone try to deal with it, almost a distraction type mechanisms. Um, but the ICE thing, the Doge thing, everything was just, it went from 0 to 11. And when you look at
Yeah.
deportations, Obama deported more than anyone. There were no uprisings. There were no any of these things. So it's just like that's because he
Yeah.
didn't subvert due process.
So it feels like Trump's made this new team and they're too heavy-handed, and that's caused a backlash.
Do you think Donald Trump is independently wealthy? Like he could just like stop everything and like still do the shit he's still doing?
I mean, he's only wealthy as, you get new money and old money. So he's medium money. So unless he's got kids that will carry on the business, he's only rich, like a property owner rich,
Yeah. So
which is very rich, but it's not world controlling rich.
exactly. So when you look at his history, the U.S. banks have said no. That's the thing. He's old money, exactly like you said. And he's been turned down. He's essentially been rejected by every system he's ever kind of wanted to be a part of. He does not like America. He would this version of it. He would rather us
Mm.
be more similar to Russia, because in Russia, a man like him would have a lot more power.
I do wonder if he's got that sort of agenda himself, but I wonder if his whole team, they're trying to be Republicans, but maybe they're not all very good at it.
I think they are. That's why it's it's more of a cult. You know, you can find a lot of, like, when you have cults, you have a bunch of people who used to kind of be Christians. You know what I mean?
Definitely, yeah.
So it's just it's kind of like a cult in that regard. And then I think when people kind of see the benefits of that cult, you get elected. You know, like, you don't like all those other wonderful things that are happening. They're just blindly following, blindly following. But the results are poor.
Yeah, well, how I say it is they need of their chance, and it sort of serves the liberals right because they went heavy-handed with their progressive trans stuff and loads of progressive stuff, which people don't agree with. But now I understand the right wing has made everyone hate them. Like, my mum agrees with you. Says, "Oh, the nasty fascist man, racist."
Well,
She sees it from his face, like you do, like anyone does.
so I see it more. The thing is this: I've shook the guy's hand. I've met him personally on a few occasions. Uh, I can't call him racist. I could say he has a bigoted mentality. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's what
That
my mum means. Bigot.
Yeah, but like, at the same time, you look at the result. You know, like Elon Musk, like the result of him coming in is not going to be good for anyone but Trump. You know, anyone who's ever worked for Trump, the only person who ever wins is him.
I think that was a huge mistake to let Elon on the team because Elon is
A
a
psychopath.
neo-Nazi troll.
I don't care if he's a neo-Nazi.
But now, if you go on Twitter, everyone that agrees with Trump also partly agrees with Elon, who is a neo-Nazi. So it's like it just makes them all look bad.
Well, the problem I have with Elon Musk is that he's been able to literally almost commit like $1 trillion fraud in broad daylight. You know, that's my issue. But
Yeah, I'm just saying his platform is full of horrible stuff, as well as him being an idiot.
and that's the thing, you know, he controls the media, controls the world these days. You know, the power of the world's richest man controlling a platform. I mean, just think about it. If he just allows for the AP account to get hacked, quote unquote, and it says Donald Trump's in the Epstein files, you know what I mean? Like all
Yes.
like that. That's the type of power that guy has, and
Elon can play big psyops.
huge psyops. He needs to start playing psyops on his technology working if he wants to do anything.
He split up with Trump, or his little help term ended. Then he had a go at Trump, and then he apologized for having a go at Trump.
I don't know if I haven't seen the apology, but like there was like a fight, like a physical fight in the Oval Office with like him and I think like the Treasury Secretary or something. But but yeah, dude, it got ugly. I'm a historian. Like every time I see this, it's like if Crassus and Pompey had fucking social media.
You know, when you see how tribal both sides are and how there's so many clowns and it's like children play acting two sides, like a theatrical chess match. I find it hard to believe they are one cult, and it makes me think it's two factions of one cult.
I mean, even within, you're always going to get one of my favorite periods to study is the Metternich uh, era, essentially. You know, post Napoleon, and like when you even look at like how like the Whigs like controlled Parliament for like 100 years. You had so many factions, you know, forming and everything on time on that side, but you had the public perception of I'm a Whig, I'm a Whig, I'm a Whig, you know?
I still feel like they all answer to some vampire somewhere. But I feel like how it's played out is two factions of one cult, not all one cult. So the two wings actually have a real fight of the bird. That's what I'm saying.
I would say so when you look at the core of what America is, it's the working class, it's the middle class, it's that demographic. That demographic you could say is predominantly white. Within that demographic,
I don't know how important that is. That's the same in Britain or Russia
no,
or Australia.
I understand, but the difference here is even within that demographic, it's predominantly white. It's not like in I would say in those regions it would be like 80 to 70. You know, I would say it's almost like 50-50, maybe 60-40. Like it's on the fringe because there's just one, there's more people here, and more America has been a bit more multicultural over the last centuries.
Yes, it's more opportunities, but it's still racist.
So
It's just a simple way of saying it.
How I say, I define racism as an actual law or system that prohibits someone to do something based upon their race.
Well, I guess I don't mean racist. I mean privilege to its own people still, even after all this time and it being the freest place.
Yeah, well, I would say it's just the social club. It's the club. It's just it's the people who built the country. Well, at least at least administered it. It's the people who wrote the rules. It's the people who I am 100%. It's a social club.
We've got the
And
Prince Ark Masons, which are a social club of black dudes now. They don't make up the same amount of society.
yeah. Oh, exactly. And so like I guess, but like I said, the only difference in America is it's if you have a top-down policy. Like, do you know what the New Deal was by
It's funny.
FDR?
We had a New Deal here, and it was to do with welfare. I always forget what the America's New Deal was.
So ours was basically after World War II, FDR came in and like set aside a lot of money for highways and public works and but one of the like things was housing, and this is kind of where Trump's family made the majority of their money. They had a provision, and it like literally said white only housing. This is like a law that was passed, and like so only white people could benefit from that New Deal.
That's the small print in the New Deal, was it?
Huh?
Nearly all the housing's for white people. That's the small print.
No, it wasn't small print, and it wasn't nearly. It was white only. It was all for you know.
Okay. I mean, that's the bit you don't always hear about in the New Deal.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, it's like so it went all over the country. So even when like you'll buy a home today that was built during that time, it will still be on the deed.
This you bought this from a white man, you mean?
So there were like all these fair housing acts and everything else that were passed in like the 60s and 70s that kind of like eliminated it. But like you know how paperwork, especially like it wasn't digitized, how paperwork works. Hey, where's the original deed? Here's the original deed.
I mean,
Oh
I
shit.
feel like this is it's racistly tinged, but that's how you control a society to your own liking, by limiting housing for certain people and making it easier for certain people. That's just the choice of the rulers.
And therein lies where either America is not truly America and it's still just Europe. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, the American dream is half fake. I'll give
It's
you that.
90% debt. That's for sure.
You've been lied to about America. I'll give you that.
You know who told me that was a guy named Gore Vidal. So he's related to Al Gore, and I'm from Tennessee, and at the time I was like a athlete that got like notoriety for what I did, and I was asked by my parents because they liked him, and I went and I did like a hey, vote for this guy thing. I ended up voting for Nader anyway. That's kind of why. This is why I voted for Nader. But I didn't know who he was really. But he pretty much asked me. He was like, "How does it feel to be a puppet for a party that doesn't even think you're human?" It's like, who the hell
Oh,
is this fucking guy?
I'd agree. The elites don't think we're humans. I often joke about it.
Oh, he was specifically talking about how the Democrats were the Dixiecrats, and he just kind of went into it. It was interesting, and then he started talking about Kennedy, how he thought he changed it, but it's all still the same. And it was. It was. I
Yeah, see,
literally sat.
if I try and convince you the Democrats are the bad guys, I'm not listening to your point that the Republicans are the bad guys. So
No,
I try and say, yeah, everyone is fucking up.
I don't think. I think they're both the bad guys. I don't think either of them are good or bad. But unfortunately, the first thing I learned in my first vote is like we have a two-party system. And if you do vote on the fringe, even though I wish more people would, you're kind of enfranchising a bad choice. I mean, you saw it with the second Bush election, the George he lost to the one he lost to Clinton. You know, if Perot doesn't run, you can argue that Bush wins that election, not by a landslide, but I mean, Bush probably won that election.
Was Bush a Democrat?
No, he's a Republican.
Oh, see, that's confusing because he was in the social club with the Democrats, the sort of pedo clubs.
The Herbert, the old man, or the young, or the son,
Yeah, I feel
W.
like the Bush family is like the Clinton family, like a bit of a set of freaks.
Do you know Roman history?
Not so much, a bit.
I would say like if you look into it, the Bush family is kind of like the Scipios. The Kennedys are like the Gracchi. They're both fucking murdered by social politics, like murdered in public, basically. But I'd say the Bushes are like Scipios simply because Scipio, he's the guy that came and pretty much helped them win the Punic War. Just slaughtered like Roman politics. The only person to outdo him was Gracchi. But Scipio was like battle. When you look at Bush Senior, he was the head of the CIA, VP for fucking 8 years prior to a presidential war on. Managed the Cold War. You know what I mean? Like he was a powerful man. Um, but I would say they're all in the same club, though. I would say
Yeah.
if Bill Clinton was to be a politician today and running on the same policies, he'd be a Republican.
I feel like the ones who speak out get shot. Like the Kennedys are in the club, but JFK and another few of his family spoke out and got killed.
Yeah, I would say that the Kennedy assassination is a direct statement to that military industrial complex that Truman was talking about. Um, because I do not think Kennedy was going to go to war in Vietnam. Um,
Oh right, yeah, I get that. Yeah, that could make sense why they would want to.
and then you have Lyndon Johnson, who felt that Kennedy kind of like used them. You know, like when you look at the first election, you look at Trump and his first VP. He picked him because of the Jesus vote, basically, and you have that type of sentiment in Lyndon Johnson's diary and some shit like that. Like there's so many different angles you can look at that assassination and try to make something of it. But at the end of the day, yeah, the Bush, Clinton, all of them, they all hang out at the same social club. That's for sure.
Which I find is a weird dynamic because they might, let's say, they don't even go to the same lodge, but they go to different lodges, but they agree with the same ethics, and their master masons are good friends.
I
And
mean, they're math.
they end up at the same parties. Their wives have got each other's phone number. things like that.
They all went to
But
school together.
but out in public, they pretend not to, and they fight each other.
It's kind of like funny, like in like professional sports. One of the criticisms of basketball is that everyone's like getting along. It's because everybody knows each other. Everybody you play against the same people since you were 15 years old. You know. Um,
Okay, there's
th-
not enough aggression in it, like
it-
football.
well, it's like literally like people like buddying up and people don't like it that much. But with the in the regards with this social club, you have to understand this social club is this. It's I'm Exxon. I need something passed. I'm going to pay X amount of money. Who's going to help me pass it? Actually, I'm going to pay both of you. And if I think you're going to help me more, I'm going to pay you more. You know, like that. That's their god essentially.
Business and pretend friendship.
Relationships, being able to get shit done, stuff passed, things through. You know, I mean, that's why you have the majority of people who leave government. They go right to the private sector because they have the connections in the government to get what the private sector needs or wants. That's just America, though, from my understanding.
I feel like the world runs the same. It's the same cult, but it's just harder to control men from different countries all at once. So it's a different type of dynamic.
Do you think that there eventually will be like a one world government?
Yeah, if we don't kill each other, I think we're probably halfway there already.
So like when you look at that's why I did history. So you look at the fall the Bronze Age collapse, right? Like at that time, you had trade going to Egypt as far away from Britain. You know, naval like it was highly advanced compared to like the time period in which people like perceive it to be. Um,
I can see how it all happens. You have to get rid of disagreements and grudges, and then all you have to do is assimilate culture. So you share a bit of the Egyptian stuff, and you make them share a bit of your stuff, and eventually the hierarchy just assimilates the two groups.
I mean, whatever global government that forms, it's going to be around trade. You know, like because like that's how societies have been able to thrive to where we are, and exactly that. It's about
Makes sense.
max.
I think that what we're in World War V now for the oil in the Middle East, probably. That's the people deciding who is going to run the trade.
Isn't that a bit of dogma as well?
I think sort of religion and oil, it seems to be in the same area, and they're both a trade.
I agree. But I think if the dogma wasn't involved, I don't think we'd have as much bloodshed.
Yeah, we're pretty dumb, even though we do these huge hierarchy plans. We still hurt each other.
I don't. That's the thing. Everybody looks, and I know a lot of people are on this coming to this server, but I know why they don't come here because their views actually get challenged. They can't defend themselves. They whine and ask for a moderator. But like the search for God to find meaning and order is kind of this. Look at nature. It's kill or be killed. It is a simple fucking concept. And if you want to live like that, you can be an animal. You know what I mean? But like the when you just look at like what you can just see, all this other shit that we bring along are just things. And we fight and kill each other over these stupid fucking things.
I think there's two ways. You can use force, or you can try and use agreement, discussion, and they both work. One is harder. Using force is easier, but you hurt more people.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to discuss every plan all at once.
Well, like this, literally, like for America, the Vietnam War, the goal was set to win the hearts and minds. You know what I mean? We lost because that's not fucking possible. You know, like I don't know how far you get with the carrot without the stick. I think that's kind of what I've been looking for and seeing a lot because you know you look at all these movements and you have Gandhis, you have MLKs, and those are the nonviolent ones. But then you look at the ones that were violent and you're like, well, they kind of got the job done in like 10 years. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. Buddha and Jesus, I'd reference, and then doesn't get it done. It helps, but it's also a slow process.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I said. I don't want to call it a debate. Well, the difference is the time frame. But yeah, but I
I
don't
think
know how.
the atheists and the meaning crisis and these male groups, I don't think that's ever going to work. That's completely wrong, and that'll take even longer than Jesus killing himself.
The problem I get with it is it's this. It's if you really do believe in God, you really wouldn't walk around and like preach because you you just do. You exist. It doesn't
I think
matter.
most elites, the ones that want to cause the force to get things done quickly, they believe in a God, but they just think he's a bastard, and he's put them here. So they have to do whatever they can to survive.
I mean, there's a cycle in history. You make money, be mean to the poor, get your head cut off. You know, you can almost chart it like a cyclical cycle. So, I mean, if you are in that class, you would have a high level of paranoia. Um, but if you are in that class, wouldn't you like understand like you don't have to get your head cut off? Like that's the problem. They literally push it to the point of you have to be violent because if that's the thing in a debate on television, someone's like, "Oh, that person's bad," but that same person who's right in that debate being viewed as killing that other person would be seen as wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's almost like getting your face mauled by a rubber bullet is now how you show you're into politics.
I, I would say it's definitely a badge of courage,
Yeah,
but at the same time, yeah.
doing something.
Well, it's just like if it's just like I said, if it's about public perception because that's who you're trying to win over anyway. And you know, like I said, if you can sit there and you have an argument and this person is wrong on absolutely every point, and they go through that whole hour and a half argument, and you know they go wrong on every point, it's up to a debate. If you
So I
just
can
sat
see.
there,
Sorry, finish the point. I got excited.
I was saying if you just sat there and just beat the shit out of that person for 45 minutes or 10 minutes, wherever long it fucking took, um, the outcome would be perceived differently. You know, like it's like it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. It's the violence is bad.
Yeah. So violence works. That's the only trouble. That's why it's a harder journey to use the discussion and the agreements. I was going to say, I can see there is space for a group of men to come forward and say, we know how to run things, but we're slightly different to all the other crazy guys that have tried to run things. And we believe in this sort of peace and everyone sharing a bit more. We're still going to sit on all the gold, but we're going to share it a lot more because we can do both. We can sit on loads of gold and share more.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to conflate all religions into one and stop people being silly. And somehow they would have to convince humanity of this. But I believe that, like, that's possible, technically possible.
I think it's hugely. I mean, I would say like unfortunately, a lot of the parties that do say that end up being like little mustache man, you know. But
Yeah,
like,
but we've got to let everyone have a go. I'm just waiting for
yeah,
the right team.
but like when you look at like the Mongol hordes, you know, one of the major things that got Genghis Khan, like all his dudes with him, was after a battle. It used to be he got everything and then, you know, gave out a little bit, and you know, it wasn't like that. Now it was everyone gets like a fraction, even share all across the board. There was like a social system, so if, like, you died, your family
Yeah.
was taken care of. Like those concepts do happen. You
That would
see
go a
it.
long way. I know that's not the only one thing that would sort it, but that would go a long way.
Oh yeah.
Where are these men, and how do we get them through to the top?
Definitely not on these Discourse servers, unfortunately. I don't think
Well,
anybody.
I'm thinking I don't see these men. I see some that are quite spiritual and cool, some that are bossy and cool. Even Trump, I can say he's got some qualities of this new man, but only a few. Obama, I felt, did, just because of he was a gentleman and his skin color. This goes a long way.
Mhm.
And
So that's
there's
the thing.
various ways that could be done with different people's groups.
So what if Obama like got elected, but he like spoke like he was a rapper?
No, I felt like he was a gentleman that could control the Middle East a tiny bit.
I mean, so
I think
when
he was
you
a plant, but I'm saying his image and the way of speaking went a long way.
What if he
I
spoke like
100%.
Flavor Flav? That would be a good one.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
boy.
boy, we just killed Osama bin Laden, boy.
Well, Kanye would like to be president, so we just need. I'd like to give him the chance just for 4 years.
Okay, hold on. I cannot endorse him having a finger close to a nuclear arsenal.
He's that clever, yeah, in his autism that he could join the blacks and the Nazis and the Jews all together.
In one street corner. I
Yeah.
know exactly. No, it's funny. If you were, eh, America needs an American. An American has no color.
Oh, that would be
Um,
cool, like a country singer, or yeah,
Alan Jackson.
a white American.
Well, that's the thing. Like I said, Americans like. So it was funny. So there was back in the day, there was a poll test, and in one of the states I lived in prior to where I moved now, they were trying to put in like voting blocking measures, and so I submitted a poll test basically for people, and it was quick, it was digital, it was online. But the first question was a picture of people, and you can select like the person like an little circle, and it says select the American, right? And it says more than one answer applies. That's the first question. And then the second question was who won the 2020 election. It was proper trolling shit. But I mean, it's if you want to put a fucking test on being able to comprehend, I'm completely about that. But let's just make the
Well,
test.
I know, being an American, I think Trump fits that one category,
Yes, he does.
but that's not enough on its own, is it?
But I would say Trump is more of a globalist
Yeah,
with
yeah,
way
you're right.
way more outside interest than a true. I don't want to say true American than the American that I was referencing.
There's like pictures of him with the Saudis and at the wall, and I don't think an American needs to do that.
I have a picture. So I make digital assets. There's a guy who wanted me to make. He owns the rights to Trump at the Wailing Wall. Um, and there was just a rally the other day. I like the dude. He's invested, so I help him. But he had me wear the Trump at the Wailing Wall shirt at his event. And I was sitting there just like, oh my God, I am a fucking billboard.
I know that's how he gets his deals done, yeah, by associating, and he's very good at the business like that. But I just don't think that's not going to please humanity.
I would say Trump is definitely a highly self-serving individual across the board. Um, and I don't know of any action he's ever taken with the attempt of pleasing anyone other than himself.
What did you feel about this dream? Yeah, the QAnon dream. So a lot of people felt like this is it. This is the team sent from Metatron, the angels. Saint Germain reincarnated, the golden age. This is it.
I would say QAnon. I would say that it's because the people who believe that are probably Christians, and Christianity is a bit of a death cult. Uh, and the people who they've pulled in on that side are very fringe literalists and things like that.
But I
Um,
feel that makes space for a team to come in. I do feel like Trump's team was a new type of team. It's just not quite the right one.
Trump's
The
team,
White
the
House.
first,
You heard that
yeah,
term?
yeah, his White House, his cabinets, and things like that. Like, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't say Rubio's incompetent. I would just say he's implicit. Um, that's the only person I could make a positive statement on.
So I feel like they psyoped as the saviors, but they didn't pull it off because they got 4 years in the middle of the other side, and then he staged a shooting, and it all went weird. It's just not happening how
So
how QAnon wanted.
I would say it's a lot like this. It's an identity complex in America, and it kind of kicked off with Obama. Uh, it's that concept of America being a white Christian nation instead of a nation. Uh, a lot of those
Well,
people who follow those first two prescriptions have felt as if they've been downtrodden, beaten down from the system for their view, all this stuff. And
yeah, but
Trump
they live in the
has,
free world. Like, how can they not realize there's gonna be lots of people coming through?
I,
Like,
I don't think
surely
I don't think
should
they
have worked this
care if
out.
people come through. Like, do you know what Jim Crow laws were?
Yeah, I'm just thinking of this um, series I watched called Them. It's about a white suburban neighborhood in America, and it
Yeah,
was
I
still
saw that.
yeah, that's fucking that sort of sums up how I feel about it. You've got to move people through, and freedom from the American dream is for black people too, isn't it? So there's no point in saying America's a white country. That's silly.
Well, like I was saying, I would say a lot of that gets subverted with uh, terms and stuff like that. But like I said, it's not about they know people are going to be here, like, but they would rather have like a Jim Crow type system to where there's a hierarchy. They're number one and everybody else is number two.
Yeah, that can't be. That's why the Democrats keep winning because most people don't agree with that.
I would say the Democrats keep winning. It's because they pander to minorities, saying that they're going to
Exactly. Yeah.
change that system, and they're never going to do that.
Exactly. And I don't even think the Republicans are more racist. I just think that's the theme. People think they're going to be less helping and they're going to reinstate the hierarchy, but they're really
Yeah,
not because they're progressive too.
and that's the unfortunate thing. A lot of people actually have faith, and like they're Christians, they believe, and like they're exploiting that a bit, and it's sad to see.
Like, I don't think Elon Musk's Nazism means he wants to downtread black people. He wants them to have the opportunities too. He'll just be racist in his own business decisions, which he's got the freedom to do. It's not
I
like he
don't.
wants to project that, even though he runs Twitter as a racist app. I don't think he's trying to make the world racist.
I don't. So like when he was like free speech and stuff, and but at the same time, like you have to take Elon Musk as a whole, and when you look at his approach to what he's doing, it's very. I mean,
Who's his dad?
it's like a diamond miner or like an emerald miner or something. I think.
Okay, a minor.
Yeah,
So he's prejudiced against anybody but people who are going to steal everybody's shit. So what's his nationality, or where's he from?
South Africa originally, but I think he's an
Elon
American
is.
citizen now.
So
Yeah.
Elon's an African.
Yeah, so he's an
colonists.
African American.
They're
Yes.
colonists in South Africa, I think. But then he actually immigrated illegally to America.
There's Bob
But
like a
yeah.
Canadian citizen or something. Like there's like, but yeah, his dad's South African. He was born,
I'm
lived
just
there for a
saying,
while.
if he's racist, that still doesn't affect the whole world.
I don't think he's racist.
It's just waves going backwards and forwards.
Yeah. But yeah, Musk is a bit of a he's a bit of a he's a great salesman. That's for damn sure.
He seemed to like put all of his money into space, and it actually paid off. Jack Parsons
Yes.
was right, and he capitalized.
So what he did was he saw with SpaceX, and this is his most brilliant move of a company that he actually started. He saw how we were having to rely more and more on Russian components and things like that for our launches. And he was like, well, because there's a lot of launches from the state I used to live in, a lot of energy and shit. But like what he did was he kind of rebuilt that industry NASA was forced to go away from budget wise.
Yeah. But I'm just
brought
thinking,
you
how did he
SpaceX.
know? Go on, Demo. Sorry.
SpaceX is what he brought you. Think of that word.
Yeah, X is Freemasonic sex.
No, just say this word, SpaceX.
Yeah,
SpaceX, yeah.
Sex.
Sex. SEX.
Well, no one's having sex on his his ships now.
Having sex with his ship is a penis having sex with SpaceX.
Yeah, that is.
I can see it.
That's the Freemason X double star thing from the Star of Remphan is about sex. X marks the spot. So I wonder, like, who tipped him off to put all the money into rocketry?
I would say it's the same people who tipped Steve Jobs off into not allowing the Apple phone to have its battery taken out in 1990.
Yeah, that's a good tip. They're just consulting really top nerds, and sometimes they're correct.
Well, they have a plan, and they're like, "Oh, we could do some really cool shit if we could always make sure there's a battery in this damn thing." Oh, you'll keep the battery in it by your ergonomic and sleek, cool design. Awesome. Here's some really cool contracts to get your shit into every school in America. Here's some really cool contracts to get. I mean, it's that's how it works.
And the move to buy Twitter, because it feels like it is a huge waste of money because now it's a racist shithole. But
It's not.
it has so much sway that it's a very clever purchase.
For 44 billion, he overpaid.
44
I mean,
billion.
yeah, like he honestly he could have gotten the platform for way cheaper. But at the same time, the amount of time you can make that money back, but you can make that money back. Yeah, like just with one tweet, you could short the market and say Russia launched nukes. market's going to fucking crash. And
The
then,
data-
we got hacked. Oh, we
the
got
data
hacked.
harvesting now with AI conflated into Twitter and data harvesting what people say, consensus.
Exactly.
It's power.
Yeah, this person, 80% of the people that we've discussed or talked about this issue have this viewpoint or a similar viewpoint. It can break down the differentiations of the viewpoint. It can subset it. This person believes this, but this, like, I mean, it's.
Oh yeah, they don't even have to ask a rabbi to do the math. They can use AI, and AI will say, so if you wanted to influence this group of people who think this to think this a bit more, all you have to do is say this, this, and this.
Yeah, easy. Yeah, that's a very powerful tool.
Bring these posts to the front, and it will change other people's influence about these posts.
Yep. Or send this post to this person. They're more likely to send it and share it and start the chain, you know?
Yeah, imagine the offices with the smart people in there, like in a movie when they're playing with society's influence.
I mean, there's a really cool documentary about like the Facebook analytics thing and from 2016. That's essentially kind of what they built, like without AI, use humans, you know?
Yeah, I'm saying so. Elon copied that model, and he's just involved new AI tech in it as well, same as Mark Zuckerberg is now as well.
Yeah.
If they share their information, they've both got double the power.
Oh, definitely. I mean, those are probably I think they're definitely two of the top richest men in the world. And you can see you could rile up a crowd and have them run into the Capitol, and you can get the dynamics and identify the people who most likely do it. Essentially, we got some people here at least.
It's so good in here right now.
Shout out Quad, Ned, Demok.
Ned, is that a simp? Simp Ned?
What'd you say, Daybach?
I'm Ben. Shout out Ben.
Musk is a cologne to smell good stuff, like put musk on, like a perfume.
What did Quad say then? Gay boy. Speak up, gay boy Quad.
Musk,
Who's
like to
that?
put on some musk.
Who that person sounded really gay, dude? Who the fuck
Oh,
is
you're
that?
so gay, man. You're the gayest I've ever been.
Jesus Christ.
Could you talking, Quad? You don't talk enough.
I don't speak gay. Sorry, I don't understand.
A little story.
Yeah, so Ben got demoted, huh? Fucking sweet.
But then he took his job back, so
He's back on?
Yeah, sorry to pop that pie.
No, that's bullshit. Who put him on there?
But another update is Maud seems to have dropped his mods, so I don't know what's going on.
Because he's too righteous for this group of faggots, you know.
Maud is now an anti-commie.
They're more disbased.
Talking about Musk.
Who's the other dude they demoted? They put him back on? You know.
Was it a case of too many mods, like what happened in medicinal mass media? So I remember giving up my mod there because it was too
All right, maybe.
That
You might
wasn't
hear-
the
So
that wasn't the problem at the medicinal mass media. The problem there is the owner is a fucking weirdo. That's the problem.
demon
Just because he's got
started.
he's got a demon in his name, so Quad scared of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not scared. I mean, Don is occultist. He's one of my best buds on here. Yeah, I'm not scared, brother. It's a vibe, you know.
Demon Stride's funny. He said he wanted to collab with me, and then he sent me a video, and it was him playing with this little wired device with Trump samples. I was good friends with Crit for a little while, and Demon Stride was friends with Crit.
Yeah, Crit is all right.
This community keeps changing.
What'd you say?
Everyone in the community keeps changing. Different people come through.
Right. I stay the same though.
You're the homophobic homosexual in your Quad.
Yeah, you can call it homophobic, bro. I don't care. It just shows me how gay you are, you know,
Yeah,
when
but
you say that.
You're also homosexual though, so that's where
Yeah,
you
I don't want to talk about
saying
homo
that.
shit. So please shut the fuck up. I don't want to talk about homo shit.
Just come out of the closet, bro. You'll be alright.
Yeah. I know you want me to, but I don't want to talk homo shit. So please
It
drop
sounds like it's the only word you want to say.
it. What you say?
Sounds like the only word in your vocabulary.
Well, who brought it up? Did I?
I think so.
Yeah.
100 times.
I think you're wrong, Demok. I brought it up 5 minutes ago. I didn't bring it up now.
Oh, okay. Well, you shouldn't say that word if you don't like it so much.
I'll say that word when it fits, brother. Don't tell other grown people what to do. That's a
I'm
good
saying.
tip for you.
So I'm saying, like, do you love that word so hard?
I don't know. No, I never said that. See, now you're putting words in my mouth.
Well,
Right?
I'm trying to
So
take them out.
I'm just saying,
You want
listen,
them to
I'm
go
gonna
in.
call a spade. Listen, Demok.
I'm
I'm
trying to
gonna call a
take.
spade. Listen, Demok. I'm gonna call a spade, right? Is that
Well,
simple?
okay. I
Yeah,
understand.
you call her flat, right?
Be a tree. I got you, brother.
Yeah, it's all good, brother.
That's what good Quad War family. We all evolved from the same ape.
Yeah, maybe. I don't. No, I don't. I can't relate to you guys or these guys. Sorry, I didn't mean you. The Sultan cannot relate to the snake. You understand?
Ned knows you're a radical, so he wants to hear something spicy.
Yeah, I'm
come on,
saying.
Quad. Get something big going.
What do you want to hear, brother? That you have been brainwashed by the media?
I know that though. So have you been brainwashed by the flat Earth media?
Yeah, if you know it, you should work on it.
Where are you from, Quad?
Everywhere and nowhere, brother. Outside the 33rd parallel.
Okay.
But somewhere in the Near East.
Say again?
Somewhere in the Near East.
Whatever works for you, bro.
Why do you think the world's flat?
That's the way I experience. Matter of fact, it's the way you experience. Everyone.
Do you think it like? I mean, I can't speak for your experiences. It's like why should you speak for mine?
Well, you could tell me when you saw Earth as a ball. I know for a fact, for the official story says it's been like 24 people seen Earth as a ball. 24 people in the same crew, you know.
So you like, do you believe like NASA's fake and stuff?
NASA is fake? No, that's a stupid statement. NASA is real,
Okay,
but
so
what they do is a lot of bullshit. You know, it's a lot of deceiving, along with a lot of good R&D. Of course, that's how the devil do. You know, it's not all bad. He's gonna trick you with the good.
I see what you're
Uh,
saying. Yeah, you
yeah.
can't like always just deceive someone. Eventually, they're not going to listen to you anymore. But
You gotta build trust, right?
yeah, exactly. But like with NASA, you asked me if I've ever seen a picture. I've seen a picture. I've never been there.
Now, a picture
But
everyone's seen. 24
yeah,
people never saw a photo. You know, a million saw a photo, right?
so to believe that picture, you have to experience it. You have to be there.
Well, for something that severe and like impactful to my cosmology, when I know these people are occultists, they worship some kind of Baphomet, devil, satanic shit, which
Hmm.
also called father of lies, you know. So
Yeah.
they gonna lie, you know. And obviously, I don't believe the moon landings. I think there's
Okay.
a lot of bogus there, you know. So
But
yeah, you
like,
gotta ask yourself, well, oh, yeah, sorry.
so earlier you were talking about like the homo stuff. So like according to your worldview, unless you experience homosexuality, you wouldn't know whether or not it's bad, right?
No. It's not about bad or
Right.
good in my part. Like I'm for the individual. You can be whatever you want, but I don't
Yeah.
want you to. Yeah, but I don't. But as long as you don't hurt anyone, of course, right?
Yeah.
Or harm anyone. Yeah. So, but my problem is when you propagate like these what do you call these psyops that's going on, right? Right now, there's a psyop, LGBT psyop. It's a clear psyop, you know. It's guised under well-being or like equality for all and all that stuff. But you have sexual political campaigns in kindergartens now, worldwide.
So, and
So
I'm 100% against like the kid aspect of this, you know, and like there's also like a bigger component like competition in sports and stuff like that. But
right
like
with the
like
trans athletes, yeah.
yeah. So it's just like I get there's issues. I'm not really here talking about that. We're talking about the earth. But I got there just based
But
upon
now
like I
we were
said.
talking about the homo shit, right? Because you brought that
Yeah,
up. But
yeah. But the
I
reason
wanna say
why,
also, yeah,
well,
this ties into like the Baphomet agenda, right? This is the same kind. I believe there's an occult mafia. It's got hands in all parts of the world, governments, media, everything, and it's not really hard to see. Satanism everywhere, symbology everywhere. Once you open your eyes to it, it's everywhere. It's not hard to see. But so I believe this is in line with the Baphomet agenda, right? The inverting of whatever. I'm not saying Christianity is real. I was never Christian, but I see that the inversion of Christianity is definitely there. It's happening,
so,
right?
so you're saying like heaven's hell and vice versa type thing, like
Right. Well, the inversion of sexes, right? Woman is the new man and stuff like the woman is the boss. Uh, yeah, you know, equality. Man is the or in alchemy, right? Is the ultimate form of alchemy is to combine the sexes. I think Dawn knows more about this than me, but it's called something when you do that. Dawn, what is that?
I think you got it right. Inversion.
All right. Yeah, but I think they called that process something like the Holy Grail of alchemy or something like that.
They call it
Okay.
Friday night for doing.
Called a hermaphrodite. Sounds like to me.
Yeah, yeah, but
The unification of opposites.
yeah, right. It's all about that, right? So yeah, I think that's what's going on. It's clear to see. I believe in good always good, good, good. I think there is something good, I don't know, you can call it God, whatever, I don't care. But this is what I believe in, good. And I will like everything that is symbolizing evil or anything like this, I'm opposed to it.
I
So
get
that's
that. Have you ever heard the phrase "every villain is a hero in their own story"?
yeah, for sure. But what villain am I in anyone's story? I'm like, oh, this guy called me gay on Discord. Like, okay, bro, what a villain.
No,
Like,
no,
You're,
I'm not calling you a villain. I'm not
you're
saying that. I'm just
anti-progress, anti-lesbian.
He's saying like Batman and the Joker. The Joker will tell his story and say he's the good guy because Batman's a bitch.
oh, right.
And
You
then,
mean the
Exactly,
bigger?
exactly.
and then the Batman will do the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
but I think in this story, we all know in this chat, like the archetype for good and evil is God and the devil. It's like even close to it in the word good God, evil devil, right? So everyone
Yeah.
knows this. So you're gonna fight one for one side. You gotta choose good, brother. You cannot choose evil, right?
One, honestly, I don't agree. I think I think you can choose evil. You can willfully choose evil.
Well,
But
you
at the,
can, right? It's a choice you have. But for me personally, I will
I understand that.
reject it, right?
But the thing is, it's how do you set that? Like, how do you define these terms, like good, evil? Because like Damark said, if the Joker is going to tell you about something, and then you hear the same story from Batman, you're going to get a different rendition of good and evil.
Right. Yes.
Right. It will have to be with your own moral framework or stuff, right? So for me personally, I was raised atheist. So like I told you, I'd never been a Christian. But these kind of virtues or morals, they always resonate with me very much. And still to this day, I'm not Christian, but the message there is very, yeah, that's basically, I'm not gonna, I don't want to say it's my framework, but it's
That's where you get like some
close
ideas.
to.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Not really, it come from like, I don't want to say this because it sounds so unintelligent, but it really comes from my just how I feel, and it just sounds so stupid because then it can be whatever you feel like, right?
I think
But
Rene. Uh, Earlier, Rene, we were saying there's all left wing and right wing in America as one cult. We
mhm.
basically said that. So Quad's just said they're the evil ones because we know they're a cult who run people, and he disagrees with that. They associate with the devil.
yeah, I think the foundation should be our controllers worship the other god. You understand?
This is the thing. Like when you have these lines in the sand, essentially, you're drawing battle lines, and kind of I think what Don was a bit saying because we were talking about it earlier. If the devil exists, if he doesn't exist, if God exists, if God doesn't exist, doesn't matter. Every side is going to see themselves as righteous. Every side is going to do something, and that act could be evil, but they're going to perceive it as righteousness.
I
So,
agree.
so, so
So,
that go ahead, bud.
so here's the problem, right? I wouldn't be judgmental towards people like this unless I was in that. I've already gone through these works, I'm an old man, I've been through the equality stuff. I'd fought for this, like I've been like, oh yeah, everybody like should do this. Like I've been affected by psyops, right? So in these people's, I'm not talking about the occultic, but the sheep, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, I vouch for gays and gay rights everywhere, and I wear the buttons, and but this is the kindergarten stuff, This is easy to see that it's a psyop, right?
So,
The-
like when you say psyop, like what do you mean by that in the regards of like
okay.
like
So I mean, what I mean by that is something that often it appears to be grassroots, right? It appears to come from the people, but it's really
Mhm.
government
Okay,
propaganda.
like propagandas. Okay, I get what you're saying. I get,
Or
but
maybe not always government, but working in line with the billionaires, right? The rich,
mhm.
the rich.
No, I get what you're saying, but like the thing is, it's you you have you wouldn't really deny that you would say your moral framework is built upon at least a loose interpretation of the Bible.
No, I don't really know much about the Bible, so I can never say that. I can never claim that. But what I've heard from it, it resonates with me. Everyone heard the basic stuff, the Ten Commandments, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
So what you've heard from Christianity, it would reflect those moral decisions that you innately have made, essentially.
To some degree.
I agree. Nothing's 100%, But at the end of the day, like when you look at that book and you look deeper into it, you'll see like how that book was written for people.
I'm not a Christian, so this
I
is not.
understand.
I know. The book has a lot of crazy stuff.
Would you
Says
say,
No.
Quad, even if the devil's not real, you're still pointing out this group of people that use the devil symbology as a
right.
group
It's like
to look out for?
yes, exactly, and it's not about God or the devil or Christianity is real. I don't care. The fact is that I know good and evil is real, right?
Mhm.
So that's just basically it. They worship something that stands for evil. I don't appreciate it. That's all. The
I
hard
mean,
part for you guys, because don't already realize it, but the hard part for a lot of you guys is going to be actually seeing this, acknowledging it, because it's so uncomfortable, right? When you learn about all this stuff. Yeah.
I think that when you lay it on that they're evil and this is the sign of evil, that's when he thinks you're being a Christian.
Right, but when I say evil, okay, I mean people that do sex rituals. They do sex rituals, pan-sex rituals. They do it with kids, animals. It's crazy stuff, brother. You don't even want to hear it. You don't. Your
What's the
defense
best way to
mechanism.
describe it? Crazy, psychopathic, controlling, killers.
Yeah, no respect for life.
So even if the devil's not real and the idea that devil stuff is bad is just symbology, this is still a way to point out creepy freaks that try and run Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I agree with that. But all I'm saying is when you use, hey, they're good, hey, we're good, hey, I'm good, hey, they're evil, you're using a moral framework to make those statements upon. And like you said that you lived a life and you see, yeah, I can see it, it's obvious. But you're still kind of allowing interpretations to guide you. I'm not like a Satanist or anything else like that, but at the same time, like I said, dude, every villain is their own hero and their own story.
Maybe
So
I think he's saying that they're pedos and they eat kids. And they kill animals for gods that might not even be real, rather than they're evil. Just they're like a special type of weirdo.
Yeah, they're doing stuff that you would classify as evil shit, right? You would look at that and you would say, "Oh, that's evil," and you can make all these like philosophical, "Oh, but what is really evil?" Listen, brother, if you fuck kids, that's evil, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what they do. So we're not gonna have to go more into it, but it's organized, right? And it's worse than that actually, right? This is just like
I'm all for locking pedophiles up for fucking ever
Yes,
and shit like that.
That's just
But that's
it's more
right.
of a worldwide sorcery, the psyops that you're saying, psychological operations where they're torturing our minds.
Yeah.
Mass populations of mind control.
They're bringing sexual campaigns into the kindergartens. Like, what more do you need to see?
So
Like half of this community is coping when you tell them that. Oh no, that doesn't happen. You show them the photos. It's like, oh, that was just one specific kindergarten. No, it's not. No, it's not.
the thing is, it's like I don't know a lot about like what's going on with like what's being shown to kids and shit like that. But I would say if that did happen, it was like it was an event that was not. It was a mess up. It was something wrong. There's no way an educator would show these things to like kindergartens and stuff.
Dude, we
Like,
have several videos of
Yeah, something
trans
went wrong.
men in bikinis or fucking silly outfits twerking in children's classrooms, bro, or whatever children's fucking get-togethers. People gonna say it's not a kindergarten, it's a school, it's a fucking daycare center. Who cares, bro? Who cares?
and I wouldn't. I honestly, I wouldn't want that to be going on. But at the same time, that's the school that now should be. Everyone should be fired and all that other shit. You know what I'm saying?
I
That's
asked my kid teachers, I asked them, who tells you to do this stuff? Like, where are you getting this? Oh, they say, oh, we don't really know. It's just like up in the government, right? They just get told to do this, you know?
told to do what?
Put up the pride flags, like hold these fucking events. Like, you ask them about it, the normal person don't want that shit. Why would you want sexual political campaigns in kindergartens, bro? Fucking normal guys just walking around like, oh, it's okay, it's equality. Well, if it's equality, just fucking, shouldn't equality be every day? The fuck are you talking about?
I guess so. They're saying don't vote for the Democrats. But what else is the point as well?
Right, they got you set up for two evils, right? So you can't win. The game is rigged. What are you gonna do, right?
Try to choose the lesser of the two.
I guess, but when they go in the back room and smoke on the same cigar, you know, well, what good is it? They're all Masons, bro, or whatever you want to call it, Illuminati. Ooh.
In your honest opinion, do you truly believe that Donald Trump is administering the office of the presidency better than Kamala Harris would have?
No, I think it's
I
the
don't think
same
either one
plan
of them
on a
are
rollout.
doing anything.
It doesn't
They
matter.
both suck. I'm not disagreeing, but
Have
I'm
you
just.
watched the show You're Fired? Have you guys seen that movie? The show, the fucking sitcom thing, with Donald Trump in it, like You're Fired.
The Apprentice.
The Apprentice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
So
was pretty
in
Yeah.
that movie, in that little thing, he followed
It
a
was a
script.
TV show.
Even though he knows how to say "you're fired," that doesn't mean he knows anything else. He doesn't really need to know anything else. So
Mhm.
they write the script for him or Elon or whoever to come out, and that's why Elon, he refuses script as much. He can only do certain things. Now, if he does if anybody on the media does a certain thing and people get crazy about it, that's what they don't want. Now, if you do certain other shit and they look stupid, for like what's his name jumping on the couch, or Elon acting goofy, or the dude
Mhm.
not being able to drink a cup of water, they think that shit's the funniest shit. It's the funniest shit. Right? So they get their script wrote for him. Kamala Harris doesn't know shit. She's fucking retarded. She'll just go in there to get paid. She's doing what she's told. Like, if you and me are like, they're like, hey, why don't you guys want to be the president? We got you some backing. We got you $50 million right here. Huh? For real? Yeah. Okay. Well, shit, let's do it. And if you get to be president, you get the perks with it. They get their perks, and you get your perk of fucking going out there like you're the president.
No, I don't disagree that both choices would have been bad. That's the unfortunate
all
situation.
choices. They're all ran by the DOD. You have to understand that.
Exactly, but I would argue that she would have administered the office a bit better than he has in this period of time.
She'd wear it better. She'd wear it better and more more feminist, more like lady stuff would be happening.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing is this: it's like you look at like how aggressive the fucking world is, and it's like I'm happy that there's not a woman running our country right now, especially because of how aggressive the world is. But I'm not happy that this dude's running the country. Um, it's like I said, we were trying to say earlier. It's just if you had to pick between the two. If I were to say I'm anything, I'm a capitalist. Um, the economy that has been put forward in this first 6 months, it's horrible.
feel like we're all saying the same thing, Renee. We're all saying, those guys what pretend to run the world, they're fucking weirdos.
Oh, I agree. I completely agree with that. It's just when you bring in dogma, I would say good and evil is a bit of dogma. Most of the time people use it. I think that's when you start losing the sight of exactly that. Both sides fucking suck.
Yeah, so I'm saying we can agree with little bits on both sides, but generally we need to infiltrate and we need to wait for this group of special men to come forward.
The Ubermensch.
Yeah, what does that word mean again?
Like Superman, kind of.
Ubermock.
The final,
like Neo Uber, dude.
final area.
Uber Daymok.
Now, listen to this. Neo religion is science. Did you know that?
I wouldn't be. That's when you look at religion and read it, and you look at science. A lot of things line up. But yeah,
they're the same exact thing. I'll tell you why. Who, what, when, why, where, and how. Those are the explanations religion wants, and those are the same fucking explanations science wants. So how in the fuck could you separate them?
The only difference is the separation would be that for science you have to have repeatable results to make a claim. For religion, you just have to be crazy enough.
No. Science, you don't have to have repeatable results, because say I get a result. Say I drop this pen on the table and I say, "Did you see me drop? Do you hear this?"
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you hear that, right? So what that means is, so I'm right, and you owe me $1 million, and black holes are real, because the evidence you heard. I mean, we both heard. Were you going to deny what we just heard? Do you see what I'm saying? So the way I formulate it, and if I got $1 billion or all these people backing this shit because they're going to get 10 million back for nothing, then they're going to do that. These people are going to do it, even if they're still doing something behind the scenes with it to an extent.
Wait, Denmark, did you predict that it was going to make a noise?
Yes.
Okay, then you definitely did science.
Well, the thing is, especially like what you're saying, but I would say, like, if you look into like the whole fission thing, they've been saying 5 years away to keep funding coming in, knowing that our materials, our everything, we're so far away. But the concept, I can prove it. I can prove this concept. It's provable. But the scaling of it to commercialization and shit like that, you got to build around like what you're kind of saying, that little science bullshit bubble. And you see it happen a lot. But at the same time, there is an aspect to.
We have practicality, trial and error. You and I can go mess with some wires, get shocked, or use it for yeah. We have practicality to certain things and certain applications of the stuff, but then like the whole other 90% is going on Hadron Collider, dark holes, what a star really is, what a sun, all that really shit, because we really don't know. We truthfully don't know.
And that's exactly that. But let's just say like with the claim, like, hey, I don't know if you heard that. I dropped this, right? It made a sound. I don't know if you heard it, but so now we have an experiment. Did it make a sound, right? And let's just say someone dropped.
Or if it makes a sound, and manipulate that variable, because anything you drop should probably have an action or reaction or sound attribute. So now you predict, if this makes a sound, black holes must be real, and then they're like, oh, it made a sound.
Well, the reason why they do that, essentially, it's they made an observation that they are now trying to describe mathematically,
Yeah, like an eddy current or the center of a tornado.
The way to prove something is math. You can't prove it with words. And that's the problem with the theological and science debate.
Well, that's the funny part. That's the real funny part about words. Now think about this. What if I said I can prove? What if I said I can prove a tree's a tree without words?
You could. You could.
Okay, so maybe words are getting in the way. Maybe a
How
lot
would,
of these words.
how would you? Would you just point at it and go, ooh, ooh, ooh?
You don't know what a tree is without me talking?
I already know because someone's called it a
Okay, so I wouldn't
string
need
and
to
pot.
talk to you. You know what a tree is.
Yeah, because someone already told me. So I'm thinking, how do you know it without that?
You don't got to talk to know what a tree is. You just had to hear, right? Or see?
Yeah, you can
And
know
now that's
yourself.
always the
Someone
tree.
has
Now
to
the thing
define
is,
the
hold on,
word for
hold
you
on,
to
hold on.
recognize that a tree is a
Here's the main
tree.
thing, guys. If they tell
Anyway,
you
it
one
doesn't
thing is
matter.
a tree, hold on. If they say, "Hey, little baby Dawn, that's a tree," and you just go on about your life, and that's a tree, right?
Yeah.
Now, if anybody comes along and tells you different, the only reference you have is what the first person told you. So now, if
Mhm.
the next person says this rock, you're going to tell them they're a damn liar, whether the tree's a rock or not.
Yeah, I get
You
your
know
point.
it is that one thing. It's going to be that thing. If someone
Yeah.
tries to convince you otherwise, don't let them unless they prove that. As far as you know, this is a tree or a rock or whatever you've been told. Don't let the next guy with a fucking Kango story has no, it doesn't even no bearings on your reality. You don't have to buy his story. He just had no bearings on your shit.
I mean, when I first went to the woods, I logged this is that thing, and it didn't matter if it was called a tree or anything else. I know what it is without words,
Right.
just by having a look.
Right. And no one had to prove that material physical stuff to you in the
Yes, I get
aspect
your
by
point.
giving you a bunch of stories or telling you, hey, let me sit down with you for a minute. Let me tell you the story about this is a tree. You see, it never.
They just assume we know it. When you get to school, they just say, "Can you draw a tree?" And most kids draw a tree, a line with a big squiggle on the top.
Okay, now if I said, could you show me, Dawn, with the tree, how you could walk around a tree? That'd be simple, right?
I'd have to know what going around me, but yeah, I would
Walking
know
around a
that
tree,
at
brother. Please
age
don't make
6.
it so complex.
I think I'd know at age 6.
Thinking about walking around a tree, brother. I'll
Yeah,
even give you the like steps and what. So anyway, walking around a tree is pretty simple, right? So if I
yeah,
said
age 6.
take your hand and rub it in a circle around that leaf and it's free air. Could you do that? The end of the leaf sitting by you in front of you, it stopped right there. You take your hand and run it around a circle like that, like a hula hoop, a fake hula hoop you make around it, right?
Okay.
I'm just saying these are physical attributes you can do as a human. Now, if I said go get a ball and show me how a toy airplane rolls around it, this is where we stop, right? Or could you do that?
Once again, Demica fails to understand scale.
I'm saying, can anybody now show me, since it's really easy to walk up to actual things and show you, move your hand around the thing, can you show me how a toy airplane is supposed to fly around a toy ball? You've proven that you can show us these things.
I could
Well, first of
technically.
all, toy airplanes don't generate lift. Secondly, little balls don't have the
Your hand is
gravitational
going to
field that the
control
Earth
the
does.
airplane.
Like,
Your
Jesus
hand is
Christ.
going to control the airplane. What are you talking about? It's a toy airplane. Are you okay,
Okay, so then you
brother?
just don't understand scale
You
then,
no,
because
you
like
don't
I know what you're
understand
getting
toys.
at. You're getting at,
No,
oh,
toys
therefore the
are too
Earth is
complex
flat,
for
blah
you.
blah 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 blah, and it's just
Toys
because you
are
just don't understand
complex.
forces and scale.
Of a toy with your hand. Your hand is going to be the mover of the toy. You're going to have a ball in your hand, and you're going to show us the complexity of your straight flying horizontal around the ball airplane.
Yeah, see, there you
And
go.
be
It's just
sure to
because you
show
don't
us how it
understand
makes
scale
it
in
to
this
the
case.
runways, whatever scale you use for your magic claim. Get her done. That's your problem, not mine, weirdo who believes it. You believe that weird ass scale that doesn't exist nowhere, huh? That's pretty weird of
You're
you
just fucking
to not even know how to
showing
demonstrate
you
how
all.
a fucking airplane can go around a ball. Dawn just did it around a tree. Everybody can do it with their hand. You take your hand, you wave it in a circle. Imagine a ball was there. Now, is that too complex? I
You're
don't
just
think you need
fucking
fuel for that. I don't think you need anything you said, blah, 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 blah. Toy airplane, little kids do it. They didn't say, hey, I need lift.
No,
Hey, I need
hey,
to go to the fuel market.
I can do that. I can do it, demo, but I haven't got a toy airplane or a boat.
Yeah, that's always the problem. I said this is where we stop with reality, right? A fucking physical ball and a physical toy airplane.
But let me just
You
speak
guys are not
hypothetically.
smart enough for this.
Let
You
me
should
just
have not
speak on it.
entered this IQ challenge.
Let me just speak on it. So, if I went on video and I was holding the plane, would you say no? That's cheating.
No, that's what I'm asking you to do.
Oh,
I'm
yeah. Well,
asking
just
you to show
imagine me.
me the
You don't really
orientated
want to
way
see me do
that
that.
will you shut up for a second? I want you to show me how your airplane, right, starts
Mm.
from the observer, goes up and does its thing from the observer the whole way, and flies 90 the whole way out of his view on that
Oh,
ball,
no.
and then goes to the runway and lands correctly while it's still at 90 from the position that it took off, and then not go around the ball. Or how do you go around the ball at 90 the whole way? Just show me, because I couldn't even imagine, and I know you can't, because you can't
No, I know you
demonstrate it.
can't imagine it.
Bro,
You can't demonstrate what you keep imagining. We are not trying to imagine it. We're trying to make you dummies make it real. Stop imagining and
It's
show us
real
your
all the
dumbass
time.
plane.
Every single plane
Now, if
ever.
you can't present a toy airplane
Again, the
going
question.
around the ball the way you claim, then it's magic. It's your religion. Not my fault.
Well, like Trump
Your
said, you could
problem.
do
Well,
that.
every single plane does it every single day, so
Does
therefore it's
what?
not
Taking the
magic.
How?
question.
How do they do what around the ball? How? Show us. Show us
Yeah,
how they do it.
just go on a plane and
No, just
watch.
show us with a
That's
toy
begging the
airplane. Why is
question.
it so complex for you guys? You failed show and tell in school. Show and tell today, kids.
Just
We're
keep
all
the
going to
belly
bring
of
a
the
toy
plane.
airplane and a ball. I'll provide the globe.
Just keep the
You
belly of the
bring your
plane
toy
towards the center
airplane
of
or
the ball.
train or car, and you fly it around at 90. You keep it, you keep it, you keep it level, and you fly it around this ball. And show me, little Timmy, how your level car or airplane or hot air balloon or helicopter flies around and lands everywhere correctly on the sphere and orientates itself properly while it maintains a horizontal straight flight all the way around a ball. How does that work? How does that do
Yeah.
that? You guys claim to know.
You keep the
You
belly of
claim
the
to know.
plane.
You claim to know.
You keep the belly of,
You're not
you
showing
keep the
nobody.
belly of the plane
It
pointed
falls
at the
short
center
with
of that
physical
ball.
reality. We need reality. How?
I don't
How
think
does
you
this
can.
happen on what object, where, when? How does it do it? What are the physical attributes of it transcending around this physical sphere? What does it experience? How do you know? You don't
The
know
bottom of
unless
the plane
you
is
show.
always
You
orthogonal
don't
to the
know.
normal
Stop
vector.
making stuff up without demonstrating. I want the demonstration along with the explanation, cartoon magic. Why is it so
Yeah,
hard?
the belly of
You
the
guys
plane is
really,
always.
you guys literally can't go grab a globe? Are you serious right now? No glober knows how a fucking airplane flies around a ball. They can only
How do
just
you
tell you stories. No,
They
when you
all
say
there's
grab
knows
a
always
how
globe?
always
What
a
that.
do you
ball
mean,
Knows for a
Dimok?
fact.
You
Knows
mean
for a
grab
fact
like
means
a fake
demonstration.
grab like a
Knows for a fact it's not a
Gildan
story, guys. I
toy
know
globe?
you know this, right? Hey, little Timmy, if you show me something, that's a fact that I see it. We all see it. If you tell me about it all day, which we do not want, little Timmy, that's what we do not want. That's an F on your paper, Timmy. An A on your paper is grabbing the ball. It's show and tell time today. And then an airplane, and we'll all go over what the fuck kind of garbage you're speaking of. Pitch, yaw, whatever, tilt, dip, drop, horizontal, whatever you got to talk about, the physics of the plane while it goes
levels.
around your sphere.
But you
You
think you
can't do it.
can
That's
test
bad.
something? You think you can scale down
I know for a
the
fact
Earth
you
to
can't
a
scale
toy
your
size?
model anyway. You have no idea. You have no reference frame. You're the one that's lost. You can't scale your own idea down. It's a big idea that planes
That
fly
You
around
didn't
a
hear
ball.
what I was saying. I
It's a
didn't
big
ask.
idea that
I
planes
can't
fly
scale
around a
it down.
ball. It's
I
a big
asked if
idea,
you.
isn't it?
He's not listening.
Is it anything but a
But
big idea? Answer this question
He's
slow
not
yeah,
down.
going to listen.
It's a big idea you have. Can you demonstrate it?
I'm not sure what you want to demonstrate.
Yeah, I just told you. Fucking retard.
Oh, no, he's gonna start
Kindergarten.
all
You want
over.
to have a
You're not
toy
sure what a ball is?
airplane flying
Maybe,
around the toy
maybe welcome to
globe?
Flat Earth. You don't know what a ball is? You're not sure what a ball is?
I
You're
know
not
what a
sure what a
toy
toy
ball is,
airplane is?
but I know it's not
What
the
about a
Earth.
little globe eludes you? What about
What you
holding a
want
little
to
globe
what
is
you
too
want to
complex?
mimic with a toy globe? What you want
What
to mimic
about
with it?
holding a little globe is too complex for you? Why does a ball outsmart you?
It doesn't, but I'm just
It
asking you a
sure is
question.
because you're not breaking it out. You're not
Okay, so
outsmarting
you're
it.
just gonna troll. That's
No,
great.
you're just gonna
Yeah.
troll without a ball.
No,
We asked
I'm
for a
asking
ball
you a question and
demonstration.
you
You're
don't
trolling
fucking
without
answer
one.
it.
Everybody in
What
here
the
is
fuck is
trolling
wrong with
without a
you?
ball and a toy airplane. I started the conversation with you won't be able to do it. I started the conversation with I know you guys can't do this because you're too stupid. You're unable to fucking grab a
Well, I
ball.
asked you a
All
question,
all
Dimok,
I'm
right?
asking you is to
What
grab an
you want
airplane.
to
I'm
what
asking
you
you
want
guys
to
to grab a toy airplane and a ball. Why would you ask me anything, dumbass? Other than to watch.
because the toy
Because
ball
you're
is
slow? Because you
doesn't
can't do
mimic
it?
the Earth.
Because you can't
It
touch a
doesn't
ball. Don't
it
put your
doesn't represent
idiocracy. Because you can't do nothing, retard. Don't say it's my
I
problem.
can make it. It's not going to prove anything. That's the point.
What's not going to prove what? What's
Because
not?
what you want is
You're
what
no
you want.
idea on how a
This
ball
depends
and
on
an
what you
airplane
think.
work.
What you think.
It's
What?
going to show you
Whatever.
you have no clue of what you're talking about.
You're just burning
You
us.
couldn't even. It's going to show you your idea of what you described is
That's
wrong.
what he does.
You're full of shit.
All he
It's going to
what
show
he
you
did.
how a ball and an airplane
Whatever.
don't prove your dumb ass claim.
You know why you're
But
muted
now,
every
are you
day?
ready? Be man enough to grab a ball and a toy. Why is it so
You
hard? Why
just,
you need
if you want to,
questions and
if you
helpers?
want to surround
How many
yourself by
people
yes
you
man,
need?
you can go
How
over
many
to
questions you need to ask to grab a
another
ball?
server.
Are you okay? Do you need to go grab
Yes,
get in the server
I
where
am
you guys
asking you a
can't touch
question.
balls?
Are you deaf?
I'm asking you to grab a ball. Are you retarded?
I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?
I started this with asking for a toy airplane and a ball with Dawn. And here
Yes,
we are
but
now.
it
This
doesn't prove
retard without a
anything. That's
ball.
it's
This
pointless.
guy came in the conversation without a ball. Can you believe it? All we were asking for was show and tell. A ball and an airplane. His IQ is way low on this one.
Dimok,
Show and
if you
tell, buddy.
have
Do
to
you
be
know what that
quiet,
means?
or else people
Kindergarten,
just
there's
gonna
no show and
disengage from you.
tell.
I'm just gonna turn you down to 10%.
Don't engage if you don't have a ball and a plane. You are not engaging, weirdo. You're bothering our conversation here. We're trying to learn something. We want to learn
It's
how
not
an
a
airplane goes
conversation
around
when
a
you
ball.
talk over literally
Yeah.
every single
That's
person
all
all the
you guys
time.
been
That's
doing
not a
since you can't get a
conversation.
ball.
That's
Shouldn't be
grandstanding.
no talking going on for
Yeah,
Globers.
I turned him down to
They should be
10%.
doing. Why are you guys talking at all? Something wrong with you motherfuckers, really. You guys don't know how to do things. If your mouth was broke, motherfucker, how good would you be a Glober? You wouldn't be you'd be worthless, wouldn't
Is
you?
there mod in here, or is he
Is there a
supposed
deaf
to
mute
just take
Glober
over
in
the whole
here that
room
can't
alone,
show a
or
globe?
how does this work?
We got a bunch of deaf
Bindi
mute
Space
Globers
is a
in here that
mod.
can't
I don't know
show
why
nothing.
Dimmick isn't just like permanent. There you go.
Thank you. I mean, how long can he do this fucking shit? Like, he can just sit there babble for 15 minutes straight without any single person saying anything?
I've been in here before where he did it for like 30 minutes, just
Yeah, that's too
nonstop
much.
talking over
You're too-
literally every single person.
Too fucking nice. He should be muted like ages ago.
Don't know why he bothers to come in here.
I would rather have it boring and dead than to have him babble like fucking idiot.
The funny part is he's probably still talking right now.
Because he doesn't understand that he's over talking.
Can you imagine
He does.
if a Glober fell for it and made him a special video holding a toy plane and moving it round the ball, especially for Denmark, because he thought it might help?
No, it's like I know what's gonna happen. It's like you show the airplane going over the toy airplane going over the ball, and he's like, "Look, it's changing its pitch. Airplanes don't do that." And it's like, yeah, because he doesn't understand scale. And I was trying to explain that, then he just starts yelling at me. I know where he's going. He's not clever.
I think he has cognitive issues, like he can't. Yeah, stuff. I think he struggle with this stuff.
He's got to, right?
Right, J-Mac, do a video for Denmark with a plane going around the inside of the globe. So like circus loop the loop.
But what happens with the server? Like, if you have demo care a lot, but there needs to be some ladder first in who is like interesting to talk to. Like, even flat earthers mute Demok, right? Like, it's impossible to have it on any server.
Routinely, yeah.
But is there like any other flat earther in here, or is it just
Papa Flurf is in here. He's not deafened. He's
Okay.
muted though.
It might be working.
I'm just listening in, that's all.
I'd like to talk to flat earthers. It's very rarely. This server is okay, I guess. I think Earth Awakenings was fine for a while, but then I don't know. I think they let too many crazy people be have like a mod power. Suddenly, I was just perma muted over there.
I went in recently to dip my toes back in the pond. It was okay for a bit, and then it got into some weird and wacky shit I didn't really feel like listening to.
On Earth Awakening?
Every single server
Yeah.
ever has bad mods.
Well, I think often I see it's a problem when you're like starting to moderate on the conversation that you're having yourself. Most people cannot do that properly. So yeah.
I think there are situations where it's warranted, but it is difficult to parse.
Denmark got muted. How come his rants always end in a mute?
I didn't know a toy airplane was going to upset him so much. And you guys keep saying to scale. What's that even mean? That means you have no idea of how to make a little Earth. So where'd you get the idea that you could prove an airplane from a third party point of view? It's flying around a ball. So you guys don't even know how to make a third person perspective of a fucking globe model with the airplane? So what's all your schematics and all your zenith angles for and all this other shit? If you can't scale your globe, what's all that? What's all that got to do with anything? Definitely, you're not scaling that stuff. And how do you say we made a sun in a hadron collider? You didn't scale that. That wasn't scaled up to sun size, but it's declared to be a sun, and now you know what a sun is. Funny how these things only work for a globe, but no one else. That they can show you little things and say that's a big thing, same as the big thing, but then they can't show you a little globe and say it's the same as the big globe. Isn't that weird? Little train, same as a big train. Not a globe though. They can even show you how a ball goes around a ball because balls have no orientation. They'll never be afraid to show you how an atom works because it's a non-orientated sphere with no orientated attribute. Like an airplane has a nose, you see direction, causality, vector. Like a ball has none of that. It's just ball moving. The whole ball's the attribute of just a ball. So you couldn't tell what it's doing. They do it on purpose if they can't do nothing to scale down or up. I mean, it is sad that a computer screen can't even show you a third party point of view. Then you click on the person's view, then you click back to the third party view. Oh, kind of like Google, but actually a actual perspective of a person in an airplane, like I'm in an airplane, then I'm standing on the ground watching my stuff go past. So I see the attribute, the orientation of how the airplane looks to me, and then I back out and see a third party perspective of it. It's got to be doing the same thing because I'm right here. And then show how it goes around and it's a runway. It can't. It's the problem. Airplanes can't fly around falling. Whether they move or not, they can be a stationary fall. They ain't even got to move. An airplane couldn't do it. Not the way you explain. It's not a smooth ride just up over to the airport and land. Can't do that on the ball. You can't do that on the stationary ball, let alone the flood. And what scale are we talking about? A Marvel's 360, basketball's 360, and orange is 360. A cue ball is 360. What scale are we talking? They're all 360. Why is 360 too complicated for the Rovers? Thought they liked math. Thought that's all they knew how to do was math at 360. They mathed it. I thought that's all you guys could do was map out a ball. Couldn't map out a flat plane. Right? Definitely couldn't show how something flew over a little flat surface with 100 guys just flying up and landing like it does. Exactly how it matches reality. Exactly how you would see the planes. From your perspective to the place perspective to it looking down at you. And how come the ISS doesn't have any third party use of an airplane going around the ball? What's going on here? That's the one. That's the only point. That's the only point of it being up there. To be able to see and prove shit that we can't see with it. Why would you put something in the air that you can't even see yet? But you can see everything, but you can't see nothing at the same time. Zoom in on a license plate, but you can't zoom in on an airplane flying past underneath the ISS, a couple miles under, a couple miles away. Isn't that weird how they can't see stuff in clear air? They don't need, you don't need a curve of Earth to block you from not being able to see the ISS from an airplane. You don't need the curve of the Earth to block the ISS because you seeing anybody. Stars, comets, meteors, rockets, Elon Musk spouting heavens. So the ISS can't even watch something come up the launch field. Isn't that weird? Can't even watch the outfit come to it live. Sad stories. You guys believe this funny. Talking about scale. Saying the word scale don't help you if you guys be ones that are supposed to know the scale. You're supposed to be the proponents of the enterprise and knowledge in a formatted way that you print out the attributes of the thing you think you know. You have to do that. You have to, or else you don't have a globe to manipulate a variable in. Well, if you can't even imagine your own globe, you can't even produce your own globe, then what the fuck is the globe? What does that even mean? What is a globe? It's not even imaginable these days. How do you imagine flying around a ball landing on the runway without tilting the difference? But then a rocket to leave here has to go up and parabolically fall down. So a rocket to leave the planet is coming kamikaze down to the planet, going to hit the dark water. But an airplane flies horizontal or something. There's a conundrum here, guys. Airplane goes that way and don't leave. Rocket comes straight back down and leaves. How's that? I think they got it mixed up. They confused them. If you guys can find 3959, you can probably see the rocket right there from that point, 3959. Make your little thing, a little space diving board, rocket launching diving board in space. You can keep that just straight. Good to go. Just have a tower lined up boards sticking off the edge of the ball and just ride it. As soon as the globe spins that way, like they're throwing you like a David and Goliath, you just ride down the rail. Space. That's why Kerbal only sends you up away from the ball. They don't let you fly around it and land on runways. Where's where is the globe flight simulator? The Earth curve. With the Earth curve, they can't distort itself. If you zoom out, it stays what it is. We bring it stays what it is. and then a bullet hits the ground at the same time as you drop it, is the rate that it's fired. I'm sure you can manipulate the variable of that, and that won't happen because you could be like, I'm on Niagara Falls. I'm going to shoot my bullet over Niagara Falls. So it's going to have to fall that much more, plus the distance that you don't. So, like, it's just a field, regular field, ain't too crazy. You can shoot a ball at the same time, and they'll both hit the ground at the same time. And that's why you can't be on a ball, too. Because how the hell would they hit the ground at the same time if the Earth's curving? The bullet going that way, it has to drop at 8 inches per mile squared. Shit, they even tell you the bullet leaves the planet. They say the planet orbits, rotates away from the bullet and then rotates back. Did you guys learn about that in school? How your planet takes off and runs from the bullet? The planet don't even want to be hit by a bullet. It's like, oh, duck. We have a smart planet that ducks bullets. Did you guys know that? When they shoot bullets, the planet takes off underneath it and then comes back.
It's all relative.
Relative to what? A horizontal plane? Hell yeah.
Refraction.
Retraction. Retract that statement. No, I'm just saying, I don't know. I just think it's funny how they keep saying, the scale, you don't understand the scale. No, the one who doesn't understand the scale is the glober who can't present the very fucking attribute of the story he's claiming. Physical attribute of how planes do something on a ball. Every ball is 360. I don't know why it's so hard for them to understand the scaled down version of a 360. A marble, cue ball, orange, lemon. Oh, we can use a watermelon. We can use anything they want to declare an oblate spheroid 360.
Yeah, there you go. Pear. It's pear shaped. Neil
Right.
deGrasse.
How? Now, how from a third party point of view, like imagine you could be on a ball, like in a computer program, right? You're on the ball looking up at the airplanes go past, flying a perfect horizontal flight. Now, from the airplane's point of view, you can click into the airplane's point of view, or you can click into your point of view watching the shit. Like if you're a big man and this just happening in front of you and you're watching this little airplane not dip or tilt, but somehow get to another runway somewhere and land right. Without the ball moving, the ball's not even spinning.
Yeah, listening to them, there were a bunch of globalist globers. Listening to them yesterday, I wasn't able to talk, but they were just going on about how people that don't believe in the globe are such science deniers, and it's
Where's the science in only
funny.
imagine?
Yeah, it's funny to
Where's
listen
the
to them
science?
say that because all I hear is we're scientism deniers. We don't believe the doctrine. So
That's them. Well, doctrine isn't science. Believing stuff isn't science.
yeah, exactly.
Science,
They conflate science with scientism. They just don't want to say they're in a cult.
yeah, they're
They don't
still a
want to
part of
believe
the
it.
science religion, the neo religion, science. Their neo religion is science. And then they tell us we don't understand because we go with reality. We're stupid reality lovers. We only like what you can demonstrate to us. We don't like magical stuff that they can't demonstrate. And to them, a story is good enough. Any guy anywhere can come with a story and a pamphlet of paper somehow that says he's right with no attribute of reality. And they'll believe that. Oh, well, Bobby Tom has 752. We must pay him, and everything he says is correct. Well, can you
Yeah,
demonstrate it? Well, no, no, no. Can you demonstrate what Demox said? Well, yes, but he's stupid because we can demonstrate that. Huh? What?
yeah.
Huh?
You didn't go through the church academia. You didn't adhere to the agenda, so you're not part of the club that is able to um, understand reality for us and tell us their interpretation of it. So if you can't do that, then you're not part of the religion, you're not part of the club, you're stupid.
Yeah, we have to gaslight. Otherwise, we wouldn't be commies, right? That's all commies do, really.
That's the thing too. What the fuck is economy? I mean,
Bro, if you don't know by now, you got problems. You're surrounded by them.
well, I mean, I'm saying, what is it? Is it family? Is it your business? Is it your local gang? Is it the government itself?
Communism is an ideology, man. It's a practice. Like
Yeah, but what is
magic.
it? A practice of what?
It's an
Oh,
evil
okay,
form
I see.
of magic. That's all communism is.
I see. I'm with you there. It would be a form of indoctrine of just idiocracy of magic. But yeah, I got you.
I mean, any suggestion to do something evil would be a form of witchcraft. It'd be casting a spell. So it's just like, we're going to be logical. We
With
might
you.
as well go all the way.
Yeah, chicken bone science. I'm with you. The Glovers are like, we can predict because we have chicken bone balls. We take these chicken bone marbles and we shake them up, and these marbles tell us stuff. These balls are so smart. Chicken balls.
Mhm.
Chicken ball science.
About right, bro.
It's true. They're like, we're gonna rub these nuts. I mean balls and predict this thing. Say what? You're gonna do what? So you're gonna read what happened way back on flat Earth, and then say you predicted it for a globe? That's weird.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the shit happens every year, so it's not like, you can't predict it.
Right? These guys are ignorant. They think post-diction is prediction. They think like seeing something happen 100 times, and that they say, well, it's gonna happen 101. They predicted it. We predicted this. No, you didn't, you fucking
Yeah, but that's
retard.
like me
Hey,
coming.
dude.
It's like me coming home from work and my wife running up and hugging me, right? It's like every time I come home from work, she's gonna do it until she's either no longer my wife or she's dead. One of us dies. Something, right? It's stupid. It's a
Well, I make
globe
better
because somebody
predictions.
told me.
Yeah, I make better predictions. I predicted all they're going to do is use the word scale. Nuh-uh, we can't. Saying I don't understand the globe models. They can't demonstrate. That's their whole bag of worms is demonstrating the globe model that they can't do. They can't even imagine it to present it to you in a physical fucking form. All their excuse is the word scale. Scale, Democ. Scale what? No
Well,
globe?
scale is 8 inches per mile. So there's the scale. So the scale doesn't change, but they're changing the scale. That doesn't change. So it's
360 is the scale of a sphere. It's 360. All spheres are 360, brother. If you think about it.
right there's.
There, now you're with me on this one, right? Every
Yeah, I
360.
get what you're saying, bro.
So that in that accordance, there's no there's no way they couldn't scale it down. Or that's what 360s do. Scale each other up or down. It's like a big house and a little house. They're trying to say we can't make you a little house like the big house on the prairie. Huh? You
Oh,
can't?
bro, the nukes, man. Nukes are real, but we can't make you a small one.
I know. They can't make me a small sun like a pistol shrimp. They declare a pistol shrimp making a little sun underwater, but they don't ask, where's the scale, pistol shrimp? They don't argue with the pistol shrimp about his little bitty sun. They declare that's what their sun is. That little sun is the same as their big sun, but it's underwater and it only lasts a couple seconds. But our sun just sits there and lasts forever. But they're the same thing. Don't worry about the scale. Don't worry about a collider, colliding particles. Don't worry about that scale. Don't worry about their little black hole that's smaller than a black hole's black hole. Black hole's supposed to be a big thing, right? Sucking up universes and suns, but yet they think they produced a little baby one. What they don't comprehend scale? I'm lost.
No, no, they don't. Next question. I don't think it's got anything to do with scale. I think it's they don't comprehend at all.
Correct. They have no way to show you their imaginary fucking process they've made up for themselves. They put themselves in the corner to where if they show you, they debunk their own model every time. This is weird. It's weird that the proof of your model is the debunking of it that you can't demonstrate.
Man, you gotta give it to them. They got some crazy shit.
Super denial, brother. You hear how when I tell them a tree's a tree and they don't believe it. I tell them I'm walking, they tell me the tree is. I don't even know. I mean, they really don't have anything crazy but brain problems. It's like they're in denial on everything. They deny physical reality at all costs. They deny what we see and do right now for some magical what if. They have a big idea on how a globe works, a big idea on how a globe scale model works, but they don't know how to present that to you.
I was kind of hoping they would be here this morning.
Well, a guy was here, and then he took off.
Yeah, I figured they wouldn't stay long if they did, because you can only get defeated so many times before you have to go cry.
He cried and wanted me muted because I just asked him. See, because look, I was asking Dawn, talking to Dawn and the other guy, who wasn't even the other dude. Then a guy came in and just jumping, Jamal, you don't understand this, you don't understand this, and I wasn't even done with my sentence. Then he's telling me how I'm talking over him. Now, if he'd have let me finish my sentence, I would have shut the fuck up and been fine. But when you don't let me finish
That's
my
all
sentence,
right, bro.
yeah, no, but I'm saying,
Let's act like we're monkeys and let them think that we're monkeys, right? And then I'm gonna put a rhino horn in them later.
right, but what I'm saying is like, right. So I'm just saying, like, where do you go when all you said is, "Hey, gentlemen, can you guys go get one of your buddies that actually knows what their scale is of their idea of their ignorant imagination and like bring it to reality with a toy ball and a toy plane?" And a dude said, "That plane's got to have fuel." I said, "With your fingers flying it? We, huh? This is what we're working with. This is what we got to deal with."
Bro, this is why humanity isn't going forward.
Yeah, because they think me telling them grab a toy airplane with your hands, now fly it around the ball. They think I said go
Bro,
fuel it up and gas it up and get inside of it.
People were convinced that reality isn't real, right? That there's no
Correct.
consequences to your actions, that you can do whatever you want. So now people are out here doing dumb stuff, and they're hit the consequences, and it's like, oh, I thought there weren't any. You're fucking stupid. Consequences for everything.
Consequences were being run by the Department of Defense every day in our school books, in our science, in our just everything. It's like it's all just fucking. And each
Well, dude, the guys are taught crap in school. Now, who knows how a bill is passed into a law, right? Who knows the difference between a public law and an act of Congress itself? Like, they're sitting here arguing shit that's not real, but they don't know anything that is real.
right.
They don't know anything except for what? Some algebra? But they still don't, they suck at that because
Exactly.
they can't tell how fast the rockets are going.
They know non-physical attributes. Watch this. An airplane flies horizontally past you to not leave Earth. A rocket goes up and comes back kamikaze down to leave Earth. Something ain't right here.
All rockets come down. There's not one fucking rocket that's ever been put up. And this is just rocketry history. I know
but
one
it's my
rocket has been put up that stayed up. Fuck out of here.
No, but don't miss the point. Don't miss my point. The airplane will be flying horizontally. The rocket will
Mm.
go up while you see the airplanes going horizontal, and it'll go up and do a loop down, and the airplane will still be going that way horizontally. So where's the airplane going? If the rocket went down, if the airplane's still going that way, the rocket already went down. Where's the rocket going? It can't be going off Earth. It can't be going off dirt and water. It's got to be hitting the dirt and water by the
It's all
physical
right,
truth
bro.
of that.
It's all right, bro. They can't explain none of the shit I'm seeing where I'm staying at right now. I'm watching the sky at night. We don't have any jets that go that fast. The shit I'm seeing moving is quick though.
Yeah, but what? Yeah, but what's quick mean? I just want you to pay attention. You can't. Yeah, that fast is good. Stay there because we don't know what speed those things are moving. We have no way to actually judge or compare because the government doesn't know what speeds are. They don't know.
Oh, dude, that's the one thing I can get from NORAD and all that is all the shit that's moving around in the sky within the dome. I can get all that activity, but none of them can tell me what any of that shit is. It's like, of course, it's advanced flying craft. Duh. You can't catch it. You can't even maneuver to get near it. It's faster than you. It turns on a dime. Oof.
Yeah, but so can a fly.
Oh, shooting stars. What the hell's a shooting star? They're inside the container
Might
with
be a
us.
reflection, man. It might just be a way of
Ah,
light reflects like a diamond.
no,
If you see
I
it
don't
shimmer a
think that,
certain way.
bro.
Well, I mean, how do you know? That's what might be means. See, mights do have possibilities, but
That,
now if I guaranteed you it was that, that would be different. Then you'd be like, the mock, you're goofy.
I'd be more open to believing what's in the Quran about them than anything else.
Why do they disappear? Is what I want to know. Why aren't
That's a
there any?
very good question. Dude,
That's I keep asking
17,000
everybody.
miles, 17,000 miles an hour. That's the approximate that they've.
The claim
Uh,
speed.
well, that's the speed that they're saying that these things are moving. The shooting stars, 17-ish thousand miles an hour. Like, bro, if that's going that fast, the craft that I was watching last night's going at least 5,000. We don't have anything that goes that fast that can turn. Not like that. That shit's cool. It's real interesting, bro. When you talk about UFOs and you know that the Earth is a terrarium, it makes everything more interesting.
Arium. Terrarium. Well, the
Terrarium.
Globers have a dome. The Globers have the dome. You know that, right? All this
I
shit they're talking
know,
about
I know. They've
gravity.
got inner and
They got
outer
gravity.
space, but that
No, no, no,
requires
no.
a barrier.
They've got the word gravity that's supposed to stop you from going forward somewhere. Is that not a dome? Is that not a force field?
Well, ozone, bro. Oxygen 3 is the physical barrier between
Well,
us and
that's
outside. And it's
supposed to
like,
be
uh,
that's supposed to be the outside one for burning stuff coming in. And then
yeah,
if you
but
try to go out, it
ozone
interferes.
layer, bro.
It's
Remember
supposed to
that
be that.
bullshit? When you go Google ozone, what is ozone?
I
O3.
don't know. I just think it's air. I mean, it's
Ozone is
electricity.
O3.
It's an electrical amount. It's like the periodic chart. You got the fuck man, the atomic number. Yeah, fuck the other shit. Just pay attention to the atomic. I mean, I'm not saying it's atomic. I'm just saying it has to do with more the electrical property or attribute of that thing to give it
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah,
quality.
yeah, yeah. I got that, bro. We know
Okay.
that this week is electric.
Well, some people act like they can't follow my words. Damn it. So, fuck, man, I don't know, brother. I don't even like
What
to
up,
say word
Bennett?
of brother a whole bunch of times, but it's a nice word. It's not a mean word. So, yeah, that shit caught on. Like, I never said it like that. I never say, hey, bro. I'd always be like, what up, man? To anybody. But then like all these people on these things are like, bro, bro, bro. I'm like, what the hell? Why am I doing it now?
Most of the Globers are over at EA anyway, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
A couple of them.
They're
I hate the term flirt, bro. I
they're
hate it. It's like
mycores.
flat Earth.
They're
It's like,
microphone
bro,
holes.
Earth ain't fucking flat. It's a terrarium. The whole thing's a terrarium. That doesn't have a. There's no shape there. Like, what the fuck?
Right. They kept asking me the shape. I was like, the
Well, I
shape is
mean,
dirt.
the outside of it perhaps has a shape, but I don't know that we have a geometric shape that'll fit it. Because no telling what the rest of it's like.
Things ain't gotta have a shape, they just gotta have an attribute. What is this? Like a cloud. What is this? Like a circle. What is this? Like a sphere. You see what I'm saying? They ain't gotta have a shape. They just gotta have an attribute.
No.
Yeah, like a turd is a turd. There's not a turd shape.
Well,
It's a turd.
well, here's the funny thing. It's only the irony, right, of them wanting to measure like the outside of everything. It's like, okay, you measure the outside, and you find that it's half of a circle. Half of a shape isn't a shape. It's half of a shape. So it's like they're going nowhere anyway.
Yeah, right. Where's the rest of it? Where's the bottom portion? When can
Half
they
half
smell the
of a
stars
ball isn't
below?
a shape. It's just a half a ball,
Right.
right? So it's like, where's the shape part come in? You know?
In their mind. Their
Well, it
mind makes
has to
shape.
be. Well, it has to be a shape. You know?
Humans
Like
make
that
shape.
lady on Maury. It has to be your kid.
Well, they've
Has
been
to-
brainwashed to think that they have photos of the actual shape, and they just are so their worldview is fragile. They can't admit that it's a possibility that we've been lied to on such a mass scale. But the same people that won't even consider that won't even consider proven operations from the quote unquote our government that cares about us has done in direct, you know, um, opposition to its citizens. Like they can't even come to terms with proven conspiracies or false flags. They just put their head in the sand and pretend that didn't happen. Because then,
I
if
mean,
that's
there's
possible, then it's
Well,
possible that we are being lied
if
to
it's
on
their
such a
own
huge
people,
scale.
there's
yeah,
a
if it's
lot
their
to
own people,
unpack
it's
here.
like you're the reporter for the channel, you'd be fired on the impact if you even tried to ask anything about, can I get 30 cents more? Get out of here, fucking stupid. You're fired. You know what I mean? It doesn't even
Yeah, but
matter. Like,
there's a lot to unpack on all this, though. Because here's the thing: all the misinformation that we have either comes from outside foreign influence, which is wealthy business owners or whatever, or the CIA, which was originally started by an attorney. Which is funny because attorneys, the bar guild, is not supposed to be operating and practicing inside the state. Neither is the CIA, but here both of them are against the law. And you wonder why the country's messed up. Shocker.
yeah, who runs the
He,
CIA is the question.
girl, it was an attorney. It was somebody who was a liar who wants to. He's just one of those guys who wants to snoop on everybody, right? I want to know everybody's
Well,
secrets
then
or
you have
something.
the boss. Yeah, who does he work for? The Department of
But an
Defense.
attorney started the CIA, so a
Right.
professional
Or the
so-called
CIA started.
liar started a lying agency that produces lies. Ta-da!
Well, the attorneys are the ones that are supposed to have confidentiality with murderers and RICO acts, and where you can put the whole state in jail for nothing, just saying the word RICO. So when your attorney is a CIA or FBI agent or a fucking agent anyway, and every attorney will snitch on you in a heartbeat if you don't know them personally, then you're fucked. So
Yeah, well, I mean, they can snitch whatever. I mean, go ahead. Tell them that I'm doing what I want to do, that God told me I could. Like, fucking good luck in
well,
court,
you know
I
what?
guess.
You actually did something wrong, and they're supposed to be on your side and not, say anything. Just like
No, they're
that guy.
not. No. Don't get that shit twisted. Hold on now. Corpus Juris Secundum, Section 7, Article 4. The attorney's first duty is to the court. The courts are supposed to be following the Constitution. The court's duty is to the people, the public. But neither of them are doing that job, bro.
Right.
Right. But at the point where you and the court have a disagreement, the attorney will shaft you. That's corpus juris secundum. It's right there, black and white, written for everybody to read it. This is why I can't hire an attorney. I can't do it. Can't. Legally, I can't do it. It is illegal for an American citizen to hire an attorney. Unless you have mental problems, you can't do it. But, why would we teach this in high school when, it's so much easier to bolster the system that doesn't legally exist, higher and higher? Huh.
Man, I'd be amazed at this mold. People talk about trees growing like some stuff. This mold ain't no fun. And the mold is
Bro,
mold.
why?
Check this out. Because I'm outside right now and about to hit my blunt, and I'm looking on the ground, and there's like piles of the fertilizer and shit everywhere with the flowers and stuff. And I can see like all this mold looks gold, green to gold, and then some of it'll pile up and then make like red stuff ooze out of it. It'll look like blood coming out of a big pile of mold. The mold will get as big as a rock or bigger, or pile up along a tree or whatever, and it looks all fucking gold, like shiny gold. The mold does, all out of the wood chips. That's crazy.
There's a lot of shit we're all doing wrong. I mean, the most lush forests that we have on Earth, nobody tills that soil. So just let that sink in, right? Oh shit!
Yeah,
Did we lose the Goobers or the Flatters? Where'd they go?
What is it?
Did we lose Goobers?
We're talking about dirt and plants. The lush forests you don't have to plant that are there. First tilling corn and it dies every year.
Oy vey. Everybody wants change. Nobody wants to unlearn and relearn. Hello.
Hello.
Imbo and A left lane is here. I don't know how long he's been here, but he must have missed all the really good stuff because he's not Spurgin.
Was
Just
there
like
any
this.
good stuff happening before I joined?
Yes.
Yeah,
Lots
we
of
were.
good stuff.
Yeah, we were predicting that a glober would not even know their own model at all to be able to show you how airplanes can fly around a ball. They'll have excuses like words
Just
like "nuh-uh" and scale and just stupid excuses why they don't know why the globe works.
They need to
that's where
show a
we
moon
started.
orbiting around an Earth in a lab.
Can you demonstrate that with a toy airplane and a ball? Since you know
No, I
how that
can't.
works. I thought you just said what's lockstep then? How do you know what lockstep is if you can't demonstrate it? You're just making it up, right?
I don't know. I'm too stupid.
So you
Just
don't know.
using words that sound cool to make you think he is.
Okay, that's what I thought. So he imagines the globe has something like whatever. I don't even know what lockstep means. And what's that mean? What's that look like, lockstep?
I mean, I know what it looks like. I'm
So is
trained
the
a
air
couple of my
lockstep?
animals. I know what lockstep looks like. Yeah. When I move, my dog immediately moves. When I stop, he stops. Yeah. That's lockstep.
Isn't lockstep just that they move uniformly with each other?
Same. They move with the same.
What moves it the same, the air or the airplane? As the air. They both do. They both stuck with the earth right there. How could they ever do anything?
I've always heard the lockstep thing, but what kills me is that whole 1 degree per 69 miles. It's like, dude, that only works when you're going north or south. But when you're going south, it changes.
That doesn't work.
It depends on if you're looking left to right stars instead of the ones in the line, right? So it's a whole mix of crap that doesn't translate
No,
east to
because
west.
listen, I'm gonna tell you why that doesn't make any sense. 1 degree per 69 miles where? From you
Well,
where?
for what?
Yeah. So
It's
like
his angle to the star. It's like, so what? Your angle to the
well, a
star
star,
north
hold
of
on,
you
a
changed and
star's
south
not
of you changed. It's
69
moving.
miles.
Duh.
Hold on, 69 miles in space would look like what? It
I
wouldn't look
don't
like a
know.
degree. It would look like a billionth of a degree. It would be you would have to zoom in on the fucking dot, brother, with a microscope to be able to see that degree. You understand that, right? Like totally zoomed up. You know how the fucking small you would never even be able to fathom a degree in space or 69 miles.
I mean,
When it's billions in light
there
years.
were better things we did mention though, other than the glob horse shit, because it really is tiresome to be talking about shit that ain't real.
Yeah.
I never thought I would get that out of adults more than children. That's what's crazy. But I get shit that's not real more out of adults, so-called adults, so-called, ooh, than I do fucking children, bro. What? How does that make any sense?
I don't know if you've noticed, but the server is kind of dying. So I think I will do the games.
No schnitzel. Because you Globers are just irritating. Yeah, and y'all irritate yourselves being assholes the whole time. Not you, perhaps, but others.
Yeah, I'm anti-oppressive moderation. I was already advocating multiple times for flat earthers to be unmuted here.
Don't worry about all that stuff, bro. I'm not worried about that. Face to face, standing on a mountain, standing anywhere, can you demonstrate what you're talking about? And this is where the cowboy hat for cuddles goes right on. If I can't see it, it ain't real.
This is what Jesse does with his theodolite. He goes into a mountain and he measures the curvature.
Yeah, but that's the problem. He's already on elevation, trying to measure elevation changes while he's on an elevation change. He's the dumbest glober.
And what's the problem with that? Like, if you're on an elevation, let's say 1,000 meters above sea level, then if you measure to another mountain, if that mountain is higher than you, then on flat Earth you will expect it to be higher than the level. If it's lower, then you will expect it to be lower, right?
That didn't make any sense.
No, because your optics have a range. You're limited.
My thumb is bigger than the sun.
Wait a minute. Hang on. Let's stay focused here. See if we can follow through with that conversation.
My
It's
thumb
important.
is bigger than the sun, left lane. My thumb, when I hold it up, is bigger than the sun. What's
No,
that
you're
mean?
interrupting the most important part of what the point that Imbo made there, that the mountain is taller than him on a flat surface. There's no way at the top of that mountain. I'm going to mute you if you don't quit.
I'm going to mute you.
There's no way the top of that mountain can appear below your line of sight on a flat surface.
Dumbass. Why does it then on flat Earth every time? Why does the light in the hallway appear below your head to you and
It
your
doesn't.
finger? The
It
light in the
doesn't.
hallway doesn't appear lower than your thumb?
It doesn't.
Go
It
go
appears
get in a mile
higher.
long highway. Go get in a mile long flat highway and show us what you just said was right, you lying
No, I
fucker.
want Matthias was answering his
A
question. I
mile
want him to
long
answer and say
highway.
what he said.
No, we're asking for a highway.
I'm telling you,
We
Matthias
don't
was
care about your
answering the question.
opinion. We don't care about your opinion, dude. Stop interjecting your fucking bias.
Imbo's
Now
the only
then,
one
you
here.
can answer. You can answer now, Matthias.
Yeah, you can answer now, I think.
Matthias ain't here.
Oh, it's Cuddles. I apologize, Cuddles. I'm not looking at my phone.
You're good, bro. Whether or not something is going to be level, you're always going to run into issues with needing that straight line. So for something like that, I'd need a better optic, like a telephoto lens. I need something where my deviations are going to be less. That's why the tube.
But a telephoto lens doesn't even have any instrument to level it. So how would you do that?
I can always hook it up to something. That's not that hard. There's all kinds of adapters out there. And if they don't make one, guess what? I have a machine. I can make my own adapter.
But I'm confused how a bigger or smaller angular resolution is going to make the mountain appear higher or lower. It's just going to worsen your image quality.
Well, first off, I'm going to start with the problem. I mentioned in the beginning, you're trying to measure curvature of Earth, but you're standing on the mountain. Okay, so the first problem is you're looking in the wrong place for something. Two, the optics that you're using are going to have to be adjustable. Otherwise, you're at your peak limit of that magnification with a lesser optic at maybe a mile or two. Not even. So what you can see something in the background, if you can't rectify what it is, tell the colors, the shades of different rocks, you really don't have a good line of sight on it. You're out of focus. Out of focus doesn't really help you. It puts you in that anomaly range where you're messing with optical illusions. So something can appear one way out of focus and still in reality not be the way it appears to you.
Okay, but like people who do those measurements aren't too stupid to not notice that, so they always target stuff that is enough big in their field of view to resolve it pretty well. Jesse showed multiple times the target in his measurements. He made a photo through the lens of his theodolite, and the mountain he was targeting was pretty clearly visible without any problems, and yet he measured curvature.
Allegedly, that's cute. He presumed curvature because something appeared off in the distance as though it was smaller than it normally is, and that shrinking optical illusion causes a deviation in what it looks like the actual mountain height is. This is why you need proper optics that can zoom, or you're going to have to get a laser, or both. Using things that have a limited range of only a mile or 2 or 3 or 5 when you're looking at something 30, 50, or 100 miles away is stupid because you're using the wrong tool.
But what would cause the limit? I'm not familiar with any laws of optics that would put a distance limit on a telescope.
Okay,
Yeah, theodolites don't have a limit on them. If you can see it, you can take an angle to it.
Bro, what are the numbers? 3 by
No,
what?
we've
14?
looked it up. We've looked at all the manuals. I've looked at 2 or 3 myself, and it nowhere in it does it say there's a range limit of the theodolite as far as taking an angle to an object. If you can see it, you can take an angle to it.
Yeah,
You can agree that you can
We're
use the
talking about
theodolite
We're not talking about taking an angle here, bro. We're talking about saying something, making sure that any problems, any anomalies that would affect your ship are accounted for. So if you're out of focus at 40 miles, no matter what apparatus you're using, whether it's a fucking monocle or an auto level or an auto station or anything, if you're outside of the distance for the magnification, your shit is in the range of error. Period.
Don't
There's
you
no
agree that
sidestepping that.
don't you agree that it would be a pretty weird coincidence that those unspecified anomalies always give the same results, almost as if they were a systematic thing, which is the curvature?
Yeah. It's amazing that something out of focus and giving you anomalies and optical problems that aren't being rectified or dealt with. You get the same thing all the time being at the same spot out of focus. Isn't it weird? It's not weird. You're just making shit up now. Yeah,
That was
something's
just
out of focus, and then I'm going to go up there with something else, and I'm going to look at it with the wrong apparatus, and it's still going to be out of focus. And I do it again and again and again and again and again. It's still wrong. You're still not dealing with the problem that I've given you. You're using the
you can
wrong
tell when
tool.
you can tell when something is not out of focus when the image is clear.
Yes, when the image is clear, like the rocks on the side of the mountain that you're looking at, which you don't have with an auto station because they have an optical magnification limit. So I'm asking, what's the magnification? 3 by 15, 5 by 20? What is it? Because each one of those has a set limit that you are able to bring something into focus and see what the fuck it is. Clearly.
It doesn't have any
They
limit.
all have a distance limit. 3 by
No, they
5, you're not using it for a mile. 5 by 20, you might not be using that for a mile. 20 by 100, sure, you can use that for a mile, but you're not using that for 10 miles. Now you got to go up to 200 times something else. Your magnification has to go up. Magnification is exactly proportionate to the distance that you're trying to look at. This is how optics work.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it fucking
Magnification
is.
is
Dude, do you hunt?
magnification.
Do you hunt? Do you hunt?
No.
No. Okay. So you don't use optics and adjust the magnification to bring things in and out of focus while you're hunting. But that's what you do when you hunt. I hunt. I have to bring things in and out of focus by adjusting the zoom depending on the distance of the object that I'm looking at, trying to fucking shoot. So you're saying no to something that literally happens in real life. This is the problem that me and DMOG were discussing before you showed up. You're saying no to something that is true just because. Where's your experience with the thing? There isn't any. So then why are you saying no? You don't know. You have zero experience. And obviously you didn't read enough optics books. There's a couple of things. I would say the magnification has a lot to do with it, but the lenses have a lot to do with it too. But you can quote me. Magnification is proportional to the distance that you're trying to look at. The higher the magnification, the further the distance. That's why we have things with higher power magnification to see further. So your no is just weird. He left. Shocker. Oh no, he's here. Hey.
Magnification just means how he didn't left, he's just muted. But magnification just means how much the image is being magnified. And that image can be an image of anything at any distance.
Okay, but if I magnify something at 1.5x, I can only use that to clarify an object, to be able to see what it is clearly at a certain distance. Now, if I go to 5x or 10x or 20x, now I can see further. So, again, How am I wrong when I'm literally proving my point?
Because you're increasing your angular resolution.
No, you're not. You're looking at the same object with a different apparatus. You haven't changed shit. You're sitting at a table looking at an object. You change your apparatus. It's still sitting on the table. You just move your eye over the thing. Oh, man. Looking right down the pipe, and you're telling me it's not, but then it is. My question to you is, why are you telling me something that's not true to go against something that is true? Because
Well,
even
here's
with
a question. There's a question talking about the magnification. If you look like, say, a 24 power scope at the tip top of a mountain, 70 miles away, and then you look at it with a 35 power scope, does the top of that mountain change its angular relationship to you?
it doesn't change its relationship because all the apparatus are going to be on the same table level. So whatever I'm looking at, it's going to be the same spot, different apparatus. The only problem is not being able to adjust your magnification. That's going to be your biggest problem. When you have a solid magnification that's not adjustable, it has a set limit, and everything within that, before that range and outside of that range, is all going to be out of focus. Period. That's why I said magnification is directly proportional to the distance, or the distance is directly proportional to the magnification that's needed. Whichever way you want to slice it, the higher the magnification, the further you can see. This is why we got a 500x telescope. Is the better one. Why? Why don't I use the 125x telescope? Why the 500x? Because it's got more magnification. You can see further. You can clarify things at a far further distance than you can with the 125x. So it's directly proportional to distance.
What does that have to do with taking an angle to a mountaintop?
It bro, we're not taking an angle to a mountaintop. He's trying
That's
to
what Jesse
see.
did. That's what Jesse
No,
did.
look. Me and the other guy. What's his name?
Imbo.
Imbo.
Me?
Right. Okay, so we're standing on a mountain, right? We know the elevation of the mountain from sea level. We're setting up something that's level to look at the other mountain that is God knows how far away. We've leveled what we're setting our visual apparatus on, whatever it's standing on, whatever it is. Okay? It's all leveled and zero. We're looking at something else to see if the height matches.
Okay.
That's off in the distance. In order to get that correctly, you need the right magnification. I would say you're going to need both the correct magnification, which is a larger magnifying glass, larger monocle, and the laser, because you want to see what the hell you're hitting. You want to see where you're looking at. You want to get a good idea. That's why we put lasers in damn total stations in the first place, so that we get an accurate measurement of what the fuck the distance is from where
But
we're
again,
looking to the top.
Magnification is not going to change the angle you're going to measure to the mountain. The only thing is going to
Nobody
change
said it
is that
was.
maybe you will see a mountain in better quality.
Nobody said that it was going to change anything about an angle. You're looking at something straight ahead. Where's your angle? Where's this angle at? What angle? There isn't one. You're looking at something with one line, one straight line.
I don't think
Where's
you
your
understand
angle?
what a theodolite does,
I
apparently.
know what these guys are trying to do with it, Left Lane, and I know what you're trying to do with it. But what he's
I'm
designed,
not trying to do anything.
The
A theodolite.
conversation we started with was trying to know the distance above a certain point of the top of a mountain using One straight line looking at the mountain, given the
Let me
known
talk,
elevation where we're
man. Come
standing.
on. Yeah, come on. You're kind of monologuing. The theodolite has a horizontal reference. It's setting level at its position. Your line of sight has an angular relationship to that horizontal. That's the angle that we're talking about. That's what the machine does.
But there's no, you're not using an angle in what we're talking about. He said standing on top of a mountain, right? Okay, so I'm on a mountain. I'm looking at another mountain. I know the elevation of this one. I know the elevation of that one. I'm looking at it to see if where I'm pointing, if there's a difference in elevation. I'm trying to measure something off in the distance using a known measurement with a straight line only. There's no angle. You're bringing this in after the fact.
So the angle
So
is
you gotta
measured.
really pay
I don't
attention
know
to
where
these
to go from there.
conversations, bro.
I don't know where to go from there with it because you're not. I don't think you know what a theodolite does.
I know you don't. I know. You blah, blah, blah. Don't care your opinion. Nobody fucking asked to. So, like, how about you act mature and keep it to yourself?
No, I mean it's germane to the
No,
conversation.
then you're not gonna act mature.
You
Cool.
don't
So then
understand
talking to
the
you is pointless.
significance. You don't understand the significance of Jesse's observations. Then
We're not talking about. Oh my God, Jesse's not here. Me and Imbo are talking about one thing. Yes, he's using some of Jesse's stuff, but we haven't gotten to taking an angle to anything yet. We've shot a straight line. One line. One. There's no two lines. You're introducing something that's not in the conversation me and Imbo are having.
that's the dead end. That's the dead end right there.
Yeah, right.
You're not
that is the dead
understanding
end,
that
but you're just not listening.
Your line of sight has an angular relationship to your horizontal plane that you're at. That's the
But you're
angle that we're
horizontal.
talking about. And you look at a
But you're
mountain that's
horizontal.
taller than you. You're looking at a mountain that's taller than you. Should be above your line of sight, your horizontal plane at your location. But for some
Right.
reason,
And again, you
Jesse
still
had to
don't
look
need another
down.
angle.
He had to look down at it for some reason.
Yeah, because
Cuddles,
he's
do
out
you
of
know what the
focus.
zenith is? Do you know what the zenith is?
I already know why he had the problem, because his shit's out of focus. He's using a monocle out of focus. That's why he's having problems. That's why he's got optical anomalies happening in his field of view.
You made 35 observations on that one spot.
Okay, but he's still using something that doesn't have an adjustable magnification to be able to rectify anything in the distance. You can't focus on nothing. You can't clarify it, what it is. So you're in the range of optical illusions. So whatever anomaly you do see, you can't tell me that it's not an optical illusion because you're out of focus, you dingbat.
Okay, let me show you something.
Ah! How dumb can you be?
So this is an image that Jesse took with his theodolite when he was measuring to this mountain. Do you think this mountain is out of focus in this image? Because it seems pretty clear to me.
Bro, I asked Left Lane for the magnification on the station that he's using. He doesn't know. Oh, it just has an infinite range.
It's 35.
Yeah,
I think it's 35.
So does my binoculars, bro. I don't need to buy another pair of binoculars because mine has an infinite range on it already, even though it's a 3x15. So it really doesn't go very far.
Well, what's wrong with the picture that Imbo put a picture in chat? Take a look at it and tell me what's wrong with it.
Bro, I've already told you what's wrong with it without even looking at it.
No, you can't tell. You can't tell about a photo without looking at it.
What I say.
Look at it, and make a decision based on what the image appears to be. You're just saying out of focus.
I told you it's out of focus.
It don't have a focus button on it, man.
No shit, because he's outside of his magnification limit.
You don't even know
stupid.
what a theodolite is. And you
I
quit
don't
calling people
care.
stupid.
I don't
No, don't
care
call
about.
people
Hey,
stupid.
hey, left lane, left lane, left lane. Moderate yourself. Stop ad homing people, dumbass. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ, you're the one doing
You
it.
don't know. You
I have
don't know.
not
You
called
don't know
you
what the fuck
stupid.
I know,
I
kid.
have not called you dumbass.
Yes,
You're the
you
one
have.
calling
Yes,
names.
you have.
You're the one calling
You
names.
don't know. You don't know is calling me dumb, stupid.
Yeah, there. Listen to that
You
shit.
don't know. That's calling me
I'll
stupid.
let
That
your
is
position
calling me
stand.
stupid. That is
I'll let
calling
your
me
position
stupid.
stand on your own and its own
Gotcha.
validity. I'll just let it go.
Dumb motherfucker.
I think I'm leaving because this is kind of boring.
Yeah, it is boring.
Yeah, it
Being a jackass
is
left
boring.
lane is boring. You fuck up the
Cuddles doesn't
conversation.
have a position. He obviously doesn't have any knowledge of the theodolite, so it's no
Didn't
use
even
talking
get
to him.
to my position. Couldn't. You were too busy interrupting ad homing. You don't know this and you don't know that. What the fuck do you know about what I know? Nothing. So stop it. Stop being childish.
So the
You
argument
don't know. You don't know
making
shit
that
about
you
what
need
I know.
the argument you are making that you need the correct focus to look at
I
something.
haven't even made one yet. I've told you that it's out of focus, and I'm right. It is out of focus. So what? You can see something. You can't see anything beyond. There's something there. You can't really tell what it is because it's out of focus. You're
Well, I
inside
can
the
pretty
realm of
clearly see the
optical
mountain.
anomalies now.
I can pretty
So
clearly see on this photo there's a mountain.
anything you do while you're out of focus, you're inside the realm of optical anomalies, which means you're not getting accurate anything. It's a guess at that point.
The only anomaly that's here is your anomaly of IQ relative to the average IQ on this server, and it's a negative anomaly.
It's higher than left lanes. I haven't had to say anything to either one of y'all about what you do and don't know.
Because
Just what you do and don't
the same
have.
stuff all
You don't
over
have.
again without any basis.
You don't have the correct apparatus. You don't have the correct magnification. You don't have the correct tool for the fucking job, and you're doing it all out of focus, which means all your results are in the null anyway.
Yeah, except
Because
the
you're
image
out of
is there and
focus.
it's pretty clearly not out of focus.
Out of focus, you're having to guess what your ranges and distances are.
There is no range.
You're right. It's not off in the distance. There's no range to that mountain. There's no distance to that mountain, right?
No, there is no range that a theodolite has. It has an infinite range.
No, it doesn't. The optics don't. The optics don't have an unlimited range, bro. There's no such thing. Otherwise, we wouldn't make more than one type of optic. We'd only make one.
Yeah, we make different types of optics because
Yes.
you may want to have a better magnification for the sake of having less field of view, or you can have a bigger field of view for the sake of less magnification. That's kind of the only purpose.
Right, it's to be able to see further, clearly.
No, it's not
That's
about
the
seeing
only
further.
purpose.
It's about seeing better details.
Well, hold on. Isn't better details being able to see further?
Not always. You can have one object,
No?
right?
Okay, so 200 yards away.
Let me fucking finish. You can have one object that is at the same distance, and then you can take a better optic that will give you more magnification, and you can see more details on this object, even though those details are also on the same distance as this entire object. It's just that those details that are a part of this object are smaller.
Bro, you're trying to prove curves standing on a mountain. That is stupid. Go down to the sea level. Go along the beach line. Show me that. Hey, you know what? Even better. Go out the ocean when it's calm and measure that curve across the ocean. That's what I'm waiting for. Well, the guy climbed a mountain. Okay. Did he take the correct apparatus with him? No. Okay, so I'm not listening to any of his horseshit then, because he's dumb.
It wasn't maybe measured over an ocean, but there's plenty of long distance photos that aren't technically measurements, but are still photos that are taken over a sea or an ocean, and they show a curve because the mountains in the distance, the landscapes are lower than you would expect on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's an optical illusion. Again, out of focus, optical illusions will happen more prevalent.
Yeah, nuh-uh. That's the name of this illusion.
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. I'm wrong somehow.
Not somehow, you're just wrong.
Oh, but you don't know how.
I know
So
how,
I'm
because I posted...
wrong. I'm not wrong in a particular way. I'm just wrong because you said so. Cool.
Yeah, the reason you're wrong is that I literally posted a photo that Jesse took through his theodolite, and it clearly shows it isn't out of focus, and yet you're repeating out of focus without any basis.
Everything is out of focus, bro.
Yeah, if your eyes are out of focus, then maybe that's the reason why you think the Earth is flat.
Bro, when you're using the wrong magnification or wrong tools for things, everything is out of focus. You can tell that he's out of focus because the colors aren't as sharp as they could have been.
The colors aren't sharp because the atmosphere attenuates light over distance. That's just basic atmospheric optics.
And why not do it at light? Why not do it at nighttime then with an IR scope? You have no light attenuation and no light problems. There goes your refraction too. You don't have that bothering you anymore.
You also have that bothering you because refraction works on every single wavelength of.
It doesn't work at night, bro. It doesn't work at night. What are you talking about? Fraction is a light time thing. Light's daytime. We're talking about doing this at night with IR. Where's the light at?
At night.
Yeah, refraction still happens. Refraction's bigger at night than it is during the day.
How? I didn't know about that actually. What is the reason for that?
Well, it's the cooler air that, and you still got the Earth radiating the day's heat, and I wouldn't say all night, but during the waking hours, you're generally going to get a more stable, elevated amount of refraction at nighttime. On a calm night.
From the long distance observation, guys, I've heard that the best conditions are during the sunrise and the sunset, around those times.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've seen some crazy refraction at sunrise for sure.
You calling a mirage a refraction? Did I hear that correctly?
Mirage is refraction. Refraction's causing the mirage.
Light bending, huh?
Yeah. That's actually a genuine argument that Nathan worshippers do, that mirages cannot be refraction because you need multiple mediums for refraction, and in atmosphere you only have one type of medium.
I thought light was a wave. Aren't waves already bent anyway?
Waves are bent? What does that mean? I mean, waves are bent, and this is called refraction. Refraction is just the name for phenomenon of waves bending, and that was also one of the evidences for light being a wave, because they've already observed refraction with other types of waves, like waves on the ocean or like sound waves, before they observed like refraction with light, and were able to explain it. That's why, because there are certain fluffers who don't believe that light is a wave, they try to redefine refraction, deleting the word wave from the definition, but it doesn't really work, because the same exact refraction happens with other types of waves.
Well, here's what's funny. Left Lane says at nighttime that the refraction is going to happen more because of the heat built up on the surface, but we've got long distance photos from places where heat wasn't built up on the surface. using IR at night, and there are no optical illusions between point A and point B in the photos. It seems that IR cuts through all that bullcrap.
Well, there are long distance photos taken in infrared that still don't match the flat Earth, so you would still need
Yeah,
Earth.
no, it doesn't match the globe because it's over 100 miles one direction, right off the top of the surface.
Yeah, IR is capable of looking through particulates or like maybe even fog. It's better at that.
Why wouldn't we use that all the time then?
But
Now we
it's
don't.
still
Now we can get rid of
susceptible.
refraction completely.
But it's
Oh,
still
but use
susceptible to
IR.
refraction. No. It's still susceptible to refraction. It'll cut through the density of the atmosphere better, but it still refracts.
Cool. So the champion long distance photo that's over 100 miles, by the way, Globers. Where's the bending and the refractioning and all of that over the 100 miles of distance and that? I mean, it's out there, and the guy's now famous. But where's the refraction? Where's the bending and curving and warping of the surface of the Earth, right? Doesn't happen in 100 and something miles.
Yeah.
In the world's longest distance photo.
Yeah, that guy's at almost 10,000 feet elevation himself, and he's looking at mountains that are like, I don't know, 12 or 13,000 feet. And if you plug it in to the Earth curve calculator, it matches what it looks like what it should on a globe.
It looks like what it should on a globe. When have you seen a globe?
Oh, I experience the curvature there daily. If you pay attention.
You seen your experience of not seeing?
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
let
not
you
sure
twist
what
your
that
words
means.
with me, bro. I just don't.
It sounded
That's why you
kind of
don't like me.
twisted. It sounded kind of
When have
twisted
you
to me. I
seen
don't know
globe?
what.
You think you experienced
I'm looking
something,
at
but that's
it.
not what I asked. When have you seen it?
I'm looking
You
at
haven't.
it.
Yeah, you
something to
haven't.
experience.
You're presuming
What kind of
globe.
straw man question is that?
He said it. I asked the question off of what he said. That's not a straw man.
He said he experiences it. He didn't say
He
saw
said
it.
he saw the globe. Okay, so I asked him, where the hell has he seen it? Well, I've experienced it. Well, hold on. What you believe inside your head and then walking around on Earth isn't you seeing the globe. So he lied. Either he's been to space to see the globe or he
Oh,
hasn't.
there it is. Calling me a liar. Yeah, I didn't lie.
Well,
Not one
I
iota.
mean, when did you see the globe? You can't be seeing it
I'm
standing
looking
on it
at
and then
it.
go,
I'm
oh, it's a
looking at
globe.
it
Show me
from
your,
my
show
perspective
me
and
your
my
picture of the
reality.
curvature of the whole Earth.
From my
Where's the
perspective
globe?
and
There's
my
no blue marble
reality. I don't
anymore.
know.
Blue marble just died.
Who let
Poor
cuddles in
blue marble.
here? Who let cuddles in?
Your mom.
She did.
That's who. Now what?
She loved you, cuddles.
What's up, buddy?
Real mature.
What? He asked a question. I gave him an answer. I mean, dude, it was mature of him to ask, wasn't it?
Yeah, but you went on a rant calling me a liar about what I
see,
said. Yeah, you won't let me
you
respond,
said you
and you won't
saw
let
the
me, and you
globe.
won't let me respond to clarify
Not
what I
letting
was
you
saying. So I don't know how
Oh, you
I'm out.
did. You clarified. You clarified absolutely that you didn't see the globe. That you were mistaken about what you said you saw.
No, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it.
Cool. So show me a picture where the bending of the edges of the globe are from where you're at, since you can see the globe.
Yeah, I would.
Without all that lens
I would say
barreling, please.
that I would say that Jesse's observations through his theodolite are more representative of what I experienced. I don't take measurements, but I do know I'm like coming up on a mountain range that's maybe 100 miles off in the distance. Can't see it coming across the flat desert. Can't see it. And then I get about 70 miles. I can see that distinct peak popping up on the horizon, still below my eye level. And as I get closer, the mountain grows out of the horizon. That's
optical
because Earth
illusion.
is curved. Earth is curved. That's why.
An optical illusion of something out of at distance, out of being focused. Yeah.
You're cutting out.
You tell me.
You're cutting out, mate.
Shit signal, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, the standard for globe is outer space. I mean, unless NASA did something other than go into outer space, then I'll take something else. But did they do something other than going to outer space, or is that the standard that NASA set? Let's see who can be honest now.
Well, about the honesty, we're like launching multiple rockets into space a week now. I mean, it's like every week there's at least one, and sometimes 2 or 3 rockets going up into space.
You're there. You're there. Cool, pushing the button.
I have been. I have witnessed it. Yes.
You pushed the button. No.
Oh, now
You
we got
didn't
to
launch
push the
anything.
button. Well, I did my amateur
You
rockets. I
didn't
used
do
to launch
anything. You
amateur
were
rockets.
an
I didn't go up into
observer of
space.
somebody else doing stuff. That's what you were. See, this is where the truth comes out.
How is that detrimental to me observing a rocket launch
Well,
going
you
into
said
space?
we listen. The language that you're using, we did something. When I say we, like me and my buddy, we went to go play pool, and then I tell you a story where I left my buddy at home and I went to the pool hall by myself. How is that a we thing?
Well, if I can clarify, I'm saying we as in human beings, we,
Well,
people,
I didn't
humans.
ask about you to
And that's
include everybody else. This isn't
well, I
some
mean,
weird
that's the way I talked, and you
LGBTQ++
don't
thing.
dictate. You can't
This
dictate
isn't
my
some weird
context.
LGBTQ++
Yeah. No,
thing where we got to include people that don't exist.
You're just
We're
showing
just
your
talking from
colors,
our
man.
experience here.
You're
Our
showing your
experience.
colors.
Burj Khalifa experiment where you had the top of the Burj Khalifa. Experience
We're
sunrise
not
with
adding
sun.
people that to the conversation that don't exist in the conversation left. I'm not doing it. You
Okay, bye.
are they here to defend themselves? No. Okay, so we didn't do nothing. Somebody else did, and they told you that they did it, and you believe that they did it. That's as far as that cat goes. So what? I asked the question.
So if we could talk about,
what's the standard
talk,
NASA set? Was it going to outer space, or was it something else?
Yeah, it went into space. But
Okay, so
maybe we
have
could
you
talk
been
about
in
something
space?
more common. Maybe we could talk about something more common to the everyday person, like basic observations, rather than talking about rockets into space.
Basic
Because
observations.
nobody here's been on a rocket, right?
Right. Nobody's been to outer space here. Correct. So then there is no globe because you don't know because you've never seen it.
Well,
You can't be on the globe and go, oh, the globe and look
doesn't
down.
follow.
It's like, no. It doesn't work like that.
Or just whether we've gone into space or not does not dictate the shape of the Earth.
Well, I asked, what is that? Did NASA set a different standard other than going to outer space? Yes or no?
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. But
No.
what about
Well, they
the
didn't.
sun? What about the
That's the only
sunrise and its
standard.
path across the sky and its setting and where it
What
goes
about
at night? How
what
about
about the
that?
sun inside the terrarium that has optical illusions attached to it?
The sun comes up, you trace it, and you just imagine you're in your backyard tracing the sun's path across the sky until sunset.
Yeah, and you can do the same thing with an airplane, but you know the
you've drawn
airplane's
a
at
half circle.
50,000 feet.
Fuck you, man. Hey, fuck you. You
Yeah,
can't have a
fuck you too.
conversation.
You do the same thing with a plane, bro. The plane's at 50,000 feet cruising. You do the same thing, and it gives the same anomaly.
I can't do it. I can't fake that.
Yeah, you can't lie that hard because I cut you off every time you start lying. Yes, yes I do. You can do the same thing with a plane coming into the horizon and going away. Same optical thing that happens with the sun happens with the plane. And we all know that the plane is cruising at 30 to 50,000 feet. It's not dropping or losing elevation. The Earth's not rotating. Right? We know all of this. But you're going to go, oh, well, I see the sun and it appears to come up from the ground, but so does the plane that comes over the mountain. So does everything else flying in the sky. So that doesn't mean that Earth is curved. It's just another BS obfuscation away from the standard of evidence that was set in stone by the scientific community. Going to outer space. You haven't gone, so there isn't any. Next problem. Until you go, there isn't any outer space. It's just your imagination, kid. No amount of belly aching is going to make me change my position.
I don't know, dude. If you can have a fucking conversation where you interact, and when you talk and then the other person talks, then there's no conversation to be had here.
Oh yeah, you mean like when the other person doesn't tell you what you do and don't know in a conversation? Like that? Which is more rude? You telling me what I don't know when we're having a conversation, or me cutting you off when you're lying to me?
Yeah, you're accusing me of lying. I've not lied once all morning long.
We went to outer space. You didn't go anywhere. That is a lie.
No, I clarified what I meant by we, and you just don't understand.
Yeah, you meant, but I wish you would just say what you mean instead of meaning what you say, and then having to clarify.
I meant what I said,
you meant.
And I'll say it again, and I'll stand by it. You just don't get it.
Yes, I just don't get the fact that you're using the English language incorrectly. Yeah,
That is a
even
normal
though
use
I
of
told
we.
you
We
were
went to
doing
the
it,
moon
I
is a
don't
normal
get
way
it.
to say that.
I told you were doing it. I proved that you were doing it. I showed you how you were doing it, but
No,
I'm still wrong.
You're proving yourself with your own words that you don't get it.
Get what? You said you did something.
Much of anything.
You didn't do anything. So you did lie. You don't understand the language that you're using, apparently, because you lied, and then now you're lying about lying, because you don't know what a lie is, apparently.
We went to the moon. Do you understand English? That is the proper use of we. That doesn't matter. No, I did not, but it's a proper way of using English.
Us is me.
No,
us
no,
is
it is
we
a
is
normal
me.
way of.
We went
It
to
is
the moon.
proper English. If you don't understand that, you have no reason to be
say
here.
they went
Learn
to
some
the moon.
English,
That
mate.
is proper.
Learn English,
That's
mate.
proper.
This is a normal, proper way of usage of we. Learn
They
it.
say they went to the
No,
moon.
we,
That is proper English.
humanity. That is proper English as well.
I didn't go anywhere.
I didn't say that.
And most of us didn't go anywhere.
And
So
that
you
is
hold on,
proper way of usage of we.
At what
Learn English,
point
mate.
do you
Learn English,
use
mate.
an exception to make a rule?
Fuck off, learn English.
15 people went to the moon, right? 15. How did we as humanity go when only a very small fraction of the amount of people on Earth actually went? We didn't go. See, they went. They.
What's the
yes,
real
but we as well.
They went. Because my mom went to the store, and then my mom took me to the store.
Went to the moon.
We went to the store.
Went to the moon. That is correct. Learn it.
I don't know that we
went
did.
to the moon.
What's the real reason that we're arguing?
That doesn't matter for this discussion. It's just the proper usage of we. Don't make an argument over it. It's correct.
This Bergen,
we or
using
they,
English
it
wrong.
doesn't matter.
I'm correcting the grammar in this Bergen.
No, you're miscorrecting it.
Semantics is the meaning of things, right? So
You're
what things mean does matter, or then why are we talking?
Can we just
if what things mean don't matter, then why are we talking?
Can we just say some people went to the moon and move the conversation forward?
I tried that. They wanted to spin in circles, so I'm happy to oblige them.
Yeah, you're the one cutting donuts here, dude.
I think you know what they meant, and you're just being kind of
I know. I know what he meant. He meant he went to do the thing with them. That's what we means.
No, not
right,
just
We
that.
went to the park. It doesn't mean I stayed at home when everyone else went to the park, dude. Are you fucking stupid?
Are you
Oh, yeah,
stupid?
got
That
me
is not the
stupid.
only correct uses of we. How can you not understand that?
That is the
How are
correct
you being
use of
corrected
we.
by a foreigner in your own language? How stupid are you?
But we didn't go to the moon. Nobody went to the moon. How do you land on a non-physical object?
That's a different discussion. That is not for now.
Well, yeah, right, dude, but it's the same discussion because it's not physical. So how do you land on a
It's a big
non-physical
rock.
object to go to something that's not physical?
It's a big round rock.
So nobody landed on the moon. See, we're right back to where I started.
Yeah, I don't see how people can look at something they've seen every night practically all their life and say it's not physical.
Cool. So when did you touch it? You have emotions. You can't touch
does
those.
something need to be touched in order to be physical? I haven't touched your
Yes,
mama, but
that's the whole point.
I wouldn't doubt that she's physical.
You haven't?
I
Oh
mean,
shit! I'll
nobody
give you
would
her
touch your
address so
mama.
you can, bro. You probably need some loving.
Returning
Yeah,
to my
just
point,
post.
it's
I
just
just po-
invalid argument to say that it's not physical if
You
if I
missed
haven't touched
everything
it.
though, yeah? Because it's okay. Nobody went anywhere. Because if they did, then you would be able to do it. I
Hey,
can go down to the grocery store and pick up fruit. Can you go pick up fruit from the same grocery store? Yes, you can. Now,
No, I
somebody
can't.
said they went to the moon. Can I go to the moon without having to join that company? No. Can anyone else?
Can I
No.
can I go to the same grocery store as you did without joining the same country as you? No. See, the logic applies.
You don't have to join the country. You come over here and go shopping at any store you want,
Yeah,
bro.
but I'm joining the country by going there.
You're talking
I need
about
to
a
go
visa,
there.
man. You don't need a visa for going to just coming over here to visit.
Yeah, but I need to go there. I cannot just.
Yes, but you can go here. That's
Yeah.
my point. I'm giving you something that you actually physically can do, and somewhere you can physically go that is physical that you can physically touch. The grocery store.
But how does it change the physicality of something if technically speaking, in theory, I could touch it, but I never haven't?
Well, in theory. Right,
It kind of
theory,
makes
good.
it kind of would make sense to me to say that if I have touched it, then I know that it's physical. But it makes no sense to me to say that, oh, I haven't actually ever touched it, nor will I ever touch it. But if I have the chance to theoretically go touch it, then it has to be physical. That makes no sense to me.
I mean, I'd like to see somebody touching the moon, man. I have the original footage from
You can
the
see someone touch it.
the bullshit moon landing.
Oh, you have seen it then
I have the
already?
original footage. They never went anywhere. It was done in a Hollywood basement. The original footage from Kubrick is available.
Don't be stupid, man.
If I
It's been
never go to
available.
the grocery store that you're talking about and you never go to the moon, the cases are exactly the same.
No, they're not, because the grocery store I have exists. You can look it up on Google Maps. You can find it on Visipedia. You can go on
you can look
taxexemptworld.com
the
and
moon
find
up
their
on Google Maps.
EIN. There's information. I
Maybe not
can't
Google Maps,
do any
but
of that
others
with the
would like.
moon. Can I call somebody on the moon? Can I mail a letter to the moon? Can I do anything with the moon? No. But I can do something with that
something
grocery
being
store. You can
physical
write the
now
grocery store. You
depends
can
on
call
if
them.
you can send
You
mail
can
to
look
it.
them up. You can Google Maps them. They even have Street View. You can see
you
the
cannot
store.
send mail to my father's grave. Does that mean that my father's grave isn't physical because you cannot send mail to it?
Oh no, I can. I absolutely can. You just got to know how
No,
to
you
do
can't. It's not a
Yeah, I
postal
can.
address. It's not a
Oh, it
postal
does
address.
too. It has one. Absolutely does.
Graves
It's
do not
whatever
have
lot
postal
he has
addresses.
at the address that the cemetery is, dude. You how do you not know that?
Not all cemeteries. They don't have postal addresses on the graves themselves. You can send it.
Well, I didn't say that they did. The graveyard has a postal address, and the
I
postal
actually
address
don't think
in
that I
graveyard
actually don't
on
think the
lot
grave has
is
a
the lot
postal address.
is the lot number.
If you
The
try
lot
to actually
number
send
is the
message,
address.
if you actually try to send mail relating to that graveyard, it will go to the Pentecostal church instead of the graveyard. So are you now saying
Maybe.
that the Pentecostal church itself is the graveyard because it goes there? That would make the Pentecostal church physical, but not the graveyard.
Well, the graveyard still is physical.
Yes, it
So
is
you're talking
physical,
about
but your
something that
argument is
nobody's touched as
if I cannot send a post to it, it cannot be physical. If I cannot call it, well, can I call a giraffe? If I cannot call a giraffe, then giraffes are not physical.
You gotta love this Narnia string, bro. Oh my god.
That was your argument, though. You made that argument. Now you're saying that it's a
Bro,
Narnia
about the
argument, but it was
moon.
the one that you
We
made.
don't have another example that you can't physically go to and can't physically touch. All the examples that you're giving me is stuff that we can go to and touch.
But your argument was if I cannot call it and if I cannot send a postcard to it.
There's supposed to be a base up there, dude.
Can you send a postcard to a lion?
They said there's a base up there. I'm supposed to be able to call a base. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah,
There's no base on
Why
the
would
moon.
you
Hold
set
on,
up a
this is
base?
news.
Hold on. Why would you set up a base without communications? What the fuck kind of common sense is that?
What base do you think is on the moon? This is
Well,
interesting.
hey,
Keep talking, Cuddles.
they've been
What
back
base?
so many times. They've been taking all this stuff up there. They had to build a base, right? We're gonna colonize the moon. That was 1976. Colonizing the moon. We're sending rockets up with supplies to build bases.
They should have a base drop on the moon.
They should already have a base by now. 50 years later.
When did that? When did that happen? When did we drop base building supplies onto the moon?
I don't know. When did they go? I don't think they ever went. Can't land on a non-physical object.
So, okay, well, I'm just going to pretend like you're still maintaining consistency. Can you name another non-physical object that can reflect radar and laser?
Do I need to? Was this something that we
Yes.
learned in school?
Yes, it was. In school, I bounced radio and laser off the moon. Correct.
Well, you bounced it off of something, but you don't know if it's the moon or what's behind the moon.
What? So is the moon in space?
Well, you're assuming there's nothing behind the moon, but last time I checked, space is infinite, right? And there's all kinds of stuff up there, so there's always something. So you don't know what you actually got it off of, because you think the moon's still physical.
Yeah. It bounced off something physical, didn't it?
Aye, and you need a container to have gas pressure, which is what you're breathing is gas pressure. So
I'll
I
interrupt
would say
Kool-Aid here.
container.
I'll interrupt the Kool-Aid here if I could. You'd have to beg me. I'll have to beg us to get this. But Kool-Aid, did you fire the signal in any other direction and get nothing back? Any other signal other than at the moon?
Yes, multiple times.
So it can't be the firmament, can it? Because it only worked when he pointed it directly at the moon. Can you see how this
Well, the
works?
moon
Can
is
you see
giving
how
off
these
light,
kind
so
of assertions can be dismantled in about 10 seconds?
That's fine, and so can the apparatus that he's using and the sensors in it, bro. It's like the moon gives off its own light.
We also measured the elapsed time it took. So because we know the speed of the radio waves, we can tell you how far away what we were bouncing it off was. So Cuddles, will you go ahead and tell me what I was bouncing that off?
Speed of light isn't constant, so you're using a constant thing for a non-constant
He said
environment.
speed of radio waves, not light.
He doesn't
aren't
even
they
listen,
light?
does he?
He said speed of radio waves. That's
Are
literally
they
the
not
words
light?
he used.
Are they not light?
Radio
Simple
waves.
question.
Do you know what that is?
Okay.
It's a form of light, isn't it?
But didn't you just time it going there and back and work out what that would be given the proposed speed of light, and it married up with the proposed distance to the moon? Is that what you're saying you did, Kool-Aid?
I'm sorry, my girlfriend was talking to me. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay.
You're good, but yes, that's what he's saying. That he took a constant speed of something that isn't constant.
But even if you took the speed that they give
Plug
him,
that in and got his distance, which means he's off.
Well, even if they gave the speed, well, no, listen. Even if they gave the speed that they told him, and he gave him the distance they told them, and he got the time, and he divided one of them by the other and divided it by 2, and it marries up with the distance they give them. What should he make of that?
Yeah, but MIT students have already debunked the speed of light. First and second year students did this fucking like a decade and a half ago, bro. Where you been?
Yeah, but the point you're not addressing what I'm actually asking you.
The constant speed of light is debunked. So using the equation for a constant speed that isn't constant, something that is no longer known to be true, right? Now known to be false, you're going to get an incorrect distance.
How much does it vary at the speed of light, and what the circumstances of its variance?
But bro, you're talking about the speed of light like it's a vehicle. It's something that dissipates over time.
No.
Like salt in water,
you
will literally break apart.
You're not being consistent. You said the speed of light varies. I asked you how much it varies over, and then you try and pretend that the speed of light doesn't exist anymore when you get asked one question. I don't know what you're doing.
It varies, bro. It loses energy over distance, and that's where it loses all of its speed.
I don't know either, which is why
it's losing energy.
I don't know how much it varies anyway, and you don't know, but I'd be happy to say, I don't know. Why did you find it so difficult to say, I don't know?
I find it very interesting that the technology Cuddles is using to talk to us and deny the speed of light requires a consistent speed of light. Cheers on that.
Consistent speed of light, actually. Most of this is copper. That's not light.
Most of it's copper, including the underwater fiber optic lines that have no copper in them. Well done, Cuddles. That's the dumbest thing you've said today.
But Cuddles, if he points something at the moon and he gets a signal back in a set amount of time, and he then points it anywhere else in the sky and doesn't get it back, doesn't that give him a clue?
I don't know what it gives them.
Really?
The problem is the standard of evidence for that was set is what everybody's trying to get away from, and all I'm trying to do is get one of you fuckers to land on the damn moon.
Well, you want one of us in this room to land on the moon. Is that what you're after this afternoon?
I've been saying that for decades, man. Any of you Globers, any of you, go right on ahead.
Well, the thing is, Bob Cuddles, let's talk about what we brought up, okay, right? He pointed something in the direction of the moon and got a signal back. If he points it anywhere else,
I don't know what he got a signal from. I don't know what the apparatus he used. I don't know what the sensors are like. I don't know what they're picking up. There's a lot of stuff I need to know.
But it's his signal he gets back.
I can tell you about it. The signal we sent was the Morse code for boob. It was easy to send. At about 11 o'clock, after we'd all been hanging out, I was a biology major, so I just happened to be in the biology lab when the nerds came by. The signal we got back was the encoded Morse code boob. Any questions, Cuddles?
So it was bounced. So the signal was bounced back to you. You received the signal that you sent.
Correct.
Hey.
Now, we straight up at an angle. What's with that?
It was straight-ish.
Okay, so all right. I'm just trying to get a pretty good idea, like the setup and where you're at. Okay.
Sure. So we're at Los Alamos National Laboratory, which is an extension of the UNM campus. It is set in the mountains above Albuquerque, New Mexico. What else would you like to know? I was wearing a blue shirt.
You're saying you don't gotta tell me all like the crazy details, man. I ain't trying to dox. Never been that type, man.
What do you think it bounced off, though?
This is done all the
too
time.
much here that I
Find your
have to think about. This is the issue.
Find your local ham guy. He'll do an EME bounce with your own voice, and then talk to you about it for the next 4.5 years. Getting him to shut up is the hard part.
I don't know.
Yeah, where it bounces in the distance is the even harder part to get anybody to talk about, though.
It bounces off the big rock. It bounced off the big rock that you can see when you look up, and the sun's not in the sky.
Well, hold on.
Not hard.
This is what's fun, right? Because in order to bounce a signal to a specific location off of a solid object, you'd have to know the orientation of that object and the angle that you're shooting it.
Yes, you're right. We also had
but we
also had to
don't
turn
have
on
that
the
on a round
we also
surface,
had to
bro.
turn what?
We don't get that on a round surface. It's harder to get an exact angle
Are you
to
saying
another system
are you saying you
off
can't make
of a
angle?
curved surface than a flat.
Oh shit. Somebody better tell San Francisco right now, because the Golden Gate Bridge is gonna come down. If you cannot make an angle to a curved surface, oh fuck. That bridge is gonna be destroyed.
I said it was harder for you to.
Even if let's entertain the idea that the moon isn't solid. Let's
entertain
the idea that the moon isn't solid. What did it bounce off?
I mean, you do have gas pressure, and you have to have containers that have gas pressure to breathe. So I would say whatever
you think
container.
Right, but here's the question: if you put that forward and let's entertain it, is the container everywhere in the sky?
Yes, but the question is will you get a signal back from anywhere in the sky, depending on the inside of the container shape, right? Or it's whatever, right? Convexity, concavity, whatever it is.
But if he tells you what he did and what he has achieved, if he points it in any direction towards the presumed container, he gets no signal. But if he happens to point it in the direction of the moon, he gets a signal back. So what on earth would make you deduce that it's the container and it's not actually something contingent on the moon?
Well, that is a good question. But again, that would require me to have more information. It'd be better for me to just go and do it with them. Because then I would have all the information, right? I'm standing there to see it all.
But if you have that information, and I'm not just saying this to wind you up, I'm saying if you had this information that we just discussed, your first assumption without more information would be that it's got something to do with the moon, isn't it?
It's either got something to do with the place that he's shooting on the container, or maybe the stuff that he's using to receive the signal.
Hold on.
You think there's something unique about the container behind the moon, which is also moving, by the way.
Well,
the moon is moving.
Say he looks straight up, right? And then he goes 15 degrees, whatever direction, and he shoots a signal. He doesn't get nothing back. Question is somebody 15 degrees from...
Yeah, but what you're saying...
this is what you have to think about with the container, because he may be sending... The one at the moon might be perfect alignment with him being on a flat part of the surface.
I'll grant you that. I'll grant you that. Okay, right. But here's the thing: the firmament, I presume, you think doesn't move that much, but the moon moves everywhere in the sky. And whenever you do this and you point it in the direction of the moon, you'd have to pretend that there's something special about the firmament behind the moon at that time, rather than something specific about the firmament.
God, why didn't I think of this before? Thank you.
I don't know.
Something is special about the moon. It's giving off its own light. So whatever signal you send on the moon, send to the moon. Well, hold on. This is what's really fun. So you can use light to transfer a signal. you can even push a signal into a light that's pointing a specific direction, and the light will carry that signal on for you. I don't know if it happens
Yeah.
all the time, but it does happen. It has been done. So he's looking at something that is giving off light. He is pushing a signal, and light is like a highway. It is a carrier of signals. Well, all right. So it goes to the source of the light, whatever
Yeah.
it may be, even if non-physical. But the signal that he sent is carried in that light. So if
Okay.
maybe it does get
Well,
bounced
that's
back
good.
off the source of the light
Hold on.
because it's
I have a
riding the
response,
light
Leslie.
wave like a vehicle.
No, that's good though, because what you now know is that it's bouncing back off the moon or something from the moon.
Well, the
No,
light, right?
he's
The
saying the
light
light.
is what's causing the anomaly for him to be able to even receive a signal. Because
Okay,
the light
hold
is
on.
pushing back at him as he's shooting it to it. It's pushing back, right?
So
The
what
moon
you're
is glowing.
hold on. What you're trying to say is that if there's light, then the signal can only follow the path of the light,
No,
thereby
what I'm saying is the
debunking
signal.
speed. Can you let a single person finish a sentence, or are you just that rude of a cunt? So thereby saying that speed traps and speed guns, radar guns, don't work.
Good point. And also, Kool-Aid, if you did this with a new moon where there's no light coming back from the moon or a lot less light coming back from the moon, do you get the same results?
I would assume so. I can't personally say I didn't do it, but yeah, no reason you wouldn't.
I mean, there is other technology that none of us have really messed with that do explain this more along the lines of my thought pattern, right? So non-physical, fine, but it's emitting light, and light carries signals. Light carries information. It will and it does. So if you're pointing at the source and you're sending a signal, if the light just so happens to carry part of that signal back to you and you receive it, doesn't mean it's physical. Just means the light is the cause of the issue that you're having.
Where in the real world do we see someone send a signal into an existing beam of light and the beam of light just coerce it back to the direction you came in? Where do we see that in the real world?
That's a good question. Probably IR, sender receivers, but other than that, I don't know. It'd be in a lab.
In a lab. So, I mean, it sounds. I mean, if I'm honest, what you just proposed, sounds to me like it doesn't actually exist or doesn't necessarily.
Well, then I can't transmit my data down my blue laser, but I can. I can shoot it right to you to an IR receiver. I can send you all the data on my laptop with light.
But there's a piece of equipment which is attenuating the signal into the laser light. The laser light isn't just naturally grabbing it and moving it for you.
So then there is a directional thing with pushing the signal into the light path.
Only because there's something physically adding the signal to the laser emission. Something physical, something we've made.
Right, like his apparatus shooting a signal into the light that's coming down to him, he's already using something to send something into a carrier. Light is a carrier.
That doesn't make any sense. There's
There's
light being emitted.
Signal back doesn't make any sense from a non-physical object.
Well, then maybe the assertion it's non-physical doesn't make any sense.
Well, no, because non-physical is fine. There could be non-physical bodies. That's not a problem. We got.
I know,
plasma.
but
Plasma,
this is the point, Cuddles.
plasmoids.
If you but Cuddles, is the problem. If you do something, if you conduct an experiment with the moon and it behaves in every way we look at it in this way, like it's physical, why would we continue to assert it's non-physical?
Those are tests. That's not an experiment. Experiment is manipulating things. You sending a signal is
Well, he is manipulating
the environment.
And
No,
did you
he
just
is manipulating.
manipulate environmental things?
Hold on, did you just say
moon.
plasma was non-physical? Is plasma supernatural?
Is all plasma physical?
Yes.
No.
No. So plasma is supernatural.
No. I said some plasma is non-physical.
Okay, what type of plasma do you think is non-physical?
What does that matter? The problem is that you're struggling with
Because
what
you're
I
making an
see.
you're making
So
an
you
assertion
struggle with
that
yourself.
you're making an assertion that one of the states of matter sometimes is non-physical, and that is incredible. So
Yeah,
can you
because
justify one of the
you're holding
states of physical matter being non-physical?
gas?
It's physical.
No, it's not.
No, it's... Wow. Congratulations, you have just debunked firearms. Good job.
I'm just pretending to be a Glover for a minute. So much fun.
No, Globers don't deny everything because we don't understand it. That's flirfs.
No, because
If
we
you want to
all
be
can't go to the
a
moon.
Glober,
We don't deny
wanna be
things
a-
that we can't do, or that we can do. Yeah, we can't go to the moon. We can't measure the beach. We can measure the surface of the ocean and the deviation therein. We do things we can do. You guys say that somebody went to the moon. Can you? No. Cool. Can you go to Mars and look at the Earth? No.
Can you
can do it, but you can't do it. See, the problem here.
Can you run
twisting
a
shit,
sub?
Bro.
Can you run a sub 4-minute mile?
Do I give a shit about your stupid line of questioning? No.
So because you can't
Next
run a
dumb
sub 4-minute mile means that no one can, and thereby the 4-minute mile has never been broken. Oh wait, that's wrong. It has. Just because you can't do something doesn't mean it can't be done by humans.
So non sequitur to no evidence of moon's physicality. Cool.
You rejected the evidence because
I rejected the fact that you're saying it's physical just because you're getting a signal, but you can use light and inject a signal down the path of light.
Yeah, but that has to come
doesn't matter. It's possible, motherfucker.
Yes.
That's
yes,
all
but the
you
way
need.
it's possible, is the thing emitting the light has to have some mechanism to inject the signal back at you. So it has to get to the thing, and something at the other end has to inject what you sent out back in.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're presuming you know how light works all the time, and you don't.
Would you?
Who said I did?
Then why are you saying things
Show me that motherfucker so I
that
can knock him out, bro. Dumb.
I mean,
it was
why
the same
why
guy
are you
who said
presuming?
physical matter is non-physical. Cheers.
I mean, I don't get this. You're saying in a lab they can do this, they can do that, they can do this. You've not done it. I've not done it. But then you're saying then there's a load of other people who can't do this, can't do that, and can't do this. You haven't tried it and failed to say they can't. So why are you saying they can't do some things and they can do others?
You got to put it in
from where you are. I just, clearly, what the signal he sent out came back from the moon. There's no other explanation that makes any sense.
You know what? Don't even take my word for it. Go do it yourself. Call up your local ham guy. I'm serious. They'll do it for you.
No, I will take your word for it, because everywhere I look on the internet, there's a group of other people, disparate people around the world who've also done it, and it makes complete sense that it would work that way if, and here's the crux, if the number they give for the speed light, which we've got no idea if it's true or not, is correct, if the distance they say to the moon, actually I've got no way of personally recommending, verifying with the tape measure is true, but everybody who does this, it seems to marry up. Now, what if I know that? I've got what should I think? Do I think that everybody independently is deceiving me, or they've got an experiment wrong, or that the moon's not solid and it's going somewhere else, it's hitting something else, but only it's pointed at the moon. I mean, all of these other things make less sense than it actually being true. This is what's lost on me. Why would anybody assert, with all the ferocity of their personality, that something can't be true, even though the more obvious and the more likely scenario is that they're wrong a bit? Fuck me.
I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on physical matters, non-physical. How does that even? He even said gas is non-physical.
It doesn't warrant an examination. That's just scratching around looking for cracks in the bottom of in the bottom of a vase of thoughts that don't seem to make any sense to someone. If you start shit like that, you know you're on the hide from nowhere. If you start saying, oh well, that's these obvious things aren't obvious anymore, that must be my get out. I mean, you know that we all do that from time to time. In the real world, we all make mistakes. We all think, well, that can't be true. Surely, no, hang on, they can't have done. No, surely they didn't do that. Well, how did that? And really, ultimately, comes down to the fact that we've got one fact, we've got one idea and a notion ahead, and we're stubbornly holding on to it. And eventually, we have to go. You know what? Yeah, you're right. Christ, yeah, that is that obvious now. But I was deceived. She did that, or he did that, or that's not true, or I was told that and it's a lie. That's what happens all the time in our lives. Why is it when it comes to things like where the moon is and what it's made of, does things all of a sudden completely fall apart in this way? It makes no sense.
For any of the Americans, if you're ever in New Mexico and you're bored because you're in New Mexico, check out Los Alamos. It's actually really cool. They used to do tours. I'm pretty sure they still do. They've got the longest rocket sled in the United States that's designed to crash into shit. So, there's that.
Damn, y'all got DMOC muted. It's silent in here.
The previous conversation just ended.
Oh, gotcha. Free DMOC.
I was just talking about how all cars and internal combustion engines should be outlawed, and we should go back to sailboats.
Oh, Dima.
Hot air balloon, see flatter forever. No GoPro lens, no film in the way. Isn't that crazy? Hot air balloon, 5 foot high, 10 foot high, 30 foot high, whatever you want. And if you got a moon rock that you're gonna take to the lab and send some signals to it to prove there's signals to a moon rock, that's what you need. Go get that moon rock from the government. They got a couple of them somewhere. They won't let you guys touch them though. Isn't that weird? Guys who think they know what a moon's made out of can't even touch a real moon rock to compare it. We've got nothing to compare the moon to. Or a moon rock on it that you can send a signal to start at 1 mile and go to 20 seconds. Put it in different places, have a little kid hide it, so you signals out there. You pick it up. Have him hang it from a string on a tree, and then see if you hit it with a signal. Have a hot air balloon float your moon rock up, hang down 1,000 foot from the hot air balloon, or 620, and then just shoot your.
Get closer to your mic. I can't hear you.
Yeah, you need to come closer to your mic so we can hear the drum better.
I said you'll need to test your moon rock theories with the moon rock. Maybe on Earth instead of fantastical places you're not. Maybe go get that moon rock and hang it from a hot air balloon and shoot signals to it.
That's what I've been like. It seems that we need some kind of concert on the moon because we need both base on the moon and then the rock on the moon as well.
You got a real moon rock or not? Can you test a real moon rock?
Yeah, I can make moon rock any day.
We'll wait
as
for
soon
you to
as
get
I
a real
get the
moon rock
guitar.
from your government. We'll wait for your government to trust your loser ass with a moon rock.
My government doesn't make rock. My people do.
You're not allowed to touch moon rocks or know what a moon is. So shut up and keep fucking speculating. Not knowers. Globers who don't know shit about moon stuff.
How do you know that the moon is or isn't cheese if you haven't touched it? If you
I wonder
haven't
what we
taken
could
a
compare a
bite,
fake moon to. Maybe a moon rock. I wonder if we could compare a moon rock to a moon. I wonder if we had a moon rock somewhere, we could make sure what a moon does.
You actually can. Spectroscopy is a thing, you know.
but it needs a
How do you guys
container.
test other stuff? You get pieces of stuff and say, yeah, we know all about this stuff because we tested a little piece of it. So where the fuck is your moon rock to say you even have a clue what any of you are talking about any moon, anything, ever, 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 ever?
Spectroscopy.
Where is your moon rock you know about?
I'll take a
I mean,
look at your
you
Nobel
literally
moon
can use
rock.
spectroscopy to identify what it is.
Your moon rock must have a Nobel Peace Prize wrapped around its neck, huh? All by itself, so smart. My little moon rock it only knows what it is. My little moon rock won't let me touch it. Why is the moon rock allergic to you? Is it like your pet moon rock? I didn't know it was smart. I didn't know it could run from you at all costs and hide from you and not let you touch it. Is that what moon rocks do? They
Do you
take
know
off
what's
running out of the lab?
Really,
do you know what's better than a moon rock?
You can't catch a moon rock like a Pokemon? This is crazy.
Do you know what's better than a moon rock?
You
A
want
pet moon rock.
radiation signal. You
What
want
is a moon
radiation
rock?
signal.
Can we please test a moon rock? Little kids want to know. My grandma,
No,
your
we
mom,
cannot touch it.
everybody
It's
wants to
fucking
know what a
radioactive.
moon rock is. What is it?
The potentiality of being radioactive.
What is a moon rock?
A rock from the moon. It's pretty obvious.
What is a moon rock? I'm going to keep asking until you guys go get the government to give you a moon rock. Can the government
The
write
last
the
time they
government a
visited the
petition?
moon
Say,
was in the
government, what
70s.
is a moon rock? Can we
The
please
last
get one
time
of your measly
the
fucking tons
last
of
time
moon
they
rock?
got a moon rock was in the
One
70s.
little microscopic moon rock, please, for the people.
Larry, let me
Are
ask.
we
Let me
worthy
ask.
to
Hold
hold
on.
moon
Let
dirt?
me actually
Can
see
we
for
please
you.
hold basalt? Basalt's too complex.
I actually
The
don't.
government won't let you
I
touch
actually
it.
don't have a
Don't worry,
moon
your
rock.
government will not allow you to know what a moon is.
I don't have a
Shut
moon
up.
rock, and I
You
don't
can go
have.
to Johnson Space Center. Go to Johnson Space Center, Democ. You'll
Not
find
my
some
fault.
there.
You're cock blocked from your moon rock.
Here's
Go to
actually what
Johnson
I'm
Space
thinking
Center.
about.
Go to.
Larry, shut the fuck
You
up. Let me
government
ask
cock
D-Mock a
blocked from the
question.
moon rock in your moon
Sure.
side.
Ask Democ. Ask Democ.
Larry,
please.
shut your
You gotta
fucking
pay the
mouth
moon
for a
stock
second.
to get no moon rock.
Larry,
Where's your moon? Where's your moon
Larry,
rock?
you know
Boy?
you got to go to the moon to get moon
Where's
rocks?
your moon rock test?
D-Mock, do you got to go to the moon to get? I don't think you have to go to the moon to get moon rocks.
Never gonna give you what you guys are hiding the moon rock like a secret fucking treasured
Yeah, we're
material.
hiding
Like,
it. I've
we'll
got one
show
up
'em
my
the moon
ass
rock
right now.
whatever you do.
I've got one up my
They'll
ass
know
right
we're
now.
lying if you show them a moon rock.
I've got one up my
What I
ass.
would
man.
actually
Why
love
don't
to
you
know.
believe? I've got one right up my
Never
ass.
prove a
Man.
physical moon rock. Never.
What I actually would love to know.
What you go to
I
the
would
moon
love to
for if
know,
you guys
Timo.
can't touch a
Do
moon
you
rock?
have?
What you go there for?
Do you have
What you
a
go to the
flat
moon
Earth
for?
rock,
What are all the tests being
or
done
do
in
you
the lab
have
for
a
moon rock?
dome rock?
What's the live testing?
I need you to have dome rock or dome glass, maybe. Do you have dome glass, Timo?
The
Because you need to have dome glass.
we should
Your
have mountain
government needs to give you dome glass.
Since 65, we should have been testing a moon rock religiously every single day. Everything about it.
You do need
What are
dome
these
glass,
tests
Timo.
at? Where's
You
the
need to
live
have
video?
dome glass.
Where is the live video
dome
of
glass,
moon
Timo.
rock testing?
Where is your video of dome glass?
What is a moon rock? Can you get one, please?
What is a dome glass?
That
Can
has
you
been
get
on the
one?
moon. And
Why won't your government allow you to touch magic moon rock?
because you're contaminating it. That's the thing, you
So
know.
how expensive is a moon rock? It's more expensive
Timo
than
could
gold.
definitely contaminate it.
So America's currency stems on that moon rock they put in the vault, right? So what's backing your currency is a moon rock, right? Not gold. So that
I mean,
one moon
moon
rock
rock.
nobody can touch has to be the most expensive object
it's
you guys
a
have.
historical artifact.
That's
Right
gotta
now,
be the
it's
most
a
expensive object. You
right
can touch
now.
gold,
No,
right?
it's not
You
expensive.
can
It's
touch
because it's a
diamonds, you can touch
historical.
gold, but you can't touch a moon rock.
Oh my fucking god! Are you gonna let
You
me
can touch
fucking speak
dirt,
for
you
once?
can touch water,
Are you
but
gonna
you
let me
can't touch a
speak?
moon rock.
Are you gonna let me
What
speak?
is a moon
It's
rock?
not because of expensive. It's because it's rare and we haven't got enough yet
What's
to
a
make.
moon rock? Man, I wish you guys could
And
afford
also because we
one.
don't want to
I wish you
contaminate
could
something
afford a real
historical
piece
now,
of
do we?
dirt.
Do we want children hands over the Mona Lisa? No, we
Basalt's
don't.
too complex for you boys.
It's moon rock and
Come on,
roll.
if you want to have a convo, that's fine, man. But god dang, you have a convo. Don't just talk over everybody.
You send your signals off basalt? Show us.
What did he say?
They told me the moon is made of basalt. Go get you a handful of it. Let's see how it orbits stuff and moves water. Let's see the phases of it, weirdos. Let's see what the moon rock
Now
does.
you're strawmanning, Demo. Can you
So
know
a moon
that?
rock doesn't do what a moon rock does?
Democ,
big
you're
moon
straw
rock and a
manning,
little
and you
moon
know
rock
you're
are
straw
just pieces
manning.
of each other. You know
Democ,
that,
you're
right?
straw manning, and you
So
know
if you
that.
think one piece of the rock does this magic thing like a
Democ,
jade,
you're
when
straw
I break the other
manning.
piece of the jade off, it's not going to act like the rest of the jade. I beg to differ, stupid moon rock boy.
I have a
Where are
question
your
to
moon rocks?
Marty.
Where's
Marty,
your
have you ever touched a moon rock?
moon rock? Where they at? Let's send a signal to a moon rock. What does a moon rock act like when a signal hits it? What does it even feel like? How does it smell when you hit it with a signal? What does it weigh when you hit it with a signal? What does the
How
moon
does
rock
it
weigh?
smell? It smells
What's
like
the
a
weight of
rock.
moon dust? What's the weight of moon material,
Like a
moon
rock.
rock?
What kind of stupid
What's their
is
weight
that?
compared to
Smells
gold?
like ass.
Hello?
I mean, weight
Moon
comparison, it
believers
depends on the
that
rock
know
that
moon
you have
rock.
because they're different
How did
shapes
you
and
ever
sizes
believe
of
a
rock.
moon without even a piece of it? That's weird.
Okay,
You
this
guys
guy's
run around believing shit without a piece of Santa Claus? You just believe Santa's real? Pay me some money then, weirdos. Pay me because you
Democ,
owe
we
me
don't need
money.
you
I'll
to
show you a
flex your
portion of
learning
the check. I'll show
disabilities.
you a ripped piece. I'll give you a
Democ, we don't
physical
need
ripped piece of
to flex your
check, but you
learning
won't
disabilities.
believe it. So you guys won't believe my real check. I show you the piece of it that you owe me, the bill. But you believe a non-existent moon rock. This is crazy. No physical stuff's good enough for you guys. You want mental shit, right? Just Star Trek fucking moon rocks, beams, and Star Trek beam me up lasers, bouncing off moon ball, dust, nothing. Bouncing off a moon, you don't know what it is. You keep insisting you know without a moon rock. It'd be probably easier to get a moon rock instead of just blowing fucking hot air and making shit up, wouldn't it? Let
Democ,
the
do you know
moon
what
rock talk for
spectroscopy
itself.
is?
How long does
Democ,
it
do you
take
know
for a
what
moon rock to be a moon rock on its own without you talking for it? Can
Democ,
a
do you know
moon
what
rock present
spectroscopy
itself,
is?
please? Can a
Democ, do
moon
you know
rock
what
be itself?
spectroscopy is?
What is a moon rock? No talkers.
Tell me, do you
It
know what
doesn't need. It doesn't need a
spectroscopy is?
translator. We don't need translators for dirt, dude. Shut up. Get us the moon rock. I'll translate
I
on
am a
my own.
translator. Were you asking
I'll
for a
translate what
translator?
a moon rock says to me.
If
You
you don't want to
translate what it
listen,
says
that's
to you,
on you.
weirdo.
If you don't want
I
to
can
fucking
translate
listen,
what a moon
that's
rock
on
is.
No,
you.
we ain't doing nothing but having no moon
You
rock.
don't want to
We have
listen.
no moon rock. We as a community, as America, we Americans can't get a moon rock.
Yeah, why the fuck do you think?
We Americans have no moon rock. Why are you guys not on the phone with Congress right now getting a moon rock?
Because I'm not American.
Why are you not just solving the problem of moon rock? Stop asking fucking me anything. Go tell your government it's their problem. They won't trust you. I'll give you
Yeah,
the
like
moon
they'll
rock.
listen to
If
us.
you ask
Like
me
they'll
for a
listen
moon
to
rock
some
and I had
random
one, I'd
fucking
give it
dude
to you, brother.
asking for
I'd
a
give you a
historical
moon rock
piece.
every day if I had one. Too bad your government wouldn't. See, that's the difference between flat earthers. They'll give
Yeah,
you them. I don't give a fuck to keep no moon
can we
rock.
please mute this guy so
I
people
would
can
give you
actually
all
speak?
of them. Matter of fact, you can go get all the basalt you want that you think's a moon rock. Let's do some testing. Let's see how it's like a moon rock.
It's not.
Oh, let me guess. Piece of the moon is
Alright.
not like a piece of the moon. It's nothing like itself, huh? Let me guess now. The thing that you took from
Okay,
the
his
thing isn't the
volume's
thing.
down for me. Oh, and
Why
that
are
has
you
muted
so
me.
angry about moon rocks, mister?
I mean, like, first of all, his question about going to the government. First of all, why would they allow some random fucking visa to touch a historical artifact? Second, there's only a limited amount of time we've been to the moon. Therefore, we have a limited amount of moon rock. So, I mean, like, if we start going even more, then we won't have a limited amount of moon rock. We'll be able to touch more after it's obviously checked for radiation, etc. Because that shit can fucking kill you. And then also, where's it? You can confirm it's moon rock through spectroscopy. You can compare the spectroscopy of the moon to spectroscopy of the rock, and you will be able to tell whether it's fake or not. There's your answer, Democ. I mean, you can unmute him now. I've explained my part.
Hey, do you got to go to the moon to get moon dust?
Yes. Yes, you do. No way of it realistically being able to make its way to Earth.
Or
Unless
do you
you have
go
like
to
a
the
massive.
moon? The moon dust gets you.
I mean, yeah, you could theoretically have moon dust all over your suit, and you ask, in, what is it? How do you? What's the word? You unknowingly take it back with you on your suit as well. So yeah, moon dust can technically have you.
Did they do any studies on moon dust? I mean, it's a silicon particulate. They say
Yeah, I mean,
the moon's surface is covered in the same quote unquote material that the reflector on the back of your car and on the spokes of our bicycles. That's why it's so fucking bright, because it's just made of this fine silica
yeah, that is.
retro reflector.
I mean, you can check it through spectroscopy as well. It's the same way the mock was asking.
I want to get one of these moon rocks, shine a light at it, and see if it fucking
I mean, there
glows.
are some on display in certain space centers, like the Johnson one, I think it was in America. Definitely one in the London Science Museum. I'm not sure about the rest. So.
You hear a story of a young girl getting a bag of moon dust from her father's astronaut friend, right? And then decades later, they go, "This is just a bag of fucking nothing." And it seems like a perfect propaganda piece to have a piece of the moon. And you too can fall in love and have science be your Lord and your Savior only if you accept the science into your heart first and mainly your mind.
We don't treat science like a Lord and Savior, though. That's really big misconception.
So in the Bible, it will say God is everywhere at once,
I'm not
and you
Christian,
cannot
so I don't.
see nor conceptualize him.
I'm
And
not Christian, so I
in
don't.
nearly there. And in the scientism book, it says gravity is everywhere, and it is
Where's the
doing
scientism
something
book?
at every moment, but you cannot see nor conceptualize it.
Where's the scientism book?
conceptualize it.
And we can conceptualize gravity, and it's not everywhere. It's only where mass is.
Oh no! It's everywhere. A
And that's
Facebook
what you.
post of my
Facebook posted you evidence. That's
friend's
crazy.
wife. She said her son came out to go to school the next day. Assumably, he had learned of gravity the day before, and he goes, "Mom, look." She goes, "What?" He goes, look what gravity's doing. It's holding the car down, holding us down, holding everything together. The magic mystery of gravity.
Mystery to you, but it's no mystery to most people.
I'll say again in English this
It's
time.
a mystery to you, but it's not a mystery to most people.
Oh, really? You don't think the science is still out on gravity and light and the ocean's currents? What else here? Oh, how a bicycle fucking works. There's no facts or figures on that. We just all know once you do it, you never forget. We don't need the scientism to tell us how it works.
So because you don't understand how gravity or light works, you think it doesn't exist? Or am I misinterpreting what you're saying right here?
It's the sweet one. Oh, sorry,
I don't
I
understand how my
misinterpreted
brain
that
works.
you were
That doesn't mean
Diet
my brain
Coke.
is.
I mean, Diet Dr.
Okay,
Pepper.
so you're acting retarded. That's it. So because you don't understand it, it doesn't exist.
Welcome to the
Oh,
conversation.
wait. Dr.
You
Pepper, I've
listened
got a
for
good
about
one.
40 seconds before you unmuted your mic.
I've got a good one here. People don't understand the brain that much. Does that mean that we don't have a brain?
Well, I was watching a YouTube
Well, I was
show,
watching.
TikTok,
Okay.
just the other day, and it said this man had 80% of his brain was water, and it was the
All
outside.
right, Marty.
All right.
Before you go on a very stupid
I'm
rant,
gonna deafen myself and come back, and then we'll have DMOC release, and you guys can deal with his ass again. Fuck faces.
No. I want to ask you. I want to ask you a very simple question, Marty.
He's deafened himself. TikTok is proof, guys. That for TikTok.
So Marty, are you aware what
he can't hear you? He can't hear you. He's
Okay,
deafened
yeah.
himself.
Okay.
You can bring him, but he's deafened himself. He doesn't want to hear. He's throwing a tantrum.
This is the average way of debating that flat earthers do. Like the moment things become too uncomfortable, they shit their pants and they leave.
I want Wits in here.
So since he is gone, I'll try to make my point anyway. Like, do you think that most people understand how a biogenesis works?
They don't. Most people don't even understand how the brain works, and then by his logic, we don't have a brain.
How the frame? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it. Did you say frame?
I said brain.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, how the brain works. Yeah.
We don't fully understand it. That doesn't mean it exists.
Yeah. I mean, I was gonna go with another suggestion, and like say a biogenesis, like the fucking like where life originally comes from. Most people do not understand abiogenesis. And the reason for that is because in order to understand abiogenesis, you need to have a firm grasp of theory. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, sorry. I believe my head sort of died. You need to have a firm grasp of atomic theory. You need to have a good grasp of what the hell is it called? Quantum mechanics. Yeah, you need to have a good grasp of biochemistry. You need to have a good grasp of cellular molecular biology, and most people don't have that. And flat earthers certainly don't have that.
Ayla is a huge example.
And so because flat earthers can't understand and most people can't, does that mean that we can like deny its existence? Like are we supposed to come up with like an alternative theory of evolution because you can't understand it?
Theory of the brain.
It's such a strange way of understanding logic and reasoning that I don't understand it. Therefore, it doesn't make sense. Therefore, Earth flat. It's it's mind-boggling.
Like, you know, was it Eric Dubai, that one guy who thinks chemtrails is everywhere? They all don't understand how stuff works.
Yeah.
Like SE Montreal, you know, the Air India accident. SE Montreal immediately jumped to 9/11 and bird strikes.
Yeah, SE Montreal is our servant resident warmonger. So, like, everything he says cannot be taken seriously in any way, shape, or form. He's the servant resident Russia shill and warmonger. Like that's what he's good at. Other than that, he's not good at anything else.
Yeah.
Oh, man, my headphones are fucking glitching.
Oh, whoa. How is Arduin in two VCs simultaneously?
Come again?
How is Origin in 2 VCs simultaneously? He's in the Earth Awakenings VC and he's in this VC. What?
I don't know what's wrong with your mic, but when you speak, it kind of glitches in and out all the time. It's really, really
yeah,
weird.
I don't have a proper mic. It's my laptop.
That's your laptop. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, but Origin, whoever the guy above me is, he's in both this VC and Earth Awakenings VC simultaneously.
This VC and which one?
No. I don't know. That's good though. Hey, Arwen, nice to have you.
You're also cutting out. Everyone's
cutting out. Cutting out.
I don't know if people's mics are bad in this Discord that shat its pants today. I'm not sure what's going on.
Owen,
I want to meet Democracy, and I want to hear him. I want to hear his reaction to this moon dust thing that I've so kindly taken time to explain.
No, for a minute.
Robot boys.
He's not going to have any kind of reaction to your statement that'll make sense.
Yeah,
So we just let that.
It's fun. And I mean, this VC is kind of boring right now. I mean, only with one actual proper flat earther here, being Democ himself, and then a concave.
Arwen's a flat earther too.
Oh, Arwen's a flat earther.
Yeah, Arwen might have something. He's always got something different to bring. And I thought maybe he might want to ask a question, or he's got a topic of discussion.
He's not really going to answer any questions directly, though. He's probably going to answer your question with another question.
Yeah,
I mean that's standard for flat earthers.
There was this really funny one I met in Modern Day Debate. His name's Cool Paul. First, he started complaining about how Mount Everest is not compressed by gravity. Then he started complaining that I'm insulting him because I can't answer, even though I answered 4 times. Then he started changing the topic to football, where he had the most horrendous takes of them all. Then he just disappeared after so many people tried to get him to VC. But please, can we let Democ off the leash?
What?
Why would you
No,
want to do
please
that?
don't. Please don't.
What are you guys interested in?
That's a no.
Have you got anything to speak about without flat earthers?
I've got a lot to speak about.
Well, let's get into it. Let's get into it.
It's just fun to
A lot of it's grim stuff. India accident. Then there's you have Iran, Israel kicking off. You have so much.
Yeah, but that can be boring from normie's perspective.
SC Montreal must be fucking creaming in his pants right now when there's a full-out war between Israel and fucking Iran. He must be cooming so hard.
No, he's not.
He could probably barely wear a pair of pants right now.
The reason he tells
be
you
so badly creamed all over.
Right, the reason he tells you about war all the time is because he's scared of it, not because he's happy.
He has the biggest hate boner for it, dude. He loves that shit.
It's because it's a mind virus.
Because he thinks that Russia is a fucking superpower that's going to destroy America one day.
No, he thinks America's evil, so he uses anything to say this. But the fact he thinks America's evil is a fear schism in his own mind.
One second.
Yeah. I mean, I try to explain to him Russia lost over 1 million soldiers in 3 years. That's more soldiers than America's lost in the past 50 years.
I think what he really means is America can't bully everyone. Some people are going to stand up for themselves, like Russia.
Well, who are we bullying?
Well, if I'd make his argument, America uses the UN to bully everyone into the one world government.
I don't think so.
He thinks that's bad because you're a bunch of hypocrites. That's what he'd say.
I mean, are we really bullying? I don't think that's true. I don't think
you do. Of course you do. That's how you run the world. You're actually in the army. You're the front arm of the bullying.
Yeah, but we don't bully nobody. What is that? Who are we bullying?
You call it.
We as Americans are very good about browning, but bombing brown people for no reason.
You call
It's
it
like
helping them.
stay
Helping
in
them
your
progress.
lane. Stay in your lane, right? Live your life. Don't fucking bully anybody else, and we won't come and be big brother. You know, when you bully other
That's not.
countries, we're gonna fucking come and help out.
So when the Taliban invaded Afghanistan, and when the Taliban fought the Soviet Union in the 1980s, and the CIA and the US pretty much gave them tons of weapons and shit.
I think you should.
Was that like someone bullying the US?
I think you should admit that US bullies the world a little bit.
When the Contra affair was going on, and the Contras were fucking mass murdering people in Nicaragua, and the US sold weapon and bought fucking cocaine from the Contras. Who were the US bullied by?
Who cares about that other opinion? We're talking about the America being bullies.
Who do we bully though? Like, what is that even like? Who?
Russia.
How?
By pushing onto their borders and making everyone around them join the UN.
Which part of the United States is borders Russia?
No, you're not getting it. They control the UN around the world. How do you not know when you're in the army?
We don't control the UN.
Who does then?
It's the United Nations. It's a group of nations. No one country controls the UN.
Okay. And would you admit the UN bullies people?
No.
No. So no one's bullying anyone. That we've just got missile strikes.
If one country that's not a part of the UN decides to invade another country that is a part of the UN, help out. That's the point.
You're a dumb
Is that
shit.
bullying? I don't think that's bullying.
You shill for the army because you're in the army, but real truth is no, you're full of shit. And they would like to teach you, but you never listen.
Okay. If I'm in a neighborhood, right, and there's a bunch of houses around, we're all in a group, and some other neighborhood comes and decides to try and take over a house next to mine, we're gonna fucking help out. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
You really go.
That's not bullying. That's not bullying.
SE hasn't noticed anything. He's got no point. Russia just need to
No.
cooperate. Is that your position?
But who started that war? Who invaded who first? Did Ukraine invade Russia?
You're not seeing the nuance, even though everyone's told you.
No. Answer my question. Did Ukraine invade Russia?
I don't want to debate it because you're in denial.
Okay. Again, did Ukraine invade Russia?
That's nothing to do with the.
That's the point, right? That's the point. You can't answer the question. Ukraine did not invade Russia.
But they did put neo-Nazi UN bases across the border.
Ukraine defended themselves.
No,
that's what they're doing. Is that not happening?
You're a liar. I can't believe your wife believes you.
Okay.
I don't know how. Loads of people agree with you.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Loads of people agree with you, but you're all wrong. Dishonest, disinformation, Nazis.
Okay. Let's disband all armies of the world.
Yeah,
so
you
we
think
can all get along.
What you think you can take the world and then say it wasn't me?
What did we take? What are we taking?
Did you guys?
You're taking the oil.
Dude. Did you think that the war in Afghanistan was justified?
Do I think it? No.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
No, because we thought that there was someone over there that came and struck us at 9/11.
We thought.
And that's why
Okay. Who caused 9/11, dude? Who caused 9/11?
I mean, there's evidence. Who caused 9/11? Well, there's lots of evidence showing who actually did. So, I mean, you can deny that.
But if we invaded, why did we invade Afghanistan? Who was the leaders of Afghanistan?
The Taliban.
Yes. And who put the Taliban in a position of power?
I'm not sure. Might have been us.
Yeah, that
You
was
know what?
us.
Sometimes you help somebody out and they turn around and fucking they turn around and backstab you. It happens.
It happens.
It happens. Yep, you turn around and backstab you. Like if I help out my brother, I give him like $1,000 and he turns around and fucking buys a bunch of drugs with it. Yeah, you backstab me.
Yeah. You can't justify a war in another country spending trillions of dollars, killing and hundreds of thousands of people with the excuse of shit happens. I mean, that's not how it works, dude. Come on, seriously. That's an infantile way of seeing it.
I didn't hear him say that at all, so I don't know what you're getting at.
Mm-mm.
No, but I'm seeing a little bit of nuance there, people. So you're not sure about the Middle East. That could be bullying. I think that's what you're saying.
No, so if 9/11 never happened, I don't think we would have never gone to Afghanistan.
So you're marching there with the jeeps and the American radio and the beers and the burgers.
No, we don't. So we don't drink beer on deployment, so that's wrong.
That's bullshit.
It's not bullshit. You can't drink on deployment.
You know what I'm saying?
It's called General Order Number 1. You don't drink alcohol on deployment.
You go in like cowboys and then say we're not bullies.
No. You come and attack us, we're gonna fucking come back 10 times more.
I'm grateful for it. I'm just saying we should have.
No one attacked the U.S. to make sure that to back up the Taliban. So that's a dumb statement, dude.
So 9/11 didn't happen then?
We gave weapons to the Taliban because it was up to our interests. They were killing and shooting Ruskies, and we were like, yeah, that's a good idea, and then we backed them up.
Yeah, and then they turn around and backstab us. Great. And yeah.
Yeah, because of our mistake. Should not have backed them up.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. So now if Ukraine turns around and does the same thing as Russia, it'd be the same thing. We helped you, we backstab us, now we're gonna fucking retaliate. Sorry if I have a lot of background noise. I'm cutting my grass right now.
I see how you see it, and I see how SE sees it, and I sort of see how I see it to try and meet in the middle as a paradox. So yeah, I understand.
Pretty sure SC sees it through rusky-colored glasses.
I think.
I mean, he's a warmonger. Like at first he's a warmonger, then he's like a fucking.
Yes, but that's
except for Putin.
His main point is not a warmonger. He's not in the army. His main point is America is a bully.
He's bloodthirsty, but
One world order is a bully.
If we were bullies, right, we would have taken over South America. We would have taken over fucking Canada. All the countries near us, we would have taken over. But no, we don't fucking do that, man. So I don't know where this bully thing comes from.
Yeah, America's such a
bully. We didn't take over Afghanistan or Iraq. We're not taking over shit, dude.
America's such a bully. America's such a bully. That's why Don gets to speak English instead of German right now, because we're bullies.
Yeah. No, English is a powerful language. It would always survive.
Right. You would be speaking German right now.
I wouldn't. Why would I?
Twice in the last century.
If they invaded, then maybe I would have learned German as well as English. Possibly.
Yep.
I'll give you that.
Yep. You can thank the United States for that both times.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm grateful for it, but I like to recognize it as a type of school fight.
Can you actually thank the USA for the First World War, because they did help, and they also brought Spanish flu to Europe.
No, I was saying.
What I'm saying is America's the best hall monitor that we've ever had, but sometimes they go too far, and some
And
people
Vietnam.
fight back, and that's SE's point. You've gone too far.
Look at Vietnam.
The problem is that SE doesn't admit that Russia's gone too far.
Like I say, if you're on SC Montreal side, you're wrong. I'm sorry.
Problem with SC is that he lives on a complete different world that abides by completely different rules than reality does.
Well put.
Like, I can understand people having a difference of opinion. I can understand people having a different perspective when it comes to things, but when you are so far off reality that you're spouting pretty much what can be interpreted as Russian propaganda, then like it's so far off reality. He lives on another planet. He's been saying that Russia is going to invade with 1 million soldiers like every fucking day, and nothing has happened. And he's constantly saying that the Russians can take over Ukraine anytime they like.
He's crazy.
Hasn't happened.
I'm trying to explain.
Like the guy lives in another reality. Like, I hate to say it, but the guy lives on a completely different fucking planet.
You're right, but I'm just trying to translate his main point. I often reject it completely and say, no, you're just a crazy flat earther. So nothing you say about geopolitics will be true ever. But it's good to understand people's concerns. Like, if someone's that mad, they must be concerned about something real.
No, that doesn't follow.
Concerned about something, yes, but is that concern about something actually based in reality? What if they are concerned about a delusion?
So I'm saying the schism must relate to something in reality that we could try to discuss.
Except it doesn't.
It can if you translate it somehow. Like earlier, Quad was on about Pan, the god Pan, and sex and satanic psyops. And it might sound crazy to you, but there's something there, something he's really trying to explain. Part of my stick is flat earthers must be right about something.
Why?
Because they're outspoken, so there must be something. There must be a real phenomena.
That just doesn't make any sense.
What about like think of any protest? You might think they're idiots, but there is an underlying issue.
An issue, yes, but it doesn't mean that anything, like, just because people speak of it passionately does not make it the case, or that doesn't make it that there's something true there.
Black Lives Matter, and many people don't know that. See, it sounds crazy, but they really mean we're still being oppressed, and we want to talk about it again. Pizzagate, they're all satanic pedos. the underlying issue is we don't trust the Democrats very much, and we think Satanism is involved.
That's the problem with having a religious position like that accounts for people that disagree with you as demons.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying we study what they think. We don't. It's not about what we think. And so the point is, yeah, on flat Earth, the underlying issue is we've been lied to about science. So that creates flat earthers.
They think they've been lied to.
No, we
nothing you can tell them
I am
will
here
show them that they're not.
to
They haven't been
entertain
lied to.
deranged scum.
Hang on.
According to the fucking internet. That's what I do. That's how the algorithm plays things.
What?
Have we actually been lied to about science?
Yes, I'm saying we definitely have. That's my point. The underlying issue shows we definitely have.
And what things about science have we been lied about?
Well, that's the discussion. Maybe not flat Earth, but maybe some other things.
We've been lied to about science. What was the lie? I can't tell you, but
yeah, the discussion is there is a lie. If someone asks what the lie is, I'm just gonna say that that's the discussion. That is there is a lie.
Why are you not happy with not getting a full lecture in 10 seconds and you're not happy?
it's like someone saying there are so many atrocities going on, like everywhere at every moment. Like what? Well, I don't want to, get into that, but
yeah,
you're
that was a full lecture. That was a full lecture in the same way as saying on the Earth there are things. It's a full
No, I'm
lecture.
saying you're not getting the full lecture in 10 seconds and then you're complaining. So I'm saying you don't understand how to hear a story.
But you didn't tell a story. You just said that.
Exactly, because you asked
there's
about
a
the end,
discussion.
you asked about the ending as soon as I started reading. So you're not ready.
I asked a middle question within the conversation itself. I asked, like, what things in science have we been lied about?
Yeah, but
and
you're missing the point of chapter 1.
You could actually answer that with something like,
That's
oh,
chapter
quantum
7.
physics, or oh, relativity. But
no,
you
that's
didn't
chapter
like
7.
to actually give an answer, so you wanted to say that,
No.
oh, you're trying to jump to the end of the discussion.
That's chapter 7. The point is, flat earthers exist, and this proves that we've been lied to about science. And then you have to think about what that means. And if you already agree, you probably already agree.
That doesn't even necessarily follow. Like, flat earthers could, for example, exist because there is a disconnect between scientists and the general populace. That could already be enough reason. We don't need exactly. It doesn't follow that flat earthers must mean that we have been lied to.
Oh, well, if you're not even following the theme of the whole story.
I'm following what your claim is, but I'm saying that your claim just isn't. It doesn't follow logically.
Okay, so there's no point in me reading the next bit.
There would be a point, at least if your point is to actually go into some part of science that we have been lied to, according to you, because that would actually prove your point better than, well, flat earthers exist. If you can actually point to a field of science and point to how we've been lied to, that's stronger than just saying, well, flat earthers exist, so it must be the case.
That's a whole new debate about, and then Rich will say, no, that's not true, I disagree. Science is correct about that. And that's all that will happen, and you won't understand the point that behind each schism is a truth.
I think you're using truth extremely liberally.
No, I'm just saying truth isn't just what you think, but it's what I think and what you think separately. And then if we agree together.
Truth is a fact that is in accordance with reality, right?
Yeah, but who decides if it's in accordance?
Who decides? There's no decision maker. It either is in accordance with reality or it is not.
So let's say you say this is in accordance with reality, so it's a fact to you, and I come along and say, no, how you explained it, that's not in accordance with my reality, so it's not a fact.
We would need to look into the individual case and the evidence presented for each side.
And who would decide?
We
But
both
essentially,
decide.
but if you're talking about worldviews, but
objective.
Don, if you're talking about competitive worldviews or my reality versus your reality, like you're already setting yourself for a fundamental like disagreement, right?
Well, of course not. Yeah, that's why I'm here, for the banter.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but then why have these debates, complicated debates about like empirics and whatever?
I wasn't having a debate.
Just want to.
It's because Rich thinks he gets to assert what a fact is for me, so I always have to pull it
Not
up
what I said.
because he's very bad at epistemology.
I don't think he said that.
Yes, I've talked to him in text for about a year. He always says it.
How long has this server been around?
Well, I knew you in the other one, so it's months.
Which
and
one?
months
Which other
now.
one?
Months and months of you having terrible epistemology.
Well, of course you think that because I'm a methodological naturalist, right? And you think
Because
science is a lie.
What's a methodological naturalist,
You
Rich?
want to be able to assert fact over someone else, but you can't. Me.
It's not what I did at all. Utilizing the
Oh,
scientific method and demonstration in order to ascertain knowledge. So
You said anything you claim about science, it would have to be a fact, as if you were going to decide for me.
Is there
That's not what I
really
said.
need for this hostility? Like, I feel like
I was just being harsh on that one point, Zoidberg. If you want to agree with me or agree with him, you'll be wrong.
no, I'm not agreeing. I tend to agree more with you than with Rich because we haven't spoken that much with Rich, right? So statistically, at least, I probably agree more with you. I'm just trying to like understand it for myself, right? Like, because it obviously, if somebody says, "Oh, for me, this is the fact," and for you, it's not a fact, then there's no need to like take this
No, but
with such high degree of emotion. Like I don't just
explain what he said. He tried to assert it for me as if anything I brought up would only be a fact if he decides it's a fact.
Yeah, at that point, you just stop the conversation because that person doesn't want to have it in good faith.
No, but I can try and teach him. Maybe he'll learn today.
You said you've talked to him for years, though, Don. Like, if you haven't changed his mind, like
maybe today.
Oh, but today's like a day. Okay, I mean, it's your show, man. Fuck.
So you get to decide if it's a fact for you, but that won't change if it's a fact for me. So I'll still be.
No, I said something that's true is in accordance with reality. So we would have to determine whether or not any particular claim is in accordance with reality, apart from our subjective experience.
You get
right?
to decide that subjectively.
No, that would be including, like, that would be only utilizing my subjective experience. If we analyze data that is apart from that, then
Laurie might agree with you, but it would still be your subjective opinion that you put forward for you.
Is there things that you guys like fundamental reality things that you guys like agree upon?
Yeah, the main point I was
water's wet.
I'm asserting we've been lied to about science.
Water makes things wet, Rich. Sorry, could you repeat that?
I'm asserting we've been lied to about science because flat earthers exist. So the truth of the flat earth is that we've been lied to about science, and that's made people very skeptical overnight if they have the right trigger.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you can claim that, but just saying that flat earthers exist, therefore people have been lied about science, like there's a bit of a disconnect there. I can see a connection, but you have to like explain it more, expand it, elaborate it more.
We've been taught cosmology as if it's fact, but some of it's theory.
Sure. Do you think it's unproven theory? Like there's no reason behind it, or?
Well, the proof is subjective, isn't it? That the rich men with dreams, they decided that it's proved. But I'm saying some of it's a lie. Different bits, anyone can look into their own bits that they find might not be true.
Okay. Well, you could say that. You could say the truth is subjective.
So maybe there's people living on the back of the moon, or maybe there's people living in Antarctica and they've lied to us about it. Like, that would be sort of flat Earth cosmology that works on a globe.
But is it reasonable to assume that?
I would say that could be one of the lies.
Sure.
It's reasonable to think.
At least Zoidberg and I agree that saying that because someone says a position that there has to be some kind of truth in their position is not.
None of you agree with that logic, but it's tested.
Zoidberg, do you agree with
I've gone
that?
through it with myself.
I do agree with that. I don't think that's an offensive thing to agree to.
The truth behind every schism that they're really trying to express. So my other example, Zoidberg, was SE says, the Russia's going to take over, the Jews are going to take over. You're being wiped out. What he really means is America's being a bully and they've got it coming.
Sure, I can understand that.
But that doesn't mean that when someone says a position that there has to be some underlying truth that it is dependent on. Because a specific position that SE holds, such as the fact that the reason the war started was because NATO encroached on Russia's boundaries when there was supposedly an agreement that they wouldn't accept anyone closer to Russia into NATO. That's based on a lie, right? So his entire position there is based on a lie perpetuated through Russian propaganda.
But it's because we haven't got the full information about the encroaching, but we believe there was encroaching.
Now, if you want to say his position that he thinks NATO went back on a deal they made, which is a lie, is the truth that it's based on, then you're just saying that people's positions are based on reality, which is
I'm saying
the case.
Based on how NATO behave since they were started and why they were started, they are bullies by nature, by definition.
Hold on. But Don, I mean, I don't like you shouldn't defend SE's like thesis because like you're not SE, I'm not holding you, but like do you think yeah, sure, okay. If it's an example, then we don't have to go into it.
But that was my first example to why I brought up the logic that I believe there's a truth behind every conspiracy and schism.
I mean, that's trivial to say. There's like literal reason between everything. There's a reason behind the Soviet Union. There's a reason behind Nazi Germany, right? And because we're not like some weird exotic version of epistemic nihilism, but for reasons, right? We have to use our moral frameworks to like sift through this, right? In my moral framework, the Nazis had a bad reason for what they did, and the Soviets had a bad reason for what they did. In the Nazis' eyes, that would be different, obviously, but like we're strictly speaking from subjective.
No, I'd argue there's a truthful, objective reason that triggered the Nazis.
What? How? How can you argue for something objective when it comes to like
Jewish banking got out of control, and this is timed with they wanted to know more about themselves, where they came from.
Well, how do you know? Okay, I don't know if that's true. If Jewish banking did get out of control, now we have to define what's out of control, and if it even happened, and what if it happened? Like how would that like impede the Germans knowing about each other? Like I
don't want to argue for it. That's just a quick bit of version.
Sure, I understand, but like you must understand the frustration of somebody else when you like give them these juicy tidbits, right? And they want to continue the conversation. Like
we can go back in time. The reason Jewish banking got out of control is because the Egyptians tried to control Jewish banking.
Egyptians. But that's okay. But again, those are your interpretations of reality. They're not objective, right? We both agree this is not objective.
No, I'm saying if you were woke like me, you'd realize this is all true.
If I have your sure, but then again, that's just a trivial thing to say. Obviously, somebody with worldview would consider like these things to be true. Somebody with my worldview would consider these things not to be true. The real conversation, what the interesting part happens when we sit down and talk and we describe like my worldview and your worldview, and then we try to understand if there's a common worldview, and then we can build upon that one. But otherwise, it's just like, yeah, I'm different, you're different, therefore, like, I have my truth, you have your own truth.
I'm bringing the conspiracy for you.
Sure, I mean, okay. I engage in conspiracies like I'm not.
I took it up a
like
stage
everybody else
to say there's a good truth behind every bad thing. That's a sort of extra bit to my logic, which I think I could work out as true as well. But yeah.
Sure. I'm just trying to say is that like the fact that you take as a hindrance or a conversation ender the fact that you and Rich have different worldviews, when in fact you should take that as an opportunity to build one world together, right? And agree on basic things that build your world, and after that, like you can start like sifting through for all of these like opinions that you guys have, right? Otherwise, it's just gonna be a fruitless conversation.
But I
If
don't
you're
care
here to
about
banter, that's fine. Like
I don't care about agreeing with Rich. I like talking to him on VC, so I just say mad stuff.
Sure. I mean, Rich probably appreciates it too, but sometimes he won't just not something like shiny and good looking on the outside. Sometimes he won't like content, like substance.
Okay, yes. The reason I want to convince you of this is because we're in a new world, a new aeon of Horus. There's a certain type of people that are taking over, very high-minded, intelligent, but not necessarily caring people. So I think it's worth talking about because they're taking over everything.
I appreciate that. For example, I appreciate in the same way when like a fundamental Christian comes to me and just is incredibly aggressive, tries to convert me, insults me, attacks me. I appreciate it because I understand they're doing all of these things to save my soul, right? They're out to save my soul. So they're fighting with whatever they perceive as evil to convince me to save my soul. So
I don't even know if
you
you've got
doing that is appreciated, but
I don't even know if you've got a soul. I'm saying it to prop up my own ego, not to save you.
Well, that's kind of a mean thing to say. Like you don't even care about me. Just
you compared me to a Christian. It's your fault.
Oh no! Don't take it literally. I didn't mean it. I was just giving you an example how like some people in earnestness like do things.
You said you're the same as these people that come along and talk a load of shit.
I apologize if I present English is my fourth. I apologize if I presented it this way. I meant it in the sense, like these Christians in their earnestness to save my soul, you have a similar approach.
You really do appreciate it, but you also dissed those types of people in the same sentence.
No, not necessarily. Like I fight with them, not with violence, obviously, like with words. Because like I'm not convinced of what they tell me, obviously. But I don't disrespect them, I don't dehumanize them. I may insult them because I'm frustrated and I'm very fallible like everybody else.
Yeah, I do too. Some Christians I hate them, but they're just part of the puzzle.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to talk about Christians. I wanted to talk about this earnestness that people possess, like when they try to like justify their worldview because they think it's for the good of everybody else. I appreciate that.
Explain it. That's what I'm trying to speak about it differently. That it's not because I really care about changing you guys. It's just because I like Discord conspiracy conversations.
Is there any case where you would like to change somebody? Like, do you feel like
it's a good exercise of my vocal cords, basically?
I mean, that's fair. It's your life. You live it the way you want to.
Just also my mind. Like I'm flicking up these. Each time anyone says something, I can flick up how that's wrong or how I could agree. It's just fun to talk.
That's fair. I thought you wanted to have like a deeper conversation.
Well, yeah, I think you should all convert to paganism because of the new world order that's coming. You need to be in a group but I also had this idea about a team that could take over the world. We need one of each. We need one atheist, one Jew, one Mason, one Rasta, one Chinese, one Korean. So we need this sort of team. And then they all speak round a round table.
We can call them the Super Friends.
Yeah, not Team America. Team. Somehow you need to make the New World Order good.
Avengers.
In Kuwait, Super Friends.
Avengers.
Because their headquarters will be in Kuwait.
How do you make the New World Order good for yourself? And
By doing good things.
Yeah.
For other people.
But you also need to get involved in the complex games.
Do you know what like really bothers me about people who like partake in conspiracies, which I don't think it's a bad thing in general, but there's like an inherent. The conspiracy is always bad. Something always bad is about to happen. They're all doomer pilled to no end. There's not one conspiracy that talks about the utopia. Why isn't there a conspiracy talking about the utopia? Why is there only conspiracies talking about dystopia, New World Order, we're going to get destroyed, replaced, consumed? Why is there no conspiracy that talks about this organization is a secret organization and they're trying to make the world a better place for everybody?
That's what I'm trying to speak about. The white hats, Trump, QAnonymous, that wasn't quite it. That was a sign that teams can come forward. But it wasn't quite it.
To answer your question, though, Zoidberg, the reason is because fear-mongering is a lot easier.
I agree, but it's an interesting like phenomena in human psychology, no? That all of these conspiracies are incredibly negative. And to you, don't, sure, I mean, if you have a conspiracy that is giving hope to people, as in all people, not just a selected group of people, then that's amazing. Probably partake in that conspiracy.
We're being initiated as a group of 9 billion into magic.
Sure.
And that's
is that
good.
magic good? Are we all gonna have access to like healing and our bodies are not gonna like suffer so much and we're gonna have food and warmth and whatever?
It just means there's gonna be cool tech and you can manifest. But you've got to make sure you don't spiral into being poor and die.
Okay.
There's a new expose put out by Professor Dave, I think it was either yesterday or the day before, where he's talking about a conspiracy theorist who says that Lockheed Martin and Grumman, something, whatever the other thing is.
Northrop Grumman.
Northrop Grumman have like levitation capabilities and use plasma as like the body of a ship. And well, I'm just saying there are conspiracies where people are saying like, oh my God, there is this great, amazing technology, but it's being hidden from us.
Oh, I get you. I get your point. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. That's probably a cool conspiracy. I'll believe in that. Fuck it. Why not? It's just around the corner. The government is going to say, haha, ta-da, look what we have been hiding. This is your Christmas present. Yeah, why not?
Apparently that's what made the Malaysia Airlines flight that disappear. Apparently, he said they put it through a wormhole.
Okay, that's kind of fucked up because these people died. Like, I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, no, if they went through a wormhole, they might not have died. They'd just be in a different galaxy.
In that sense, okay, I see.
But
because
the reasoning as to why they took out that
destroy the vehicle or something.
The reason he says that they did that is so that they could kill the Chinese semiconductor scientists that were on board. And I don't know why, if you were trying to kill people, you would send them through a wormhole instead of just shooting down the plane.
Maybe a wormhole is cheaper than a bullet, and it's so more anonymous.
Well, they actually found parts of that type plane floated up on island shores.
No, that plane. They found exactly what they wanted you to find. No, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. We're just going to assume that then, and instead of actually, oh look, airplane parts. You know, you're just going to assume that they did that.
Yeah, I mean, well, I can't be wrong.
Oh, you can't be wrong? Are you like infallible too?
Not. Yeah.
What is this?
I'm omniscient, obviously.
Rich, are you a big fan of Rich Evans?
Oh.
I am his greatest fan because I mispronounce words and mangle them all the time. And I used to be chubby, so obviously in multiple vectors, I'm a huge
No,
Rich
if you were
Evans fan.
truly his biggest fan, you would have remained in solidarity chubby.
True. I actually watched their show with Jack. Once they still had it. They should go back to making that show.
Pre-recorded?
Pre-recorded, yeah. Like Jack needs to be in more things. I think
he's too busy clowning around.
He's so wholesome.
He is. But I still prefer Mike laughing at old people.
Mike is just jaded. I don't. I like Jay a lot because Jay is jaded, but he still has a sense of humor. Mike is jaded and cynical. It's just the worst combination.
Somebody laughs so hard at old people. It's just so funny.
Well, the the Foley's thing, the concert, the 3-hour concert, the Canadian thing.
Yeah.
That episode was so good.
Geritol Foley's.
Geritol Foley's, yeah, all of these old people. This was like 35 years ago, maybe 40 years ago. All of them, but then just these guys just laughing at them. Exploding varmints was the worst, though.
No, man, there was they recently was doing a rewatch, and there was an episode where they had venison the easy way. It was on Black Spine, and like they it was like showing you how to harvest venison. That's way worse than exploding varmints. I love exploding varmints.
What was the cop training video? That shit was amazing.
Surviving edged weapons.
Surviving edged weapons. Jesus Christ, man.
So good.
Holy.
Are you a Neil Breen fan?
I am. I've watched with my friends before I even started watching Red Letter Media 2 of his movies.
Fateful
Findings, yeah. Obviously. And the other one where he's like in Las Vegas and two people. He's a limousine driver. He poisons two people. Like, I always forget the name of that movie.
I don't think I've seen that, but I haven't seen Double Down.
Double Down. Is it Double Down? Yeah, it's probably Double Down. I watched Breen, yeah. I at one point I was like clicks away from purchasing his stuff, and then I said, nah.
Dude, it's so funny. On his website, you make a purchase, and then you put in the comments which of his videos, like which of his movies you want. Like you have to add that in.
He is kind of behind technology, but he's very.
No, dude. Have you not seen Cade the Tortured Crossing?
Through Red Letter Media, I have.
Yeah. But he's using CGI. He's in his
the
George
one with the
Lucas
tiger
prequels.
Yeah, the tiger thing. Do you remember that part with the CGI tiger? Initially, it looked so good. As soon as the tiger turned, though, like it got fucked up. He should have cut it there. Like the tiger just turns towards him. Cut there, man. Like that's impressive. That fucking shot.
Dude, if he cut it when he should, scenes would be way too short. So he has to keep it like.
Yeah, because he's using stock shit. Yeah.
Well, and like
now with the age of AI, though, he's gonna be like amazing.
Only gonna get worse.
Don't you think so?
No,
he's gonna make amazing movies. He's gonna digitize
Cade the Tortured Crossing is so much worse than Fateful Findings because there was a lot of effort put into Fateful Findings. Like
True. His ass was there.
Yeah, and whatever one was just before that, there was even more effort in that. Now he's just using like a prosumer camera that like you can buy off a shelf, and it's like good quality, but there's none of the in his first movies he actually had like a film company
He was
working
shooting?
with
Oh.
him. Yeah.
With the advent of AI, I think he's gonna like finally actually produce something that's probably very close to his original vision for whatever he's trying to make. I think. Which is cool. Like,
you know what?
Like
Fateful Findings.
Yeah.
Sorry, just really quick. Fateful Findings is like circling back on the whole conspiracy thing, right? Like, it's the insurance companies, the banks, they're all like working against the working man, and
well, he teleported to all of them and killed them.
he exposed them, and then they all killed themselves.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's true. That's true. He teleported himself into their like parties and gatherings and where they congregated and like just like recorded them, OBS them essentially, and then posted it somewhere. Okay. Yeah, but like he used to stray from like violence. Like his character would not kill, and in his latest movie, Kate. I cannot even. Yeah, he's killing people now. So it's like, is he trying? Is he in his dark and edgy phase or
his blue phase?
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Neil Breen, many other movies we should make. Live long years. Make movies, man. Look, I don't know why we're like anybody should be, not us, but like anybody should be like fucking laughing at Neil Breen or whatever. He's doing what he wants. He's like making art, and in his head, he's like having a vision, being creative. I appreciate that. Like he's doing so much more than 99% of the population and not doing it all. Even if it's shitty, art is shitty. For Christ's sake, we had a toilet as an art piece in the 1800s.
Deep, bro.
I mean, the toilet was like a pretty smart critique.
What about Andy Warhol's can?
Andy Warhol, what a guy. Got shot.
What about Andy Asshole?
Andy Asshole? Is he a globe earther? Because we all know globe earthers are assholes. But yeah, Jack and Rich should do more shit. It's really depressing that they're not. And all the video games they're playing and recommending are actually like good. And there's like a lot of, when they banter, they mention a lot of titles that are very interesting and unique in some way. So I used to like use their episodes as like things to put on my wish list. Because if Mike and Jay are these artsy-fartsy, pretentious, whatever the fucks, know-it-alls when it comes to cinema, Jack and Rich are that for video games, I would say. They know their stuff. What happened to the lady that used to like also be
Jess? I think her and Mike were a thing, and I think that she just stopped being in the videos because of all the negative attention she was getting. I don't know if they're still together or anything.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope they are. Man, I have to tell you one thing. When Macaulay Culkin came in the first time, I really hated Macaulay Culkin. I hated him all my life for all the bullshit you would hear from Hollywood, right? Oh, he's this, he's that, whatever. he's actually a really swell guy, and he's not a pedophile. I'm so glad he's the one person that's not a pedophile and not like a serial adulterer, doesn't do dumb shit. Like, his life was fucked up as a child, and I appreciate him so much more now. Like, I feel so bad for thinking he's an asshole.
Yeah.
He's all right. Just like, I assume you were in your late 30s, early 40s, because I'm in that period as well.
No,
I think
not
he's
even.
our age. Okay. Oh,
I'm not.
you're
I'm
younger.
younger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm
I'm
late
13.
30s, early 40s. Sorry?
I'm
13.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Macaulay is like 40 something, right? It's like,
probably.
yeah. I have found new appreciation for this guy. What happened to I always forget, man, I always forget the martial arts director. He had like a Polish last name. He was in, they first did reviews of his movies. I always forget his name. He's like he's an American, but he has like a Polish last name. And he did like a bunch of martial arts movies in there, and he landed on their radar. And they did like Best of the Worst on one of his. And then he invited him. They invited him to do a couple of shows and to be like a cool guy. And they like had him appear in more. Whatever happened to him?
All right. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
Not quiet to them. I guess it's because you got Denmark muted and no other flat earthers.
Arwin came here, but he just said something in anger and then left. Mostly was silent.
Yeah, I heard Arwen speak up, but he didn't say anything else.
Oh yeah, I guess what he said was related to some drama in the text chat.
You're paying $4.50 a gallon for gas.
Hey, DMOC. Remember when you were saying yesterday that the Earth is a disk, DMOC?
Yeah, I remember some other
You
trying to get
remember?
that point.
Sorry, say it again.
I remember some author trying to get that.
An author?
Yeah, an author writing books about the world being a disk.
Oh, well, DMOC was trying to tell me yesterday, but he couldn't explain it.
Did you guys ever find those moon rocks? Poop rocks? Tiamak?
Going to eat wonder how they got to go to Antarctica when there was supposed to be a treaty to not go to Antarctica. How did America get to go there again? How did the non-bully Americas get to go in Antarctica when nobody else could? Non-bully America. Imagine non-bully America not having America or not having stuff. That's not possible if you're a bully. You gotta have it all. Imagine America being started by some guy in a Quaker Oats hat bullying the hell out of some Indians. But America's not bullies. And maybe that's what happened. Maybe one race of people couldn't physically beat up the other race, like no matter what they did, or the other group. So then they had to like make weapons and guns and electricity and shit.
Hello, liberals.
What the hell does that mean? What's a liberal? What's a liberal? Bendy's face, why do you look like Adam No Jumper? Go ahead, Zoidberg. I thought you was going to say something.
Yeah, I have nothing. How are you guys doing?
All right.
Dimok, have you ever done the ship experiment? You go to the shore, you take a look at a ship that's like, let's say you go to the pier at the harbor, you take a good look at the ship. Obviously choose a place where you can observe the ship continuously.
Side view. I'll choose the side view. I'll let you go and do the ship experiment, then I'll watch you from the orthographic side view, and then I'll make sure that you're a liar when nothing's dropping below. Okay? So
What does that mean,
front view
orthographic?
that means nothing. You go do your nonsense front view that's not going to prove shit or do nothing for you. And I'll get the make sure side view that knows what topography looks like. Okay?
Well, how would you make that experiment
How would
correctly
you make
then?
up stuff looking forward when you can't see topography looking forward? Why are you looking
Well, I mean,
forward? You'll need a side
isn't
view.
it?
It's the same. Slow down. Same as we look at our TV from the side. When you film people, you film the side. Stanley Kubrick made a train track, got on the train, and rode in a circle around whatever he filmed from the side. He didn't just get a forward view of everything. You understand that, right? There's more than a
Sure.
forward view. So in reality, when you look forward, why would you do that when it's the most misleading view?
Okay, but how would you make that experiment?
The side view is what you need to see topography. If I want to trace what your house looks like, and I can only see the front portion and not the rest of the fucking makeup of the house, I have to get a side view. In order to make sure a cube is a cube at the other end of it, I can't just guess looking at the front of the cube. What if the end of the cube's not a cube? If it's a thing we've never seen before, we have to get a side view. You'll never know what the fuck that object is, and you die never knowing looking forward. You'll never know a fucking thing looking forward. You got to get the side view, and if the looking forward and the side view match, you're on to something.
Sure.
Yeah, because the day the front of your house doesn't match the side view would be kind of odd, wouldn't it? Like the unicorn doesn't match the side view of a unicorn? That'd be weird, right?
Okay, but like
you look at a unicorn and be like, look at that horizontal unicorn because the unicorn's so big. No, that
But
would
when
just be dumb. All that dumb shit added in that makes no sense, that nobody has a reference of. Nobody's ever been on a real big ball to say the big ball's horizontal. So, I mean, that's just dumb shit that people say. If I was on a ball, it'd be flat. No, it fucking wouldn't. You're retarded. Not you, but the people that say that have something wrong with them. You'd have to get on a big ball in front of me and show me that with a real big ball.
How would you like make that experiment then to be correct? Like,
how would I like to what?
How would you like if you have to do this experiment, the ship disappearing beyond the horizon? How would you do that? Then it's correct.
The ship doesn't disappear. Nothing disappears. Nothing's dropping down. A side view is going to see you, point B, and point C. They're going to see you, the boat, and the object the boat's sailing to.
I mean,
you're not going to see. You're not even going to see the boat. So you have a mental problem. What you're looking at ain't helping nobody. I can still see the boat that disappeared to you. I wonder why that is. And I can still see the boats on a horizontal, flat plane of water. And I can see you too imagining there's a curve between you and a boat that I don't see. So stop imagining. Fuck, man. It's not hard. Side view. Shit. It's the answer to your question every time. Every single time.
Okay, so the globe, the globe proposes, and I'm not assuming any position here. The globe just
says,
proposes.
look at mirages in the desert and bet your money on the water depth of that desert water that doesn't exist. That's what globers do. They look forward and see a puddle, and they bet their life there's water there in the desert when it doesn't exist. We can all go stand there and prove it. But from 27 miles away, the globers guarantee there's water all over the desert that's dry. So I don't know what we're going to do looking forward with some simple-minded globers who don't fucking comprehend mirage and shit that don't make no sense. It's the stuff that's not going to help them. It's like they don't comprehend anything. You can't teach them shit.
Okay, but in their view, is it not possible to essentially like...
Don't bet your money. We're going to...
What's up? Hello? What happened?
Looking forward for? Are we looking at mirages or are we looking at Earth curve? To look at Earth curve, you'll need to look the side view. You'll consider the side view, your left to right view. You're not looking forward. You're getting an orthographic view of the horizon, left to right. Then when you stand in another direction, you're still going to be looking left to right. So there's no curve left to right ever for you. Then there's no curve forward. They would have to match. Same fucking rate, brother. There's no way one's going to be a curve and one's going to hide from you because you're looking. You think the Earth's going to turn to a particle and a wave because you're staring at it? I don't think so. I mean, do you think the front view only is an honest thing in today's reality when we know air gets in your way after so many miles? Like 300 miles of air is going to block just like water and block out light. 1,000 miles of air is going to block out light too. Or so. It's like the equivalent of water. So like if you go underwater after 1 mile, 1 mile of water will make it dark. Just for example. So many times that amount is going to be the same thing horizontally in front of you, the same way water's right down below you. You're not looking through no curve of earth to make it black, are you? No, you're looking through clear ass water. The clear water makes it black. What is air? Thin water. What is water? Thick air. They're each amounts of voltage for each other or current or potential.
a potential amount of each other. So air is potential water, water is potential air, air is potential energy, energy is potential air, static energy, it's all the same shit. You know that, right, Swordbird? Like the voltage up from the ocean that creates 14 psi, that's a certain amount of voltage, or you would call it pressure or resistance. That's just called bioelectric. So what do you think now? Do you think a front view of a boat is really an experiment when you didn't manipulate a variable or do any other portion of view? You know, in science, you got to get all the views, right? You're trying to look inside the object, outside the object, you want to feed the object, but not for Globers. They just want to look forward and say, yep, globe. Yeah, we're looking forward on a horizontal thing. Left Lane said it's a horizontal reading, but it's a globe. He clearly said he's reading a horizontal reading with the theodolite over a horizontal plane for a horizontal reference of an angle between two parallel horizontals, which don't make no fucking sense. So his theodolite's a horizontal line of sight, supposedly. And then the Earth's a horizontal plane underneath it, so that's a parallel. Those two things are parallel, they can't be. You can't see parallel to Earth if Earth's spinning down below you. And when Left Lane goes to the mall or wherever and goes all the way to the other end and holds his thumb out, his thumb's going to be bigger than the doorway that he walks through to leave the mall. Does that mean the doorway dropped down below him? Fuck no. Fucking hell, motherfuck no. I mean, if you guys had a little honesty in your fucking bones or a little integrity, you'd all be asking for a side view. Wouldn't not one Glober say, we believe it's a ball without a fucking side view of this fucking thing we live on? Demok, 27 miles away, the back of that hill that we can't see, the back of that 10-foot fucking or 10-mile property. So we're looking at the front of a property, and it's 10 miles of property. We're 27 miles away. Jesse thinks he can tell you what their backyard looks like, hills and all, the dips and the rises. And he doesn't comprehend that I'm holding my thumb out right now. My thumb's higher than the fucking red light. I happen to be driving under a red light right now. So why is this red light at the same height as that red light above me, and my thumb higher than that red light that's only a block away? Only a block away, not 27 miles, Jesse. So if you need 27 miles to prove a curve, that proves there ain't no curve. Last time I checked, you only needed an 8-inch differential, and to put something on it like jacking up your house. You know, we would see that your house is jacked up. Just build a cube onto the curve, and we'll take a look at what it looks like. Put the lines, the degrees, the tilt, all that shit on the cube, on the face of the cube, and we'll see what it says when it lifts up. Look at what the water does inside a cube. When you have a cube halfway full of water and you lift it up 8 inches, no matter what size the cube is, it could be a box of cereal, it could be a building. You're going to know that that building or box of cereal is lifted 8 inches from the other side. So the back wall is going to be higher than the front wall of its own fucking reference of its own building in your sight. Like, come on now. Like you don't know what a fucking bike ramp looks like to the ground below it that's flat. You guys never made bike ramps before?
I must be as tall as these green lights, left lane. I'm so tall. I'm a fucking giant. Maybe that's why people were giants back in the day. They looked at the theodolites and thought they were bigger than mountains, huh, Jesse? It's like, I'm bigger than a mountain. Look at my theodolite. I'm taller than that mountain. Looking through it, the theodolite makes you shrink or grow. It makes a mountain shrink or grow. What the fuck? That's what makes it shrink. So the mountain shrinks because Jesse bought a theodolite. This is fucking crazy. He's the only human I know that can make mountains shrink. Him in left lane. Left lane believes in Jesse's superpower, shrinking mountains. Walk away from the mountain and we'll bet you money it's 10 foot tall. Left lane. That's left lane's acumen. When I walk away from this building tonight, I couldn't possibly be bigger than this building in my perspective. I couldn't know any country bumpkin shit other than retardedness. Her. My name's fucking left lane. I don't know anything. Couldn't prove a fucking thing. Just talk out my ass. I drive a big truck. They can drive itself. I'm so smart, left lane. Fucking put the AI on driving your truck and shut up. Put your fucking truck on autopilot, stupid. Just like your airplane. Fucking autopilot retards. Why the fuck do you need autopilot if you boys are flying planes? Weirdos. Bunch of losers who don't trust their own self to fly it somewhere. Talk about technology and shit. Christopher Columbus must have followed GPS. Christopher Columbus should have never trusted GPS. Maybe he would have got to India. You mean AI drones couldn't go figure this shit out? They couldn't just like make a program to like drones go figure stuff out. Go 1,000 drones, go line up how you need to, do what you got to do, and bring back the evidence that we're on a curve. Hey, autopilot, are we on a globe? I wonder who programs the autopilot to fly what surface? Do they program autopilots to fly down and around a curve? Or do they program to fly straight horizontal?
So Zoidberg, why don't you like an orthographic view? Why are you guys only trained to look one way? It's like look forward, like the statue globe proof. It's like, look, there's a statue at the horizon. No, he's a globe prover. He's been staring forward for the last million years looking for the Earth curve to find out exactly where it's at. But every single day it always moves. It's like a transformer. Yes, he knows exactly where the moving curve is because he sees the tip of a mountain. So is that mountain Earth curve? The tip of the mountain is Earth curve? That's what we're saying? So not an 8-inch hill in my backyard, but the tip of a fucking mountain to prove an 8-inch curve. Is this what we've been fucking lowered to, boys? Looking at mountains and saying Earth curve, looking at the Adelaide and saying Earth curve, looking at a picture and saying Earth curve. You guys ever been in a hot air balloon? You show me when you see a fucking globe from a hot air balloon, weirdos. With your real fucking eyeballs. Fucking airplane windows. How does anybody know what a ball does, what a ball can do, or how a ball can do anything in physics without a ball? This is blowing my mind. All these blowers know so much by imagining. We know so much imagining ball. You guys know anything about a real 3D sphere? So did anybody make a working flat Earth in a lab yet? Guess not.
That's what you do here.
So, Mr. Dimak, do you have dome glass?
Mm. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Jin CBR2 in the
Were you talking to Jen?
No, I made a joke. You know, like Jin CBR1, I'm Jin CBR2. The better
okay.
version.
Yeah, why not?
What do you guys make of this, like, Iran-Israel bullshit?
I think they all just say bullshit, like same as Ukraine and fucking whatchamacallit, same as Mexico and America, Canada and America, fucking any other place. Like, if that place is close to the other place, and all you got to do is draw a finger with your draw a line with your finger in the dirt between their two properties.
Mm-hmm.
How are they different people?
I mean,
how are they? It's like North Korea and South Korea. How the fuck does that even make sense?
Why? What's actually happening?
No, it's not. We're talking about Iran and Israel.
Yeah.
Like,
what's happening with that?
Well, you got a group of people, and you draw a line with your finger in the sand between them. Million guys on the right, million guys on the left. Why wouldn't they just shake each other's hand and be best friends and brothers like they are? Why would they say they're not the same people and they have different religions and dumb shit? Just fucking retarded. Like, it doesn't even make no sense. You really think? I mean,
We're greedy, and I agree, greed is retarded. People want power, and I agree, power is to like covet power so much is retarded. It's bad that we're aiming for these goals instead of like something that elevates us.
I do think it's weird that people can't see the bigger picture on like behind the scenes. Like when America puts out like stuff and like, okay, a thing. They get a president and a president comes out and says, we are going to go to the moon, not because it's easy, because it's hard. Now, before that day, was there a million people chanting, we will go to, was there a fucking million man march to go to the moon? I don't remember that happening. So when one man comes out and states to the whole country what they need to be wanting, I find that weird. You're directing the whole narrative of fucking reality now. Who the fuck wanted to go to the moon? Nobody wanted to go to the moon. People just wanted to know if Earth was a ball or what Earth is. They don't give a fuck about the moon. Earth first, then moon. So once we find out what the fuck the bottom of the ocean is, and Earth and Antarctica and North Pole and South and all this shit, and how the sun actually looks when it goes from one place to the next on the ground, the ground's path position, supposedly the thing we have, they won't show. Moon rocks, supposedly a thing we have, but you and I can't get one. We went to the moon, but you and I can't touch a moon rock? And it's only supposed to be some fucking uh stuff like reflectant dirt. It's just supposed to be basalt and some other shit. Now, if that's the case, Have you ever seen any
I
basalt?
thought it was like silica dust. That's what they said. The moon had like silica
Well,
dust.
they can say whatever they want, right? How do they prove it?
I don't know.
Me either. How do they prove what a moon rock is? And show us that moon rock has the same properties as the moon. It moves water, has phases, does what the moon does. Hold it up at night in the daytime. Hold it up at night on the bottom of a fucking hot air balloon or a drone. We'll see what it does. It should do the same shit a moon does. And if it doesn't, something's wrong.
I'm just curious. I'm not sure how we managed to get from Israel to moon rocks, but I thought that was quite funny.
Yeah, that transition was kind of insane.
Because the media tells you want to
Builds
know about
narratives, I
Israel.
guess.
Hold on. The media tells you need to know about Israel. So does the Bible. So does all your science, your neoscience.
I get you.
Supposedly all your Neanderthals and all your retarded writings or whatever came from that space. So if the author of every book and everything you guys are looking for, your so-called scientists, your so-called Department of Defense, and all these people are looking for like all the what ifs and shit, and that's what controls the narrative of the future, which is actually supposedly what they're finding in the past, then who's telling you what the past was? Them. So who's telling you what your future needs to be? Them. Now you're like, Iran, Iraq. My thing is fuck all of them. Fuck all of them. Fuck Ukraine,
to an
fuck
extent.
Russia, fuck Iraq, fuck America, fuck Mexico, fuck all of them. You know what I mean? Fuck politics in general. Yeah. They're all just dumbass cunts trying to fight each other. And if you go to war, the easiest way to die in a war is going to war. Fucking pussies. If you don't want to go to war, don't fucking go to war, you pussies, and they're warmongering people. So let them war each other out if that's what they want to do. Shit. As long as America ain't just preaching to you what's happening and showing you some media.
You were anti-war, right?
Can you and I go to Ukraine and make sure what's happening over there right now? Can you and I right now go and fly in a helicopter freely
Probably
and start
not.
reporting? Doubt it.
Yeah, probably not. We're gonna get arrested.
Yeah, so how does that work in freedom of speech in the day when you get to freedom of press? Doesn't work anymore, does it? So when a president comes out and says we will go to the moon, or Iraq, Iran, this, that, fucking whatever, it doesn't matter. That's not your narrative. Your narrative is, hey kids, are you eating good? Okay. Can I pay the fucking bills? Yeah, am I alive? Okay. So really our narrative has nothing to do with any of that shit. It never will. It's all just in our minds to fuck us up mentally. It's a psychological warfare. Saying ladies need bras, saying ladies need this, saying we need to go to the moon, telling the people what they need to do. I would look at that and be like, no, we don't need a war. We don't need Ukraine. We don't need Russia. Russia doesn't need whatever. Ukraine is Russia's. Why the fuck would it not be?
I mean, the Ukrainian people say they're not Russian. It's not weird they're saying
Ukrainian
that.
person. How can there be a Ukrainian person for you to talk to when you just said we can't go over there and figure out what that even means? So a Ukrainian
they can be on the
person
internet,
might
right?
a Ukrainian person might be an actor on TV, as far as you know. Might not be no Ukrainian person. Might be just a bunch of fucking garbage propaganda to waste a bunch of old, dead, dirty fucking missiles and bombs that they weren't doing shit with anyway. On a piece of
There's a lot of
land.
Ukrainians wanting to get back into Russia, weren't they, when that thing kicked off at the beginning? They were escaping to Russia, weren't they, the Ukrainians?
Where else are you going to go? You're not going to run to America without a passport. That ain't going to help, right? That'd be just like an illegal alien jumping the border, wouldn't it? So you tell me how we're helping Ukraine if they can't come here.
But
so how many Ukrainians are left after supposedly there was only so many and they're dead? They just keep.
I don't think all of them are dead, are they?
Are there magic Ukrainians popping out of nowhere? Are they over there fucking like rabbits to have babies every second? Takes 9 months for a baby. No, I'm being serious. Like,
Well, I don't know, but
how many people are dead in Ukraine? Like, it started out as what? Say there was 1 million people. Now what? There's 100,000 ladies.
Well, there were 40 million people.
40 million. And then how many of those 40 million can actually fight? Not the one-legged ones, not the crippled, blind, not the deaf, dumb, not the old, not the grandmas, grandpas, not the babies. How many out of those are prime fighters?
Maybe like 2-3 million.
Right. So how many they lose out of that?
I think like 400,000 so far. I gotta
so
check.
They got like probably got about 2 million Ukraines left.
Yeah.
Now are these Ukraines or are these just shipped in people and shipped up numbers? Like, what if there was
Well,
only 1 million?
I don't know that.
Correct. What if there was only 1 million Ukrainians to start with, and half of them was women and children and old people, and the other half were a couple dudes that could fight, and now they're all gone. Now all they're left with is 500,000, just whatever. And they're telling you that they're going to pubs and grabbing guys. Who's sitting in a fucking pub when you're at war? Are you going out in the war line at the war where they're shooting missiles at the building and sitting there and drinking at that pub? That doesn't make any sense.
No, wait. You think about Russia. Russia did this. They went to bars and snatched people.
Doesn't make no sense. Why would they need to do that?
I mean, I guess because the men don't want to fight, I suppose, right? People just don't want to fight in a war, like you said.
Communist men that don't get to do what they want, don't want to fight. That's weird. Well, when you're a communist, it's like a hive mind. There ain't no don't wanna. We all do it together, buddy, or else, we're all in this bitch. We headbutt till we die. We're all in this. Like,
yeah, I get it.
So, yeah, so this shit just don't make no sense. Like, do you think Russia and America aren't like buddy forever? You think China and America aren't secretly buddy forever? Like this, listen, the CIA and the Department of Defense of China and America and Russia have to agree that if they don't agree, they won't exist. Do you need me to repeat that? If you're not the strong, yeah. If you're not the strong guy, who is? Somebody got to be, right? This is their rule. Somebody's got to hold the rule of law, and if it's got to be them by trickery. So China tells their people, yes, this. Oh, you don't want to fight America. They're the top dog. And then America tells, oh, China's a motherfucking superpower. Russia's a mother. And then Russia, oh, America's pretty tough. China's pretty tough. But we are the superpower. We all tell each other the same fucking thing. China tells their people, North Korea tells their people they are the superpower. If that don't help you figure something
Oh,
out.
yeah, because everybody wants to present themselves strong, right? Nobody wants to look weak.
Now check this out. If we was worried about people making war threats and warmongering and all this other shit, how does North Korea still exist? When all they done is said they'll kill everybody in the world with all their nukes. They said there's nothing but nukes lined up on their whole little. They got an island of nuke making. They just making nuke after nuke after nuke after nuke after nuke after nuke after, and nobody cares. And nobody sends a firecracker to blow them all up. Isn't that weird? Don't you think it'd be weird if I said I got 8 million nukes right here ready to hit anybody? Well, all you got to do is hit that spot. You just hit 8 million nukes. That person just destroyed their own land. Just by having those nukes. Just by them being there. If you hit the right spot where their nukes are, don't their nukes blow up? Or no, they're just magic and don't blow up? Magic nukes won't blow up. It's crazy.
I don't know.
Just saying they're a little island, brother. How fucking hard is it to fly and hit that island? Can't be that hard, right? Why would we allow an island that said we will eliminate America? We will destroy Russia. We are the fucking big power. Our fucking leader, dude, Kim Jong-un, is God. You don't think that's the craziest, most insane motherfuckers ever? They said their dude that doesn't shit is God. What? Well, I'm serious.
Yeah, they
Why
did
would you
say
take
that.
out David Koresh? Why would you take out a fucking guy in the fucking desert and not these motherfuckers? Does that make any sense? They threatened the world. David Koresh didn't threaten the world. The Million Man March that got sprayed down didn't threaten the world. The Nazis didn't even threaten the world. Not like that. And who were the Nazis other than the CIA of America? But nobody wants to tell you that. Because where'd the CIA go back to? The chickens always come home to roost, motherfucker. NASA. Neo-religion, the new neo-religion, the Nazi religion, new fucking America. New Swabenland. It's America. Ain't fucking Antarctica. Ain't nobody go to Antarctica. They use that as a ploy to go take over Antarctica and put bases there to make sure what the fuck's going on there too. And that's why they didn't do nothing. But year after year after year, all the money we've been spending for Moon has been going to Antarctica. Straight to fucking Antarctica. To put all their little sensors everywhere. If you go fart in Antarctica, they know it. Did you know that? By sound.
No.
They got sound sensors everywhere, buried everywhere. They got fucking sensors everywhere in that, and they're using the whole ice as one big body, as one sensor. Check that out, because the vibration and shit, the way water and the way it's on the point of freezing, but below freezing, but gonna freeze, the slush. Yeah, they use all that shit to their advantage.
Where?
The temperature, superconduction. If superconduction and free travel exists, it's in Antarctica. Like I'm saying, like superconduction. You understand? It's in Antarctica.
I want to sit
Or
on
the
your
North
dick, red
Pole.
tape.
What is it? Well, why do you think America went to Admiral Byrd? He went against the whole UN or whoever. Fuck the world. Forget the whole treaty, right? That supposedly exists, wink, wink. And then they went to, Admiral Byrd went to Antarctica, supposedly to go chase down a ghost. A ghost that was Admiral Byrd. Admiral Byrd is the same people as the Nazis. Who were they going to chase? Nobody. They were setting up shop. Exploring, discovering gold, lead, helium-3, fucking mercury, whatever, uranium, plutonium, all of it.
Zirconium.
New civilizations that hide there that might have a blood that's alcohol based, where they don't freeze. The government's not looking for the Nazis. The government is the Nazis. Every government has a portion of Nazi in it, no matter whether it's Jew or Nazi or what. It's the same fucking ideology. There's no difference. So if you say, well, this group of Jews wants to run the world, race and Aryan, what the fuck is in Israel saying? They're the people of God. They're the people that need to run the world. You need to bow to them. And Israel, Israel, Africa, Israel. The fuck? It's no different. Supremacy. It's just supremacy. Somebody thinking they came from God and you didn't. So fuck you. You know, I mean, if that's what you want to put on the Germans. I don't believe that's what happened at all. And I don't know why you wouldn't want to speak German over fucking shitball English. Because German is a way older language. And if you wanted to figure a lot of science and more stuff out, right, critically, you would probably want to know German. Because that's where it all came from. German's a way older language than American. Way the fuck older. The German word for God used to be gut or gad. Your gut feeling, your inner, your guide. So then it became God. So why are the Germans got the word God, but not the Israels? Kind of weird, ain't it? Don't you find that weird? You don't find that weird that the Germans made the best first word God, gut, your gut feeling, gut, your God, your guide? When you're hungry, what do? Feed that motherfucker. The main brain is in your stomach.
Yeah.
A main brain is your stomach.
I agree.
The Germans study
But why
everything.
isn't the German word for God Jumala? Because that's the Finnish one.
What is what? Finnish might have came from
Yeah.
German.
What? No, it didn't.
Who was
It's
first,
completely
Finnish or
different
German?
Jumala.
Was the German language around or Finnish first?
I don't
Is the
know.
Finnish a part of the Phoenician? Are they the Finnish or the Phoenician?
Yeah, we are. Yes.
Okay, well then you've got a pretty good old language also. And it's not to say that every single language is German. I'm saying they have a touch of it in their shit, like it's mixed in. So or German might have taken a part of that language itself. You understand what I'm saying? It's like German's not German for no reason. It doesn't sound like Chinese and other shit and all the other, and mixed with a little hair of English, weirdly like you know. I mean, think about a little North Korean talking real loud and crazy. It's gonna sound like a German dude going off. If you're going off with a red face, an American, you're gonna sound like a German. If they, you know, if you're speaking fast enough. The micro machine guy. Think about it.
Yeah.
So
Hell
it's
yeah.
not about. I'm just saying the German language is really old. So when they steered you away from that, they steered you away from the meanings that they want to divide and conquer you with. Same way what they do in the electrician school to make a guy who doesn't know the electrician terms seem stupid. You're not stupid. You just don't know these terms, but they'll use that against you and say, well, you're fucking dumb and you don't understand electricity. I know what being shocked or not is. What the hell? What else do I need to know?
I understand German actually. I'm not sure how that helps me against the evil day.
Does that let
But
you
I
know
don't
that
know it.
well, I mean, if you study German, you'll know all you need to know about NASA and the Department of Defense and the television and the radio, right? You'll know that
That's exactly right.
TV was
I can say in German. I
the
can say in
TV.
German. Schade, jetzt liegt es unter. That means, oh, such a shame, this ice cream cone that I was eating just fell to the floor.
Damn,
And
I
that
can
does
say
help
China.
me. That does help me a lot with knowing what NASA is and the Department of Defense, and it helps me know where the lizard people are. That's right.
I can say Scheisse. I mean shit, I think. So anyway, but I'm just saying the German language, right? And the Germans, right? The television, the propaganda box, the control cube, the cube everybody pays attention to and listens to and says, this cube's correct over my grandma. This cube's correct over everyone around me. Well, if the cube tells me, yeah, if the cube tells you went to the moon, you have to believe it, right? It's like your God, right? It's your oracle. The Germans gave you your smartphone's the same thing. It's an oracle, like a chicken bone science. It's German neo religion science. You got a smartphone, right? It's no different than religion. It answers everything. It's your God. Smartphone, tell me. Google, please tell me the answer. You know what I mean? It's no different than a fucking oracle back in the day, is it? How would it be? It's all based on religion. So
I've got a question.
Your smartphone is the new and improved crystal ball. Sorry.
I've got a question.
Everybody, you can see yourself in it. You can.
Can you talk about how globers think we're related to dust?
But go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
Can you talk about how globers think we're related to dust, which is what you'd have to believe if you believe the Big Bang and evolution?
Dust.
What I'm here for, boy. Make you think. Make you think about the stuff you do. But the TV is just a propaganda box. Without a TV, can you prove a globe? Without a computer? Physically, humanly fucking impossible to even have somebody imagine that shit.
You can't prove one with a computer either, so that wouldn't help them either.
Isn't that weird? What about where rockets go? Without a fake TV cutting off and saying they're showing you something live and cut off every 5 seconds. But yet that's good enough for all the Globers. We don't care that they cut the live footage in 2 seconds and don't show us nothing live, and it says not actual footage on the fucking feed as they watch it, as we watch it on the TV. Nobody cares.
I actually have a question about the
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Microphone messed up and with the speaker. I'm sorry. if I was talking over you.
Yeah, we didn't hear you much either.
Sorry about that. I didn't know anybody was talking. I just now seen your name, Green, and I was like, why don't I hear him? Go ahead.
No problem. I was just thinking actually about the flat Earth model. I don't want to strawman anybody, but there are some who claim that there is a dome, and then these same people kind of sometimes make a claim that the the pressure gradient in the atmosphere isn't caused by gravity, but it's caused by gases being produced more at ground level. The problem with that is if you have a container and then a lot of gas being produced, then it would feel like you would get more and more and more gas, and eventually like it would either even out or basically the whole system would fucking explode because there's too much gas everywhere. Like the pressure would start increasing because it's a closed system and the pressure has nowhere to escape to.
I don't think that's what happens. I think shit bleeds into. It's like the bleeding effect in my idea. Shit like eats shit or dissolves the shit into itself or bleeds in. So once one layer gets so much potential, it can become the other layer. So like they can even condense more into each other. So whatever this is can become a little portion of that slowly but surely. And whatever that is, it exceeds up to wherever it exceeds to. So the idea is not a vacuum, but just sheer resistance itself of the medium that exists. And the thing that's stopping it from being anywhere else is the ground where it's produced. That's where it settles and sits, not from gravity forcing something around the ball, because we don't have no gas underneath us. Like the flat Earth, we don't in my idea, there's no gas, air around this whole thing. It's just on the top. And the bottom, we don't know what it is. The bottom is the bottom of whatever reality is. There is no underneath this thing. They're just, in my mind, on flat Earth, there is no underneath it. You can't go find a part, and you can dig into it. You can swim down in the water and you can dig down in the dirt, but you'll never find a place where there's no water and dirt. No matter how far you go in a horizontal line, you'll never see the edge of this thing, ever. In a horizontal line, not a curve, ever.
I've got an easy response to that.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
So you've got different forms of matter, right? So you've got solid, liquid, gas. So you're saying that eventually what was you saying? The pressure would build up so much.
Each elevation increase is like another layer of voltage. So that voltage and what that goes through is like it goes through like a process. Yeah, so it's like.
But it would never do that because weather is a cycle. You know, we've got the different forms of matter. If you want to call it that. So it's gas can transform into evaporate and whatnot and go into water and just change form. So yeah, it's not that you're gonna just pop.
No, there's nothing to pop. No, there is no container. The idea of containment is just that when you get in your ship or you get in your car, you have resistance. That's what we have the action or attribute of. Anything else is just man-made fucking bullshit. Gravity, the gravity dome. Supposedly there's a dome for globers too, a globe called an atmosphere, or the word gravity, which it supposedly, if you go on your horizontal flight, it stops you. Some kind of dome or magic fucking wall of gravity. That's the glober's claim also, if you want to be truthful and not lie. Because there's supposed to be a magic wall of gravity that stops stuff from hitting us and the ozone and all that. And there's supposed to be a magic wall that stops your airplane from being able to go 39, 59 and then 1 foot past because the block wall will stop it and then it'll have to go down to curve. You understand? So the globers or the flat earthers might have got their idea of there being a dome from the idea of you keep trying to push gravity on them. See, I don't accept gravity. So I don't think there's a dome of gravity and I don't think there's a dome of air. I think there's a flat layer of air for whatever that means. And above it, it might be a superfluid or something we don't understand fully.
Yeah,
solid helium or liquid helium.
I'm not sure though if you can be consistent with that logic, because if you have air and it sits on your air in your model, it sits on the ground and then it goes up and up and up and up and up. But then up there it would have to produce Yes, it goes up and up in your model, and
does?
then it would produce a wall. It would produce a solid
Show me
wall
that.
in your model.
No, I
You
never
literally
said the
said
air
that it
goes
would
up and
produce
up.
a solid wall.
No. I said
So why
you
don't
go
you
up in the air.
realize that you are mocking us
I
for
said you go
having a
up in the
solid wall
air.
up there? But you literally said yourself that
Heat
in
goes
your
up.
model
Air does not
there
go
is a
up.
solid wall.
No, air doesn't go up and up and up. I didn't say that. I said they form layers,
Hold on,
dude.
you
That means
didn't
the layer.
say
What
that?
is a layer? Is a layer of oil
You
going up and
seriously
up and up?
didn't.
Listen to this clearly.
You
I got
seriously
oil and
didn't.
water in a cup.
Hold
Is a
on, let
layer of
me
oil
get you
going up and
correct.
up and up?
Let me get you correct.
No. Stop making shit up. I didn't say the layers are going up. I said when you
Oh, I
get
was
into
making shit up. But I thought
brother,
that
all
was
you can do
you
is
because
demonstrate what I'm talking about.
you said
The
that
voltage
gravity
gradient is
means that
horizontal.
there has to be a wall up there. So
No,
I was
didn't.
thinking
You did.
here I was thinking
You
that
did.
you
Your
are
gravity
making
wall.
shit up.
No, you have a
But
gravity
now
wall.
when I'm making
I don't
shit up,
have a
now
wall.
it becomes a problem magically.
What are you, dude? Are you talking to anybody, or what? What are we?
Because no one actually
talking
says
to?
that gravity produces a wall up there, but you just
Who's he
feel
talking to?
completely
Gravity
free
doesn't
to
make a ball of air.
make that up and pull that out from
Gravity
your
doesn't
ass.
make a ball of air.
So why
Gravity
don't I
doesn't stop
just
airplanes.
do the same to you and ascribe to
Gravity does
you an
not act
insane
like a
belief
wall
like
and
that?
bring you down.
So according to me,
Gravity is not a wall.
according to me, you do the same. According to
So
me,
you can
you're
fly
saying that
straight into
there's a wall
space,
up there.
right? So on your globe, Mustard, you can fly straight into space.
Plus,
No
by the
gravity
way,
wall.
whatever's up there, it's
You
not
can
a
fly
wall, it's a ceiling.
horizontally into. Stop talking over me. You can fly horizontally into space, right? No gravity wall.
You were talking over me equally.
So no gravity wall. Yeah, keep talking past the question. Gravity wall.
No gravity wall.
So you can fly straight
What's this
horizontally
gravity
to
wall?
space in your hot air balloon, right?
What's this gravity wall that you're speaking of?
It doesn't exist. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yes, you made it up. You made up the gravity wall. No one else said that there's a gravity wall.
No gravity. I'm
so,
fine by that.
Hooray.
I'm fine with no gravity.
You admit that you were
just
stupid.
Destroyed gravity. There's no gravity wall. Mustard admits it. Write that down.
Yes, you made the gravity wall up. No one says that there is a gravity wall.
Gravity doesn't
You
exist.
are just a liar. But hold on, Dimok. Hold on, Dimok.
I don't
I'm asking a question from you. Hold on. You said that there is. You said that there is an air wall. You said that there is an air wall up there because you said that the air goes up and up and up and up and up, and there is an air wall. You literally said that. So now you're saying that no, there is no air wall. There you go, I win. You admit that the air wall doesn't exist, even though previously you said that the air wall exists. So now you admitted, no, I was stupid. The air wall doesn't exist. I claimed before. I claimed before that yes, you did say that the air goes up and up and up and up and up.
Who are you talking
and there is an air wall.
Who are you talking
I'm
to?
talking to you. You literally said that there is an air wall. The air goes up and up and up, and there is an air wall. You said that, Dimok.
Grandma, he didn't
now,
mean that.
if you didn't mean that, then that's your problem. It's not my problem that you are just wrong.
In your ears. You shouldn't talk to people when you can't hear the conversation.
Thank you, Dimok. Now, my question is, why did you pretend that there is an air wall there when there is no air wall? And even if there was an air wall, it would be called air ceiling because it's above. Ceilings are above, and walls are on the sides. Don't you know that?
Can anybody even make out these words he's
saying? Thank you. So why did you say that there is an air wall?
Are you saying words?
Why did you say there is an air wall?
English? Is he talking?
Yes, I am speaking English. Why did you say there is an air wall?
I think you're breaking up, buddy. You sound like a robot.
Yes, I sound like a robot. Why is there an air hole?
You guys, somebody get him. He's hot mic.
Fine to me, Damok. He sounds fine to me. I can hear him loud and clear.
I can't understand a fucking word he's saying. He's not talking to me. I said there's a voltage gradient.
I'm speaking
in your ears, Damok.
Can you hear the word
I'm speaking your language, Dimok.
Did you hear voltage?
Do you not understand your own language?
Now, when you repeat what I said there's a voltage gradient. Now,
you said that there is an air wall. You said that the air goes up and up and up, and there is an air wall.
The Globers say there's three different models going on here.
No, Globers don't say anything. You said that there is an air wall.
What you imagine? Where's the air stop on your globe?
Why are you asking us to imagine? Let's not imagine anything. Let's just speak about it.
Why am I asking you any questions to clarify your fucking stupidity?
Because I need you to clarify why you claim that the air goes up and up and up, and there's an air wall.
Because you don't know what you're talking about.
Why did you claim an air wall?
So there's no air wall around your ball. Got you.
Okay, so you admit there is no air wall. So why did you claim an air wall?
Tell us some more about your ball while you still man the globe.
Why did you claim an air wall when you say that there is no air wall?
We don't know about balls, brother. Can you present us with some evidence of an air wall?
You don't know about anything, brother.
Whatever you can demonstrate, I'll know. That'll be firsthand knowledge.
So where is your air wall? Demonstrate your air wall in a bucket in a lab.
I'm waiting for you to demonstrate.
Show me your air wall.
I didn't say any words you're saying. That's your stuff.
Or did you mean actually? Did you mean air wall or did you mean the square hole?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I didn't say no shape.
Yeah. You said that. You said. Hold on, Dimok. Let us be clear. Let us be clear, Dimok.
Something else above it.
Do you mind? I was speaking.
Like a liquid.
I was speaking, Dimok.
Is what I said was on top.
Let us be clear. Let us be clear. You said that the air goes up and up and up and up, and there is an air wall.
You're retarded. It's okay.
Thank you. No name calling. Thank you.
Hear what you heard. Thank you.
So you did admit just now that you are a retard. That is really nice. Now, why did you say that there is an air wall?
I'm a flat earther. There ain't no air balls on flat earth. Air balls don't exist.
Why did you say then that there is an air wall?
What are you talking about then? What do you have proof of?
Or did you mean the square hole?
I mean, what do you have proof of for the 5th time, little kid?
Yeah. I mean, you literally said it yourself. The air goes up and up and up, and then it goes to the square hole.
Jump up here. Grab the little piece of chalk. Write on the chalkboard and show us what you're talking about, stupid. Come on, stupid.
I'm talking about right this here. Squish. There you go. I just drew it on the chalkboard right there.
Did you draw how
Do you not see it?
Around a ball?
Can you not look at it? Do you not understand what I just drew there? Are you a retard?
I want to see a toy airplane fly around a ball without tilting. Yeah, I think you're retarded.
Yeah, and I want to see your air wall. I want to see the air wall that you claim
too much for you.
exists.
Don't worry about anything complicated. We're going to stick with toys, little kid. Toy airplane and a ball. That's all you can handle right now. Show us how that works. That's for all.
I can handle you quite easily.
Until you guys can show a little toy, fucking 1 IQ, level 1, first grader, ball and airplane going around the way you claim.
My first grader isn't 1 IQ.
You're not going to graduate to 3rd grade, ever. The ball is what
Here is a good question. How low can IQ drop before you are actually completely incapable of life?
A 1st grade glober knows how an airplane flies.
Because I would think that a human with literally 1 IQ would be actually like physically impossible.
Any 1st grade glober in show and tell can physically show you how hot air balloons, airplanes, helicopters, jets, rockets, and everything fly around the ball.
I know you could show me hot air if you wanted. You're full of it.
No, it's your job to show us that airplane you can't grab, little kid.
Yeah, it's your job to show me. It's your job to show me the dome that you claim exists.
Toy airplanes are free. They're in the bucket over there. Go grab one. Mustard, little guy, and grab that ball, that globe right there on the shelf. Go grab it. Now,
I'm just a tube of mustard. I cannot grab anything.
It's your turn to show the class, show and tell globers, how does an airplane, little first
It's my turn to speak over you and treat you like an ass.
We just need some 1st graders in here to show us how an airplane flies around a ball.
Let's not talk about airplanes yet. We need to find your air hole.
Come on, are you going to be their teacher? Are you going to teach these guys how an airplane flies? Because they don't know.
Yeah, I can teach you as soon as you shut up.
Goes around a ball.
Let me teach you about how classrooms work.
You got no
The classrooms work like this. The students are silent, and then the teacher speaks.
Shut up, your math.
So if I'm the teacher, then you as the classroom, you need to shut up.
Brother. Little toy, little ball.
I don't have math. I just have reality.
Right, a toy airplane and a ball. Let's go. That's reality.
No, I don't have that. I have reality.
That's the
I don't need to demonstrate a toy when I have reality.
When you get 16, and you'll be able to buy a toy airplane and a toy ball at the fucking dollar store. Maybe
I don't need toys. I have reality.
Then you might.
That's like saying you need to bring your toy car when I actually have a car of my own that I drive.
A third-person perspective on how airplanes fly around this globe. That's it.
I don't need anything except maybe your brains to function normally.
and then do the rocket right next to it, because we know
But
the
I
airplane flies
guess
way
that's
past the
impossible.
rocket's arc. Way past. The
Derp,
rocket
derp,
arcs
derp.
and the airplane keeps going horizontal. We got a problem there too. I need this all demonstrated.
So, Dimok, when are you going to prove your flat Earth?
As soon as you show me, it's already proven.
No, it's your turn to prove flat Earth, Dimok.
As soon as you get
It's
the
your
toy
turn to
airplane,
prove flat Earth.
You're only proving flat Earth without
Because
a toy airplane and a
this
ball.
is the flat Earth
You are
port.
flat Earth proof.
Flat Earth is now
Low kindergartners don't know how. Repeat after me.
Flat Earth is now into court, and we're trying to judge if it's just completely ridiculous and stupid.
All globe people that are
hold on, no name calling. Thank you.
don't know
If you
how
call
to
people names, you
demonstrate.
admit that you have the
Stop
losing
talking
hand. So you
over
just
me, you
admitted
weird
that you're a
bitch.
loser, and you have a losing hand.
You need a globe and a ball. Are you fucking slow?
I don't need anything. I have reality.
That's all you need.
Why would
What
I
else
need
you
anything
got?
when I have
What else do
reality?
you believe in?
I believe in reality.
You don't got no ball physics.
Are you?
Throw it.
I believe in reality, Dimok.
On your flat Earth, how the hell are you going to fly a plane from? On your flat Earth, how are you going to fly a plane from Sydney to Santiago?
Are you in first grade? Get the airplane and show us how it flies around a ball, or shut up about.
I don't need an airplane. I have reality.
Yeah, we can see how it flies around the ball. Look at the flight from Sydney to Santiago, bitch.
You don't
Sydney
have
to Santiago.
first grader.
Sydney to Santiago. You're going to have to answer for that. You're going to have to answer for it.
First grader.
Sydney to Santiago nonstop.
You'll never be a real glober without a globe and an airplane nonstop.
Okay, we got it. We got a globe. It's called Earth. We got an airplane, and it's flying nonstop. Santiago to Sydney. Come on, help me out here. Help me out here, flat Earth boy. Hey, flat Earth boy, help me out. How do you get from Sydney to Santiago in a normal airplane? Huh?
Toy airplane and a ball. Loser,
yeah, there you go. We got the ball. It's called Earth, and we fly from Santiago to Sydney nonstop. Figure that out, flat boy.
The guy with no airplane and no ball.
Oh no, we got airplanes and we got balls. It's called Earth, and we got airplanes that fly from Santiago to Sydney, Australia, nonstop. Flat boy, answer that question.
Show and tell day outsmarts every motherfucker you know. Isn't that sad? With a real ball and a toy airplane. We give them a toy hot air balloon. We give them a little.
We can do better. We got real airplanes. How about that one? We got a real airplane flying from Santiago to Sydney. Figure that one out, flat boy. Go ahead, flat boy. Figure it out.
He just wants to buy you toys, man. Like, is that what it is? Like, I think nobody's bought him toys before, and he's always asking us for toys. Like, he wants a little flying plane, a little helicopter, a little Earth. I mean, like, wait for Christmas,
Anyway.
Santa will bring him down the chimney.
Yeah, as a civilian, can we please stop engaging Demok? Anyway, Papa Flurf wants to destroy the globe.
Oh, can we free Demok, please? We're having a
No.
No, Demok's done. Demok's done.
All right.
Anyway, Papa Flurf wants to destroy the globe. There you go.
Yeah. So the conversation came to fruition, was it 2 days ago now? It was Omni who presented a bit, it was like a meme, but more like a picture infograph of reciprocal zenith angles. I've got the meme or the infograph or whatever you want to call it. I'll post it in the chat now. Just 1 second. And then we know exactly what we're talking about. So yeah, you'll be defending the reciprocal zenith. And this is what we were discussing basically. But if you want, I don't know if you want to explain it a little bit, or we just go straight into it for the audience, or I don't know what you want to do.
If we have two theodolites pointing at each other at a reasonable distance apart, the sum of those zenith angles will be greater than 180 degrees. How is that possible on a flat Earth?
Right. Yeah. So yeah, that was the claim. It's only possible on a globe because the angles go more than 180 degrees. So that's kind of the claim out there. And my claim is that that's what you would expect to see, or not what you would expect to see, but it doesn't really prove anything, basically. And the reason is, so the coordinates themselves, because if you see on the infograph, it's got the ECEF there, which is determining your location. So where your position is determined by the ECEF, which is attached to the ellipsoid. And so if your location and your coordinates are determined spherically, because we all admit like light and long is a spherical coordinate system, right?
Do we?
You don't?
Well, it's a question for you. I mean, if you say that lat long can only exist on a sphere, then welcome
No,
to
it's
the
not that I'm
globe.
saying that they only exist in a sphere. I'm saying it's spherical coordinate system.
It is, yeah.
Right. So I don't know why you would object to that then, but originally,
Well,
but so
I can, if I have an AE map, right, I can still map a lat long to the AE map.
yeah, no, I completely agree, and we can get to that. That's my point too, which is kind of stemming on the projection side of things. So that's my second point. But my first point is, and I think the first point's pretty much of a home run. And I've not displayed this argument to anyone or heard this argument. So I'd like to hear like your rebuttal to this to see if it has any substance, basically. So the coordinates themselves, they're given to you and processed after assuming where you are, where your position is in reference to a sphere, which is the ellipsoid, right? Because the ECF is directly from
Have you
the
posted
ellipsoid.
the thing yet? Have you posted it yet?
Sorry, I put it in the other chat. One sec.
Stick it in the omnipresence text chat.
Yeah, I think I just put it in this the chat that's connected to this.
The VC.
VC. Yeah. Where is it?
Oh, hang on. This is Shoebills, isn't it? Shoebill or Jesse Kozlowski?
It's the one that Omni put in the chat and we're discussing like 2 days ago. So I'm not sure whose it is, but
yeah, it's mine.
I think it's Shoebill.
It was meant to be like the longest distance.
Yeah, I did that.
Shoebill and
yes.
Jesse.
Yeah.
Shoebill and Jesse, or just you by yourself?
Simultaneous reciprocal. Two-person.
Jesse. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. All right.
So the ECEF are not relevant. I mean, we have lat long without having raw sort of GPS coordinates.
But you're getting it through the ECF, which is determining your location.
It's not relevant. I mean, was that the latitude and longitude before we had GPS?
Well, that's what you're getting your lat and long from, right? It's the device that you're using, which is coming from the ECF.
Right.
Not necessarily.
Was that the lat long we had before GPS?
Yeah, not necessarily. That could have come from celestial navigation. Be the same.
Okay, yeah, which I was going to get to, which originally is derived from the sky.
Fine.
But it's still spherical, right? You got a spherical coordinate system.
Well,
yeah,
again, that's a question for you, because if you say it's only spherical, then welcome to the globe. If you say it's not, then it's not an argument.
It's a spherical coordinate system that you're using, which is come from basically you looking out from your zenith and getting angles to the stars. So
no, in this example, there was no stars used.
No, but you referenced the ECF. Right, listen, the ECF came from that. So I'm not saying you measured the stars. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you use plumb. I know you got a plumb bob and whatnot. But where these lat and long originally came from, that's where it originally came from. But the ECF is directly referencing the ellipsoid, and it's putting your position in reference to the ellipsoid. So it's saying this is where you are on the ellipsoid.
May I explain it a little bit? Ignore the latitude and longitude. Ignore the distances.
You can't ignore the latitude and longitude because
let me finish.
That's key into how you do your measurement. Your measurement's derived.
Okay, in this example, let's ignore the latitude and longitudes, ignore the elevations, and just look at the angles.
It's convenient for you to ignore your.
No, it's applying the coordinates.
Your very location. Your very location is determined by the ECEF, and that was given to you through your instrument that you're using.
It's not location dependent.
Which is based on the ellipsoid, and that's what I'm getting at.
It's not location dependent.
It's what?
It's not location dependent.
So how do you know where you were then when you were doing these and getting your measurements? How do you know how
It
far
doesn't
away you were?
matter.
In the example, the two angles just add up. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter the elevations. It doesn't matter the locations. They're
Of course it matters the
11
location.
miles up. They're 11 miles apart, and the
How do you
angles.
know exactly? How do you know they're 11 miles apart?
Okay, we can ignore that too.
No, you can't ignore that because it's key into what you've just said, and you've just admitted
No, they
that a
add up
second
to.
ago. Now you've walking it back.
No, they add up to more than 180. That's the whole point.
Yes, and I'm going to get to that, but to
What if it was
your
10
very
miles?
coordinate system where you know where your distances are between those 2 points is very crucial here, and you're ignoring that.
No,
You're
it's
ignoring
not.
the point. You're ignoring your coordinates. You are, and
How do
I
they
think you
add
know
up?
where this is going, which is why you're trying to hide that. Because how do you
they
know
add
where
up
you
to
are
more than
then?
180?
How do you know where you're positioned or where you're located then
Yeah,
without knowing
we
your
could
coordinates?
triangulate. We could do some triangles, right? And
Did you do
figure out the
triangles,
distance.
or did you get the locations from the device that you're using? Did you get your coordinates from your device?
Probably.
Yes, he got it from the device, which goes
Okay,
back to my
let's
original
assume he
point. So I
did.
don't know why you're ignoring that, which goes back to the original point, which is the ECF is connected to the ellipsoid.
Let's
Right.
assume all of that. Do you?
Yep.
What sort of margin of error are you giving that distance? It doesn't matter.
No,
The
I'm not
angles
talking about
add up
error
to
margin
more
or
than
anything.
180.
I'm not going into error margin anything or anything like that. My point is,
let's restate.
You can't even you can't even admit the basic things that you did before we even get to the argument. I'm nowhere near the argument yet. You just trying to.
If I may,
I'm trying to talk through there to try and build some context, but you're denying the very basic stuff of what you did.
Yeah, okay,
how
let's
did you
ignore
find your location? You found your location through, you knew your lat and long. It was through your device, which is through the ECF, which is connected to the ellipsoid, and that's as far as we've got. And I'm not sure why you've denied that.
Okay, we got 2 points. We don't know where they are. That's not necessary.
You do know where they are because your device tells you where you are.
Yeah, but that's not necessary. That's ancillary to the
Of course it's
observation.
necessary. How do you know how far you are away from the other device you're using?
Because it doesn't matter. They add up to more than 180. They're separated by a visually large distance, and that's all that matters.
To tell you why they add up to more than 118 and why it's completely understandable.
Go.
And where your reference is quite important to this. So the coordinates, yes, it is, because the coordinates themselves, they're given to you and they're processed after assuming where your position is in reference to a sphere. So your plumb or your vertical would be what your device is reading. It would be that exact reading on the ellipsoid, what you're referencing from. Because it's designed to be that way.
The reference is the gravity vector. The reference for zenith is the gravity vector.
The center of the ellipsoid, it diverges out.
Well, that's just where gravity puts it. That's all I needed. All I needed was the reference of vertical at point A, the vertical at point B, measured 2 angles, they exceed 180, they're visually far apart. Done.
You're missing the point because
no, you're missing the point.
The coordinates themselves are actually affecting the reading that you're getting.
No, they're not.
Because your location, your coordinates are coming from the ellipsoid. Yes, it is. So you've got your spherical coordinate system, which you're measuring using to get your measurements from the vertical.
Okay, quick question. Are you speaking from experience? Have you done this yourself?
Oh, now we have to appeal to authority because you know you've lost the argument.
He didn't lose the argument.
You're stating. Well, you're stating.
No. You are literally denying the coordinates that you use have any effect on the measurements because you know it debunks you.
Let me explain this for an idiot like me that understood it. The coordinate doesn't matter because he can stand there and just let me finish talking.
Because your very location is determined is reference to an assumed ellipsoid.
Zip it.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's on the ECF. It's right there in the diagram.
Listen,
so why are you denying
the coordinates don't matter. He is separated by a long distance. That's it.
He can tell he's separated by a long distance just by the angles, you fool.
Your device is telling you where you are. Your device is telling you where you are, where you would be in reference to an assumed sphere, the ellipsoid.
No,
That's exactly what's
incorrect.
happening. No, it's not.
Incorrect.
That's exactly what's happening. What the hell's the
Let's-
ellipsoid used for then? You're literally
Let's
denying your own
remove-
model and the aspects of your own model.
Let's remove the coordinates from this image and remove the distance from the image, right? Remove all of that.
Well, you can't
We've
because you
just
don't
got-
know your location of where you are when you do that. You don't
They're
know
separated
anything.
by a
All
long
you've got is a
visual
vertical,
distance.
and that's it.
Yeah,
They're
Pavlov, can I
separated
just-
by
can I-
long
can I just
vertical,
ask-
long distance.
Pavlov, can I ask a question, right? Of these two guys.
If it's
You've
not
got
going to be a
Shubu,
fallacy,
Okay,
you
no,
can
it's
ask a
not. I'm going to
genuine
ask a question.
question.
Okay, I'm asking Shubu actually a question. Shubu, now Shubu, you put the coordinates on there, and you put the ECEF on there, and you
No,
put
you
the
don't
distance.
put the coordinates on there. The device.
No. Okay,
Rich, stop
hang on.
interrupting everybody. Let people finish their statement, man. Jesus Christ.
Let me just go for this, okay? Honestly, let's just see it through. Okay, he's put the coordinates on there, which he's got from a device, which is working in the framework, as you said, right? Yeah, the coordinates are on there. Now you've measured some angles, okay? Do the coordinates form part of the calculation that makes in this process?
No.
No. Okay, so you could take those
Oh, hang
coordinates
on.
away.
You got the distance,
couldn't-
right? The distance would come from the coordinates.
Yeah,
Yes.
but you need the
That's what
distance.
they are then.
But the distance is also not required. In this example, we have a vertical at point A, a vertical at point B, and they're reasonably far apart. They add up to more than 180. It doesn't matter where on the earth you are. It doesn't matter what the elevations of the points are. They add up to more than 180 because they're separated. That's it. Vertical at point A is not vertical at point A is not parallel to vertical at point B. End of list.
So can I ask you a question, Schubert? If you took that diagram and you took off the longitude, latitudes, and the ECEF and the distance lines off there, took the measurements off of there, right? Let me finish. What's the matter with you? If you took all
This is
that
a conversation between me and Ruif, to be honest. So the fact that you're telling me I'm interrupting you, then and now I just butted in on that one little thing. But yeah, continue. So, but just stop crying all the time.
If you well, then just let me finish. I'm an adult, so are you apparently. If you
Well,
took all
stop
those,
crying then.
oh Lord! If you took all those coordinates off and the ECEF, and in fact the distances between the 2 points, would it make any difference at all to what's being presented?
No, the angles are just the angles. That there's no modification of the measured angle by any of the ancillary information. That's an analog theodolite, and it reads a number. I wrote down that number. That's an angle. The coordinates can yield the distance, but that's not going to change the angle. The coordinates can give you location, and that's not going to change the angle. The elevations of the points does not involved in the calculation because the angles stand for themselves because it's an analog instrument. That's just what the instrument read. That's all there is to the fact that they add up, simple addition, no complication, they add up to more than 180 degrees because vertical at A and vertical at B are not parallel.
Right. So the coordinates themselves, which tell you your location, and then when you derive your angle, will have an effect because it's referencing the ellipsoid.
Wait. Don't use the word
deny
derive.
that or not.
Okay. Correction. The angles are not derived. They're actually physically measured by the instrument. They're not derived. They're not post observation calculations.
Right. Okay.
That's just right off the pencil and paper that I wrote it down with.
Right. So I forgot what I was going to say now.
Why did you say the word derived?
Yeah, derived. Okay, I misspoke. You measured.
Okay.
Yeah. So you got your angles, but it is formed from your coordinates, which kind of have an influence of.
No, they're not. That's just what the instrument reads. That's it.
Right. All right. I'll concede to that point, and I'll get on to my second point. So even though I think you're wrong there, I'm going to double check that because what I read earlier kind of insinuated that's exactly what you do. But yeah, if you want to send me something saying exactly your proof, that would be even better. But I think you're wrong, and I think because there's a lot of stuff happening out in the background that you don't really need to worry about because it's just happening there within the coordinates themselves. So you assume it's not happening when it actually is.
There's nothing to do with coordinates.
Schubert, one last thing. I'm not.
Well, anyway, I'll concede to that point because I'm going to look into it a bit more and I'll come back. But
Can I
but the
ask you
second
one
point
last
is
thing?
the
One
the
last thing
second.
before you go on a second point. Just one last thing, yeah. Shubu, I've posted that, Shubu, yeah, right? Can you see what I've just posted?
Looking.
On text chat.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at. Yeah.
Okay, see what I posted there? Does that contain all the pertinent information that you used to evaluate everything in the picture? Or is there something now missing from the picture to do the
Oh,
evaluation?
you could get rid of all those numbers, all that ancillary calculation about. Just black that all out. All we have is a vertical at A, vertical at B, angle at A, angle at B, and they're reasonably far apart.
But what I'm trying to say there is
Far
by
apart.
getting rid of any measurements of coordinates or any measurement distance between the points, any of that, you can get rid of all of that and it still stands.
Correct.
Yes.
They add up. It's just
Right.
simple addition.
Okay.
All right.
Measured angles.
Right. Anyway, I gave you my
Zenith.
point, and I think you're wrong there. But that's fair enough. I'm going to go away, and I'm going to prove you wrong. And if I'm proved, and if you're proved right, I'll
Doesn't
come out and
matter what
concede
you
to that.
think. The math says you're wrong. Like,
No, it's
it
but
doesn't
you
matter that you think
completely
he's
ignored
wrong.
the point
You
of
are
the
wrong because
coordinate
you don't
system, which
understand it.
referenced the ellipsoid, which your position is literally where you are is in reference to where you would be on an ellipsoid. So of course it would give you that reading.
That's not
He
relevant.
just told you that where you are and how far away the 2 points
You're saying it's
are.
not relevant, but I think you're wrong. And like I said, I'm going to go away and I'm going to bring back the receipts, but it's fair enough. I want to go to my second point now because it's bloody late here and I'm going to go to bed in a minute.
But one last note: the only effect of distance is by how much they don't add up by 180. If they were closer, it'd be closer to 180. They're farther away, they're more than 100, even more than they are here. So, and there's thousands of examples of this. If they're separated by a distance of significant distance, I mean, if they're a few hundred feet apart, that's hard. But when in this point, yeah, they're 100, 11 and a half miles apart, which adds the significance of being far greater. The addition of the extra 8 minutes is far greater than instrument error. This is you don't even need a good instrument because 8 minutes is a lot.
Right, well, fair enough. But like my point still stands. But yeah, I want to look into it a bit more. And like I say, I've conceded. But my point is that I think the coordinates you're using already assume the ground under your feet is curved. But I will go away and have a look at that. And I want to get onto my second point now. So the second point is, obviously we're using the spherical coordinate system. Well, when you've got your measurements, and then you're using what you're using. It's Cartesian. You're using your Cartesian coordinates. So there is a projection there from your spherical coordinate system into a flat plane coordinate system. And my contention there would be there would be some form of distortion present when you do that transformation from your spherical coordinates to the flat Cartesian coordinates.
We're back to coordinates again. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because you don't know where your position is without knowing what your coordinates
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They just have to be separated by a reasonable distance. That's it. Why do they add up to 180 or greater than 180 on a flat Earth?
Well, like I've said, it's because of your coordinates. It's crucial to what you're
Coordinates
measuring.
don't matter. No,
yes,
it's
it
not.
does. Yes, it does.
No, it's not.
Yes, it does.
I don't need to know the
It's baked into
coordinates.
everything that you're measuring. Your coordinates are.
No,
Yes,
it's not.
crucial. Yes, it
The
is.
measurements are the angles. The measurements, the theodolite doesn't know the lat long of where it is.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Oh,
No, it
you're
doesn't.
plugging that in.
No, he's not. The theodolite does not know where it is. It just measures an angle. That's it.
So what did you do then after that then? So after you took your measurement, then what did you do?
Added them together.
Well, can you just explain it a little bit more? So what was the calculation that was exactly done here?
Addition.
Okay, one angle plus the other angle equals greater than 180.
End of computation.
Yeah.
And you're pointing this to So one of you was pointing it at Jesse.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So how do you know his elevation?
And Jesse's
doesn't
pointing
matter.
at me.
It doesn't matter.
Correct.
Doesn't matter.
Why wouldn't it matter? How would you know what angle you're getting then if you're pointing it to him?
The angle, I know the angle I'm getting because the instrument just reads that angle and I write it down with a pencil and paper.
Yeah, but how do you know how high Jesse is? Because you're literally looking for an atmosphere.
I don't
You're looking
care.
for where there's loads of refraction and stuff happening. So you're basically saying your visual field that you're looking at that has all these like refraction and stuff going on, you're taking that as literal.
Oh my God.
The instrument has a crosshair. I put the center of the crosshair on his instrument. He puts the center of his crosshair on my instrument. If he were 1,000 feet higher, the addition would still be the same.
But you're deriving your angle from where you're pointing your theodolite at.
Not deriving an angle. Not deriving angles.
You're measuring an angle, whatever.
angles.
That's not important. What is important?
Measuring and deriving are different.
Yes, well, I know. I misspoke. Fucking hell. Can we just focus on the main point? Right.
Well, then
so
you're saying it.
Because
You've said it several times. You said it several times.
Yes, oh my God, just shut up. Let me just focus on the main point. It doesn't matter. I said I misspoke. Get over yourself. Right. So you're pointing this theodolite, you're pointing it at Jesse. What you doing there? Why are you pointing it at Jesse? Or aren't you? Like, I'm confused what you're actually doing now because I thought you was pointing it at Jesse.
Yeah, I pointed at Jesse because I want the angle at my location to Jesse.
Right, which goes back to my first point. Like, how do you know where Jesse is? How do you know how high he is?
Doesn't matter.
Wait. See him through the atmosphere, which has got loads of refraction. Good one. How do you know that's what you're actually seeing?
Wait. Hold on a second.
I know where Jesse is
which
because
is
I
why
could
I
see
thought
him.
you was using the GPS to avoid all that and make it actually
I know where Jesse is
argument.
because I
So
can
it just
see
looks
him.
like now you're looking through an atmosphere. Oh my God! So this is even worse. I thought there was actually something technical going on here that you were kind of getting rid of the atmosphere a little bit, and you was kind of working these angles out, but it just looks like you're looking right through the atmosphere where there's loads of refraction.
Yeah, how much refraction do you think there is? You said loads.
Well, there seems
do you
to
have
be
a
a
number?
lot of refraction in your model apparently because you can look
Yeah, do
over
you have a number?
distances.
Do you have a number?
Apparently, like the Battle of the Beams and these other things, loads of things are being refracted miles up in the air. So I don't know.
Okay.
In the globe model, refraction's a bit of an arbitrary thing, which is what I thought this was proving. It was getting rid.
You can't
When I spoke to
continuously
Omni, he said they weren't accounting for refraction. None of that were accounted for.
Okay, in this case, the angles are still refracted. Do you know how much refraction we're talking about? You said loads. Do you have a quantity?
No, but this is the problem with the globe. You just arbitrary backward derived refraction to get the value that you want every time. That's exactly what you do.
No, that is incorrect.
No, it's not. That's literally what you do with everything.
No, it's not.
You do it, yeah, you do it. You do it with the globe calculator. It's like, oh, this distance must be this way, but this is how much refraction there must be, so that explains why we can see this object that should be 500 feet below the
incorrect.
curve. No, it's not. That's literally what you do. You backward derive refraction all the time.
No, it's not.
Right, so yeah, reciprocal zenith angles are proven because we looked through a long part of the atmosphere and that was it, right?
Papa,
fair enough. Cool.
Papa, I'm asking you.
I think it ends there then.
I'm asking you to hang on for a second, all right? And I'm muting people now, and I'm going to mute anybody else who talks. All right. So when I'm saying I'm modding, please stop talking for a second and let me do that. There's a lot of it's like multiple in one. So I really hate muting you, Papa, but you absolutely wouldn't stop. I don't know if you couldn't hear me or not. All right. So for I'm going to try to moderate for clarity here. So Papa Fleur, can you give an example where you think people are just applying however much refraction is necessary to make a globe?
Battle of the Beams.
Battle of the Beams.
Yeah,
okay.
That's exactly
so
what went.
Explain Battle of the Beams and how refraction is how much or how people just add refraction to make it work.
Well, when I've spoke to people about this, and I've not spoke to you guys about it, but everyone seems to have their own different opinion on this. So, we've spoke about it bouncing off the ionosphere and all this kind of stuff is why the beams was able to be coherent. Well, whatever. I'm not saying that's what you said. I'm saying that's what other people said. But when I've gone through these arguments with people, it's always come back to it's being refracted. The beam got to where it was, and it was caused by refraction. And then, as Alan pointed out in his presentation, the amount of refraction required was quite a lot, and it's not what you would generally see ever. So you seem to accept that that's amount of refraction's okay for that, but
No.
which is why they did the theodolite, because it's like the atmosphere, and going through the atmosphere, you don't get anywhere with those debates. Which is why I thought this was interesting, because you was actually talking about GPS and the ECF, and I was like, oh wow, perhaps they're actually doing something more constructive than just looking through the bloody atmosphere. It seems that you weren't doing any of that. The ECF were put on there for whatever reason, no one knows. You just put it on there for fun, and yeah, it just looks like you was just pointing at each other through the atmosphere.
There you go. All
Yeah,
right, anyway,
and that's it. So
Knickerbein does not work via refraction. It's diffraction.
oh, diffraction. I thought you said diffraction
Yes.
wasn't a minute ago.
No, I said refraction. It's not.
Right.
It's a very small factor in it, but it's not how it works.
Right, to be honest, I want to go to bed in a minute because my wife's upstairs waiting, and we can get into Knickerbein if you really want to quick. But yeah, you can't really explain diffraction and how the beams would be coherent because the geometry of the beam measured in both of where the beam started and where it ended. So diffraction would not explain that because the coherency of the beam, because the geometry would be broken because it's basically.
Check the chat.
Which chat we're looking at?
The main omnipresence text chat. This is diffraction. This is a wave simulator. Are those waves that are out of line of sight coherent or not?
Omnipresent text chat. Where can't I see that? Oh, sorry.
Main text chat.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right.
Right, go on then. What?
Right. So that image I posted is a wave simulator that uses diffraction. Those waves at the target on the left, bottom left, they're still coherent. They've been diffracted, so they're weaker. That's it.
Yeah, but the Battle of the Beams or Knickerbein, I just call it Battle of the Beams because it's kind of printed on my mind because that's what everyone's calling it. But Knickerbein, like the device is pointing angled in a way where you're getting the beams that's in a line of sight. And it's more like a direct.
No, it's not line of sight.
Rather than it's a direct beam, rather than what you're showing here, which is more of a radial type of beam.
Fine.
So if you,
it's the Nicker beam antenna are radial in the vertical. They're limited in the horizontal, but they're radial in the vertical.
yeah, but then
It's not a line of sight. It's not line of sight.
Well, it would have to be line of sight for it to work and for the planes to fly through it.
Incorrect.
No, because when it diffracts, the coherency of the beam will get weaker through that diffraction. So you wouldn't get a coherent beam. No, that's correct. You're incorrect.
Incorrect.
Radio.
Incorrect.
I can listen to a radio station.
Can you substantiate why I'm incorrect?
Yeah, because I can listen to a radio station in a completely different
Yeah, you showed a radio beam. It's a completely different beam to what the Knickerbein is. It's not analogous at all.
I can listen to a radio signal in a completely different
yes,
valley.
which is radio. That's different type of beam. What they do in there?
It's not a different type of beam.
No, it's not. So you don't understand.
Yes, it is. You're talking about a radial beam here. Knickerbein wasn't like that. You even said so yourself. You said so yourself. It had no horizontal. It was vertical. So yes, it wasn't radial, was it? Radial would be in all directions. Yes, of course it does.
It was contingent on a restricted horizontal. Oh dear. You go to bed, honestly. And
he becomes like this when he's cranky as fuck.
You just say no.
I was trying to give an explanation, but you got to the point now.
I apologise. That's my bad. If you
were upset because of what happened with the reciprocal zenith angles, I get that.
I'm not upset. I'm not upset at all because
you sound like you won't let anybody finish a sentence without butting in with a childish and curlish response. That's not grown up. So go and see if your wife can calm you down.
Who's talking right now? Anyway?
Dazza.
Dazza. Go on, Dazza. I apologise. Oh, Pazza C. Right.
Yeah.
Go on then. Give us your best.
But the nature of the antenna used for in the technology for the beams here. Is that what the antenna's job was to keep in the horizontal, in other words, across the surface, keep a narrow beam, a focus beam, and that's what the planes would effectively use. Okay, but in the vertical domain, it's not restricted. The Okay, so what that means is right, is that even though it travels at a great distance and it's very restricted, from when you look at it on a map, yeah. If you look at it from a side view, the beam radiated in exactly the same way as as the picture we showed by Roofy. That's looking at it from the side, not from a top, not from a plan view. That's effectively what would be happening from the side view. And what that means is that the diffraction of the beam would mean that it would actually go over something to some extent, go over some obstruction to some extent, and still reach a destination.
Right. So the two problems there then. There's two problems there. The first one is that yes, you've still not described how it's analogous to what you explained as the radial type of beam. The second one is that there are demonstrations or like depictions of what the beam looked like, and it looked like that little dildo thing.
Well, the depictions you commonly see is a plan view. You've got these two little bombers. You can see the beams going from the two places, intersecting roughly over Derby in the UK, and they show the dot dash 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 in a very simplistic way. Yeah, they're plan views. They show the restriction of the two beams in the plan view. But if you look at it from look at the picture that he showed, that's not in the plan view. That's a side view. Okay?
Yeah,
and what they're showing you
that's
is
still not analogous to what you what you expect to see when you get picking up radio signals. But anyway, like I said, this was literally meant to be talking about refraction and how you can just arbitrarily say what your refraction is.
You can't do this all the time. Just interrupt people all the time like this. This is not how the world works.
Dude, you're not even part of this conversation. This would be in Ruif, so I'm not sure what you're on about.
I know you're not sure.
I'm sorry. You just want to be center of attention. You've been speaking on here a lot, actually, and there's a lot of BS that you talk about that I hear and laugh at, but I don't come in and interrupt you. We was having this conversation, and you've just come over and suddenly took over the conversation.
I'm sorry if I've upset you. Like I said, I'm sorry.
Like Shoebill was allowed in the conversation because he was relevant, because we was actually talking about it was his experiment, which I didn't know about. So he was relevant, and it was valuable for him to explain what he did.
So why did you bring up Battle of the Beams then, for God's sakes?
Because we were talking about refraction and how you can arbitrarily apply refraction. Then you asked me, when do we do that? And I said, with the Battle of the Beams.
Okay, given that we don't rely on refraction for Battle of the Beams, let's go back to just refraction. Right. We don't use refraction for Battle of the Beams.
Your interpretation is diffraction. There's other globers that say refraction, and they were arguing saying diffraction wouldn't work. And so it's like your camp's very split on this issue. But that was my example based on my experience. Yeah, well, they would say you're wrong as well, and I agree both of you are wrong. So that was just my one example of me saying. Yeah, okay, I will do then, and then you can inform them, because that'll make things easy. Because it's harder to argue against the refraction thing, because there actually isn't an answer. Because it's like, oh, we're at a mute point, because it's like we don't know what the refraction was. All we know is that it was calculated based on what the error was, basically. But you're at a mute point, because I don't know what the refraction was. No one measured the atmosphere, but it had to be that, because otherwise the observation doesn't make any sense. And that was my point.
It's diffraction.
But you're saying it's diffraction, and I'll put them over to you, and that'll be quite interesting.
Yep. That'll be good. All right. So again, where do globers just pull a number out of their ass to make things work?
So that Battle of the Beams was my example.
Okay, not refraction.
You asked me for an example, and I think that was fair, to be fair. But yeah, like you'll talk about it on like the Black Swan stuff, all long distance photography. So
nope.
Yes.
Yes for Black Swan, no for long distance photography.
No, you do it for all long distance photography. It's like, oh, that's because refraction. Why we that should be 500 feet below Earth's surface. It's refracted by this much. We know that because that's what it would have to be.
For long distance photography, I don't use anything other than standard refraction.
Fine.
Show me a long distance photograph.
Yeah, there's been quite a few. Like I say, the Black Swan. There's been that one that was taken from Wales, and it was looking at the Mount Blanc. I think it was.
Right, that's a cloud.
No, it's not a cloud. You can literally see the mountain. I've heard this quote before. That is a massive quote, and I won't accept that because you can literally see all the mountains across the range. It's like, oh, it's just a cloud, and it stays the same the entire time, but whatever. But yeah,
it's fake. It's fake. I'm posting the proof in the text chat. It's fake.
This is why.
Papa Club is full of shit.
This is why
I'm posting the link right here. It's fake. It's fake.
100%. This is why I thought what you was talking about with the reciprocal zenith angles, and you was doing it based on your GPS, which I thought was a very intelligent way because you're kind of bypassing this whole charade of arguments, which you will never going to get to a resolution.
Hold up.
And that's the point.
We're at Wales, right?
Yes, and I've seen people try to debunk it, and they've been desperately trying to debunk it, and then it's clouds, right? Yeah, cool, right. Clouds.
In the chat,
it's clouds. It's fake. The smudge on the screen. Whatever reason you want.
I've got the photo in the chat, all right? And in that green bracket,
there's a video.
I've pointed out. I know the video. I've got an image in the chat. I understand. Well, I have put an image in the chat, me, right? And I've pointed out what he has identified as those mountains in that green bracket. All right, so Jungfrau to Barde Kreen. What are those mountains to the right with the red brackets? Or are they clouds?
Wait. I think I'm looking at the wrong. I'm looking at Dr. Pepper's PhD thing. Sorry.
It's 40 minutes past the hour.
Posted something. One sec. Is it in this chat then? No.
The Omnipresence text chat.
Presence text chat.
I think it's my internet being shit because I'm stood outside trying to be away from everyone while we're talking. So it's not loaded yet. All I can see is I can just see Dr. Pepper PhD, and there's an image there. That's all I can see. Ah, wait, it's loaded now.
All right.
Right. So what am I looking at?
Right. So I've put that green bracket for what that dude thinks those mountains are. All right. So Jungfrau to Barde Kreen. What are the mountains where the red brackets are?
Sorry.
Or are they clouds?
It's the ice on top of the mountain.
Under the red brackets?
Yeah, the red brackets are clouds, yeah. Probably.
Okay, so why are those other ones not clouds?
Because
if you watch
the video, he zooms in and you can analyze it.
Again, if you're saying those are clouds...
Yeah, so you're basically just conflating, and this is what you guys have to do, but whatever. We could be here forever, but yeah, if you were literally just looking through this, when you're getting your verticals and whatnot, and you're putting your measurements from there, and you through a massive atmosphere, and then you've just wrote down that that's actually what's happening in the spatial field, when you're actually looking through your visual field, then yeah, I think we're at a moot point right there because I completely disagree. I think there's an atmosphere there. Things are changing. Where you would be looking at Jesse's not actually where his true position would be.
We're on Wales.
There's lots of things happening.
Right. Are those things under the red brackets clouds or mountains?
Right, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go now because it's been 40
Can you answer that one question before you go to bed?
Go on, what was the question?
Are those things under the red brackets, are they clouds or mountains?
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. Because like I said, when you watch the actual video, you can go through and analyze it, and there's people they're zooming in and everything.
Understand.
So, yeah.
Understand. But are those clouds or mountains?
It doesn't mean anything. You're pointing to a non sequitur right now.
Are they clouds or mountains?
Like I've said, they are probably clouds from looking at this very blurred photo, which I can barely see what's happening right at the bottom of the photo. Never mind right over there.
Cool. All right. Those are clouds. That's all good. You can go to bed.
Yeah, which doesn't prove anything because you're ignoring the original footage. Literally.
Well, we can go on.
That's a massive code. We can go on to the next one. That's a massive code. Come on.
We can go on to the next one.
You can bring the video up. But yeah,
You know, if
anyway.
you like a plastic cup.
We can go to the next slide of that.
Oh,
It's
the log's
45
there,
minutes
and I'm
in
going
it, so
along.
it's
and it's
like your
bouncing along.
reciprocal. Just to summarise, my closing statement is your reciprocal zenith angles have not proved anything because you're looking
But it
for.
sounds like thunder. It's that frequency that
Hang on.
really hit the
You
nerve.
hot micing, Chibu?
It was just so weird. He just like
All right,
powered and
Chibu.
ran into.
Chibu hot micing. All right, give your closing
Right.
statement, then go to bed.
Yeah, I was just saying that I don't think it proves anything if you're looking through the atmosphere, and I think we always hit a moot point there because of there's these variables that we cannot account for, which is why I thought when you was tapping in your coordinates, it would be more of an interesting debate. But it looks like that wasn't happening. But when I spoke to Omni, he said that was what happened. So yeah, I'm going to go away anyway, and I'm going to have a look more
I have
into.
10 seconds for a closing statement.
All right, go on then. I'll give you one.
Okay, so the guy that identified the peaks in that video pointed at one and then just tried to line up angles of azimuth and see what they hit, and that's how he quote unquote identified the others. If he does that, in that first photo of mine, the horizontal field of view must be 46.56 degrees. But if you look at landmarks in the foreground, which are unambiguous, the field of view for the photo is 66. They're not those mountains. The azimuths do not line up.
What would you say those mountains are then in the distance? You don't think that's
They're not
France?
mountains.
You think?
They're
Well,
not
no. What was in green? What was in green?
They're not mountains. They're clouds.
You're saying that's clouds still, right? And that's where we disagree, right? Fair enough. Right, laters. Yeah. Thanks for the chat anyway. Bye.
All right. Good night. See ya.
I still want to hear him confirm the existence of ether. According to him, the Morley-Michelson experiment proved the existence of ether. Even though Michelson himself admit that there is no ether, and even though he himself admitted that general relativity exists, yet Papa Fleur thinks it doesn't. It's quite hilarious.
Yeah.
Like I posted a video of Michelson himself saying that his experiment proved that ether doesn't exist and that general relativity is the correct theory. And Papa Fleur is still like, no, it's wrong. Ether still exists. It's like pulling teeth. It's
why would he bring that up? Because he's just told us that any observation of the atmosphere is pointless.
Yeah.
Anyway, I gotta go as well.
Yeah, take care, Rufnall.
Doesn't that shoot his flat Earth argument in the foot because most of the observations of this allegedly flat Earth are through an atmosphere?
I don't know. Flat earthers thinks that atmosphere is just a gas contained by a container or some stupid shit. I'm not sure.
In the context of reciprocal zenith angles or even long distance photography, we're both looking through some kind of.
I know where you're coming from. I know I know what you're saying. This is quite crazy.
Yeah, the same with like vacuum chambers. We reduce the pressure as much as possible, but we haven't reached absolute zero. So
yeah,
there's a combination of.
And when it comes to the zenith angles, the angle added up to more than 180. However, refraction is making it closer to 180. The refraction in that example was about 50 arc seconds. In a vacuum, it looked more curved. The refraction made it look a little bit more flat. So they say, oh, for refraction. Well, if you were to quadruple the refraction or make, 5 times, 10 times more refraction, then it would look flat. Refraction makes it look flatter. That's just so retarded for them to say that, oh, you're adding refraction to make it globe. No, I'd love to get rid of refraction.
But the thing is, what he demonstrated tonight, Shubu, the arrogance of this. Okay, right? You gave him a diagram with pertinent information on, and a load of ancillary stuff about position and elevation, out of intellectual, like courtesy, so people knew what the context. Yeah, he saw all that, and without knowing what you'd done, he clearly didn't understand what reciprocal zenith angles are. He saw that and then formulated, oh, well, they're using the globe coordinates. It's all crap. He
And
thinks he can pull apart. He thinks he can pull this apart. He thinks he can.
And that graphic was not made as a flat Earth debunk. I made that graphic was made before I'd even tuned into my first JG, Gonzalez.
You made that graphic for people in the real world who can see a diagram, see the pertinent bits, and understand that some other information has been put there by you generously that doesn't actually make is not contingent upon what you're trying to do. So most people don't look at that and have a problem. If you'd have put your name on the bottom, they wouldn't have thought that the reciprocal zenith angle was contingent on you being there, would they?
And the whole point of the graphic was because Jesse came out, we palled around, we did some solar azimuths, we did the reciprocal zenith azimuths because Jesse was a software junkie. Jesse uses GPS so much, he goes, God, it's like, let's do it the hard, like we did in 1960. Come on out. That was what we did. We did it the traditional way before GPS, which GPS didn't hit the market until like 1989. So prior to 1989, that was the only game in town. And by knowing the elevations and the distance, I could then determine how much refraction there actually is evident. But absent the coordinates and distances and all this shit, simultaneous reciprocal angles eliminate refraction effects because it's on both sides of the equation. That's the whole point of simultaneous reciprocal. And he said loads of refraction. Yeah, 52 arc seconds. He couldn't quantify it. He goes, oh, you guys just add that in, back engineered. Anytime I hear the word back engineered, I want to replace that with figured it out. Once we figure something out, yeah, then we can use that in the future and in previous measurements. It's figured out, not back engineered. And there's been plenty of other diagrams brought forth on reciprocal zenith angles, much the same, except, and they don't have all these fancy smanchy coordinates on there. It doesn't matter. That's the whole point. And you look at Bev with all his Euclidean, postulates. Yeah, the elevation and distance doesn't matter. It's more than 180. The vertical lines are not parallel. End of story. And by doing a lot of them, you quickly learn that vertical is radial to the planet. Has it gone quiet?
Yeah, reciprocal zenith angles killed the flat Earth, amongst the many other things that do. So
Yeah, he's the crazy thing is, well, it's like, why did you measure the angle to Jesse? Because I wanted the angle to measure to Jesse. He goes, how did you know where to look? He goes, I could see him in the telescope. I don't need coordinates to see somebody in a telescope.
what was that distance? Was it 5, 10 miles or something?
11 and a half.
Okay.
Not even a, that's not a long distance. That's a medium distance. Nothing heroic about it. And when I see some of the examples of reciprocal zenith angles, like at 2,000 feet or, one or even a mile or two, that's like, yeah, you're just dealing with a handful of arc seconds. That's hard. You get out there at 11 miles where the addition is it's like 8 arc minutes. It's like, that is, you don't even need a good instrument. 8 arc minutes is a huge amount. So that's why you get out there, go big. And then when do I get half the time? Oh, theodolites don't work at those distances. Or Schlitzky's constant. What's the range of a theodolite? I go, well, I can measure an angle to Polaris. Oh, that's retarded. That's not what they're used for.
Yeah.
And just about every survey book I've ever touched, they have a whole section on astronomy because we mostly use stars and the sun for azimuth.
And the reason why they were getting replaced is technology was getting good enough to go smaller than the arc second.
Well, the arc second angle measurement dates pretty far back. It was just harder to achieve because you'd have to go through a greater number of repetitions and a little more statistics. Now, instruments direct read to 1 arc second, but the standard deviations could still be a couple arc seconds. So you do your repetitions. Nothing is done one-off. Any good measurement is done several times. Oh, all you have is averages. You don't even have a measurement. Anytime I mention metrology, they think I'm talking about the weather.
Sounds like metric to me.
Well, they want to get all technical, like they could argue what's how it's done, what we're doing, and they need a website to do a right triangle. They want to talk about what's really happening with the measurement. I go, well, metrology is a science of measurement. Yeah, that error analysis, statistics. You just don't point the instrument, write down a number, and go home.
Yeah, like in my industry, we use micrometer screw gauges frequently enough, but it's not for optics; it's for measuring the thickness of things. So, like, it's knowing what the metric is. Yeah, like a small angle, or a small measurement. It's all or even weights, like, or time, like getting the
All measurement.
second. Yeah.
All measurement, right, is a data set, not just a one-off. Because anytime you quote a measurement, if it doesn't have an estimated error or accuracy associated with it, it's nothing.
That's what I thought about the margin of error for defining the second to like 9.6 billion oscillations of a wavelength. It's like, no, it can't be 71, it can't be 72. It's got to be 70 at the end. It's like that's precision. You can try to get more precise if you really want. Good luck.
Well, even on a hangover, I can get 5 parts per million, or 10 parts per million, 15 parts per million.
By the way,
I quoted 15 parts per million, and someone says, parts per million? then they say, why would you quote like dissolved solids? I go, have no idea. They have no idea what the term parts per million means, and they think it's like how parts per million of minerals in water, which it is, but it's just a statistic which is more significant than quoting in percents.
They get used. They think that ppm has a colloquial use, and that's the thing that they scope. In the same way as if you talk about battery charging targets of 7,000 miles per hour, they go 7,000 miles per hour, but it's a car.
Yeah, like you could grab a random group of the population, say 1 million of them, and go, how many are wearing a gold watch? And that's how many gold watches per million. Like it's.
Yeah, but that's generally, you don't consider that parts per million, right?
That would be an odd description, but it's just a ratio, kind of like percentage. You could say 1/100, or you could say 1%. Or you could say 1/10,000, or you could say 100th%.
Yeah, I agree that that you can use it that way. Certainly, I'm just pointing out that generally speaking, parts per million is used as a solution.
Well, yeah, and also when you're dealing with very small ratios, so 2 parts per million is a more easily conveyed small fraction than some 0.0002%.
Yeah, definitely, right. If that's the things you're dealing with, then if you're dealing with things in that kind of ratio, then yes, once you start adding zeros to it, human error becomes a major thing. Did we ever figure out what was going on with diffraction is what was going on with Battle of the Beams? I was going to say that.
Like I noticed that when that guy doing the celestial theodolite thought like gravity was to 4 significant figures, but 10 to the negative 11 is 11 zeros, then the 4 or 5 figures. It's just like basic number notation seemed foreign to him.
Well, scientific notation is confusing to lots of people. I mean, the idea of 10 to the negative 17th torr, so what people said was, what people told me was, well, if you have like 1 atmosphere inside the ISS, or, a roughly, half an atmosphere, whatever it really is, versus 10 to the negative 17 torr outside, which is, of course, that's like interstellar space. That's not, orbit. But
it's basically the difference of 1 atmosphere.
Yes.
It's like taking
it was like the difference of a quintillion atmospheres.
Yeah, if you do lab testing and you're at 10 to the power of negative 10 torr, it's a very small positive number. But they think, oh, that's some huge value. That's a huge negative number. No, it's a very small negative number. Now, if I test it at 10 to the minus 10 power, if I take it to minus 14, oh, that's 1,000 times greater vacuum. Well, yeah, but it's still almost zero. It's still almost zero different.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that was what they were.
Yeah, they talk about and then they have a vacuum chamber, which is a repurposed atomic test site that has like 2-foot thick concrete walls, and they go, see.
Right. Well, I mean, and really, it's not super surprised. It shouldn't surprise us that this is not quite universally understood. We should expect that that people would definitely have issues with that.
Which is okay. Yeah, it's okay. that they have issues and questions, but that's not what's happening. They're speaking with authority as if they know. It's not. They're not admitting that they don't understand. They're telling us we don't understand.
Yeah, correct. That's the problem. Yeah, I agree.
And that's why I sometimes mention diving, because you could take a balloon you just inflate with your own air and drop it down like 30 feet, and there's twice as much pressure on it than it would be at the surface. But that's the difference between 1 atmosphere and 2 atmospheres. So if you drop down closer to zero, that difference of 1 atmosphere is like going up from 30 something feet below the water up to the surface, kind of. Like, that's not a big pressure differential, especially when that ocean gate was like 10,000 atmospheres. Like, the weight of the water is similar to like the weight of the atmosphere above you.
Well, it was 12,000 psi, and at 19 or 14 pounds each. So it's not 10,000 atmospheres, but it is 10 or 12,000 psi. So if you take it to bar, convert psi to bar.
Yeah. My bad.
That's close enough. What somebody made a good example the other day of pressure needing a container, and they brought up water, and they said if you take a balloon and you have a lake or a body of water, there's no container on the top of that lake, is there? Of course not. So you take the balloon and you go down, the balloon starts to shrink as the pressure increases. Where's the lid to contain the pressure? So now you go in the air and the balloon is, at some normal size. As you go up, the balloon gets bigger. Right? The same way as it did in the lake, because air is a fluid. The fluid dynamics apply. And as you go up and up and up and up, where's the lid to the atmosphere? There isn't one.
And if like submarines are vulnerable to water pressure, where's the lid on the ocean?
Yeah, that's where it started. Yeah, the water has no lid. You take the balloon down, the balloon shrinks. Where's the lid?
It's just a lot more fun asking them to prove the existence of a firmament. I think it's much more funnier that way.
Yeah, well, that's a flat Earth kind of thing. Is they embrace things that nobody sees, right? The dome is the firmament. The dome, it's very there, very real. Well, can you tell us anything about it? Well, no. Have you ever seen it? Ever measure anything to it? No information. No, nothing. But it's there, and we say there is no dome, and we're wrong.
Yeah, ask them where the firmament came from, and how high up it is.
Well, it came from God, but that's okay too.
That's all the answer you need to end the discussion right there.
Wait, okay, what if God created a globe? I'm okay with that. It's still a globe.
Right. Well, that's so. I mean, honestly, the problem there is they believe that God has informed us that it's not a globe, that God created it and has let us know that it's not a globe. And
well, it's all in God's plan, I realize. So God gave us the dominion over the land, and so we traverse it and we and utilize it. Navigation, satellites, all the good stuff. We measure it. We have God gave us the intellect to measure his creation. So the Bible, I don't have an issue with God. I got an issue with thinking the Bible is written by God.
Yeah, well, I mean,
There's a serious problem with over literalization, just like the poetry of Solomon. Her neck was like iron, her thighs like bronze. Like, he wasn't having a relationship with C-3PO.
No, he was having fun with a statue. The first sex doll.
Yeah.
Or she had a tan.
California hardbody.
Are you still doing surveying professionally, or are you onto other stuff these days?
Well, I am retired, but I still survey like examples of the reciprocal zenith angle. I've got a boatload more of that kind of stuff because I don't golf. I bought some. See, I was a software junkie. Hello, my name is Larry. I'm a software junkie. And so I got this old textbook from 1925, and I have a lot of equipment from 1955. And I said, you know, let's just go back to pencil and paper when there was no machine calcs. Nothing has changed since 1925 with analog measurement. The Earth is measured. The atmosphere is known.
Yeah, I mean that true. As far as I know, I'm not the expert, but
And the formulary that I use for the astronomy, I pulled that from my 1925 book. Nothing has changed.
yeah, okay.
The only tough part with the old textbook is any large number they express as a logarithm, and then they also use cotangent, cosecant, and secant a lot, and nobody uses secant, cosecant anymore. It's just sine, cosine, and tangent. And, well, the other three making six, it's like, yeah, we just use the three. So it is kind of, and it's nice because it's an older textbook, but it's college level. So everything is verbose. There's no shortcuts, full precision all the time. And then in the follow-up in that same section, they go through examples, and and here where the angles are shallow, the distances are long, 8 inches miles squared, you cannot see far enough to where that's not good enough.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, until they get the long distance photography record of like 1,500 miles. Like I don't really see that happening though.
And also, if you're dealing with longer distances, you're on an expensive project, of course you'll go through the verbose. But if you're dealing with something that's only 5, 10, 15, 20 miles, 80 miles squared, and the full proper formulary isn't a couple of millimeters different. So it doesn't matter because we do have refraction, which is far less certain than the millimeter range. So there's no reason to carry something out, to a third decimal place on a meter when your significance is barely in 1 decimal of the meter.
That's sort of why I liked doing my own attempt of reverse engineering how the sextant dip angle tables were made. Like there's math behind it, and it could be 7/6 of the radius, and I go, oh, it's just two different radiuses over each other to figure out how to compensate for the curve of Earth. But it's just slapped down as an easy number for the dip angle table. Like it just saves people doing a shit ton of math while at sea. No, it's really cool. I had a brief chat with this guy called Tiny Captain, and he was basically selling a fishing vessel, and he had to take it from basically the Panama Canal to New Zealand, and he said, okay, here's my 3 stars and their angles, figure out where I am. And it's like, oh damn, okay.
Yeah, he is legit. legit skilled with that.
Unfortunately, he gave a bit too information from his screenshot because it was basically 800 nautical miles from Easter Island, and I could, okay, I got to cheat, but no, just like the names of the stars and their position at the time. It's like, damn, that's like some serious triangulation there.
And in reality, in practicality, you have worksheets, so you just get to fill in the numbers you don't know, then follow, just go through, do this, do this, do this, do this with just like a basic adding machine. You get your position pretty quick instead of having to write out these long formulae every time. You have the worksheets already kind of built up for your for approximate locations and what stars you anticipate.
That's what I appreciated about like figuring out there's this very small number, square root of the height for a dip angle. It's like, okay, how do they get that number? But it, like you said, it's just a table to make life easier, so you can just fill in the blanks because somebody else did the harder math for you earlier.
Well, it's like on the big cruise liners back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, even going from San Francisco to Hawaii, maybe. Well, the observation bridge is a full 200 feet above the water. Okay, so you figure that out. You figure your dip angle, and you know what? It's the same every day. You figure it once.
Yeah, I wouldn't think the refraction index would make too much of a difference if it's 8/7 or 6/5. Like,
and for that they would
like,
have some pre-tabled for like night and day and summer, winter. So they have. And if you're in an ocean liner in the middle of nowhere, you're not worried about that. To the mile.
Yeah,
you're in the middle of nowhere, and there's no obstructions for a mile. And as soon as you can see the island, you put the sextant away. Like in airplanes where they were using sextants, the airplane's moving so fast that if you couldn't come up with a position, within like 2-3 minutes, it was almost meaningless.
yeah, and the frequency of like needing the sextant, like you do your little table math, and it should only take at most 5 minutes, and you don't really like use that one direction and go dead reckoning for like the next 5 hours of sailing. You check again and make a small course adjustment.
Yeah, and you may be confronted with clouds for a couple days. And in aviation, you don't solve your total position. You make separate observations. One of them would be to rapidly determine if you're left or right of course. You don't really. That's all you want to figure. Okay, we're right of course 10 miles, so you start correcting back to the left. And then to make another observation, it goes, oh, by the way, we're 275 miles from destination. So they'll go back and forth. They'll be making course calculations and long track calculations. They never really figure the position of the aircraft at any one instant. Now, to ship, you're only moving 3, 4, 5 knots. Well, sailboat. Then you do figure your position because you're sitting there in the doldrums. You got nothing better to do. But if you only figure if you're left or right of course, then that truncates some of the calculation you need to bother with. But what's his face was saying, oh, the angle derived, and he was corrected, and then he'd say it like 3 or 4 more times. He goes, okay, I misspoke. Well, once or twice, yeah, it's a misspeak, but he kept saying it.
Well, I mean, that was Papa Florf.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that for a lot of these guys, their entire understanding of how this works hinges on believing that it's that these numbers are derived versus measured.
You presuppose a globe? It's all presupposed. You add curvature later to make it look like a globe.
Yeah.
It measured flat, and you add curve to make it look like a globe.
Yeah. I mean, that
said,
is.
Said Schlitzie. You ain't proved you're on a bowl. And they say they want to throw around presuppose the ball. I go, but you presuppose flat. No, that level of symmetry does not exist.
Correct. You don't presuppose flatness, you observe flatness.
Well, we observe curvature.
Yeah. I mean, true, but
their observation of flatness are always flawed. Oh, you can't use optics, and then they'll show a P900 photo.
Yeah, well, that's not optics. That's truth. That's truth right there.
Oh, I clicked over to for no good reason, Flat Earth Fridays over on X.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was just fucking retarded. They think they should use meters instead of angles. They're better.
And if you're gonna use units, those guys should be using freaking freedom units.
Well, just the idea that you can, meters are better than arc seconds or arc minutes. I go, well, wait a minute. That's like taking, why use in electronics? Why use volts when you could use temperature?
I mean, back in the day, they were thinking they might use the grads system, which is like 90 degrees divided by like 1,000 or something.
No, grads is still very popular in instrumentation. Very popular. Quite often on all my calculators, I have a grad option because that's just instead of 360 to the circle, it's 400 to the circle. So a right angle is 100. Kind of makes sense to me. And with grads, you don't. The subunit is tenths, hundredths, and thousandths. They don't deal with the sexagesimals, minutes and seconds, which is archaic, and I do not. It is kind of funky, but when your errors are typically in the 5 or 10 arc second range, then all I'm concerned with is that 5 or 10 arc seconds. So it's visually ingrained in my head. It goes, oh, how far off are you? Oh, 20 arc seconds. Well, at that distance, that's nothing. Oh, 20 arc seconds. Oh my God, that's forever wrong. But grads is very popular, and the military unit of mils, which is 6,400 units to the circle, and also carried out in decimal. I mean, it doesn't really matter as long as you know what it is. It doesn't matter.
Sorry, just quick.
Oh, okay. So they're just labeled 360 and multiplied by 10. Okay, cool.
Sorry, can I just ask you, Bill, a quick question now? Because I want to jump off quick. Can you just tell me what instrument you was using?
Wild T3.
All right, cheers. Thanks, mate. Bye.
Wild T3, which has a least count of 0.2 arc seconds.
Well, you're going to do a Schlitzie and Google the crap out of it, trying to find out what its maximum range is.
Oh, he was so bent on show me the manual. I need the manual. You can't use it for astronomy, and so for the T2 and so we pulled up corporate documents. I goes, no, that somebody just made that. I don't believe that. Somebody just made that up. I want to see the manual. Because we had like an 8-page oversight, overview, which talked about astronomic measurements, construction measurements, geodetic measurements, and what it's good for, how it works. And he goes, I need the manual. That somebody just made that. I think somebody just made that up. Although it had the Leica wild logos and it was, a scan of a document. And he goes, I think someone just made that up. So we came up with the 80-page manual. I go, look in here. Here's the 80-page full manual. I go, ooh, he just wouldn't fucking acquiesce to the fact that theodolites measuring angles to stars is very much what it's built to do.
Right. Well, I mean,
and there's factory made, and I showed my instrument with the factory made right angle eyepiece, so you can look at the sun when it's very high. So they even make accessories. Oh, you need accessories. You need accessories. So it's not made to do it. You need accessories. I go, yeah, but they're made by the same manufacturer. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you could buy a pickup truck with or without a lid. Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, and this is what happens when you have to presuppose that there is a conspiracy that's lying to us about all this stuff. Therefore, when someone makes a claim that seems really, on the money, I can use this to accurately measure stars, you have to conclude that, well, there's something wrong with that because, I know I'm coming from a situation where I know that this is a lie.
I think it was that Flat Earth Data the other day, and I think it was him, and we're talking about making an 11-mile measurement or 20-mile measurement, angle measurements, and he goes, oh, but you can only use it a mile and a half at a time, so you have how many steps did it take you? And I said, no, it was just one from end to end, 20 miles. He goes, oh no, they're only good for a mile and a half. You have to make steps. I go, well, no, that's not true. Oh, of course, he was absolutely positive. I said, are you speaking from experience?
Right. Yeah. Well, when you ask that question, it's like, are you? Because I'm speaking from experience. That's when, if it were me, I'd be like, well, I'm probably going to shut up now.
Well, and Zynact was the only way to know anything is really through your own personal experience. I go, oh, well, I have my analog instruments and I'm making the measurements. That's my personal experience. He goes, oh, no, it's not. You're indoctrinated.
Stu, Bill, quick. Sorry to interrupt again. I just wanted to know one more detail. Did you use a benchmark point when you were doing the measurement?
Yes and no. It doesn't. I don't use it for the measurements. I use it in the post-survey calculations. Yes.
So, what do you mean you didn't use it in the measure? So when you took the original measurement, when you're pointing it at Jesse, you didn't use the benchmark point. What do you mean? You yes or no?
No.
So you just went to a random location, and then just did it that way.
Pretty much. I knew there was a line of sight. So he went up to the rock outcrop up on the Appalachian Mountains. I went off to the airport. I could see him. He could see me. Measure the angle to him. He measured the angle to me. That's the whole point. And then later, yeah, I did figure out the elevations and distances more precisely, but that had not. It didn't change the angle measured.
So yeah, went to a random point. You got Jesse in sight. You dropped your plumb bob. You took your angle measurement. Is that pretty accurate? What you did?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
And
nice.
that alone is all it's needed. A line of sight,
nice,
visibly far. Doesn't even matter if it's 10 miles, 11 miles, 8 miles. It's just visibly far. His angle, my angle, do the addition.
Nice. All right, mate. Thanks for that. I'll speak in a bit.
And then later, learning, well, it's okay. Now we do have the elevations. He's 1,000 feet higher. Now I can figure, you know what the refraction must have been? About 50 arc seconds. So it didn't add up by over 8 minutes. and it should have been 9 minutes because refraction made it less.
We all know he's not running to his wife, right? We all know that he's running back to his Flurf echo chamber to try to figure out a way to, bitch about Shoebill's experiment.
Probably true, unfortunately.
So he's taking these questions, running right over to EA, as if he's got a new gotcha, huh?
I would guess 24/7. I don't think he's in EA.
Okay, any place other than here in Gems.
Yeah.
I don't click around. Those places are too weird for me.
Yeah, I don't blame you. But I'm guessing that yes, you accurately called it.
Yep, just went to 2 random points, measured some angles, went home.
I mean, like, a lot of that stuff is over my head and my math ability, but even I was sitting there going, it's pretty simple. Like, he's trying to explain it to you and not make you feel like an idiot, Papa Flurf, but like you're making yourself feel like an idiot. Because if I can understand it, you should be able to.
Yeah, because it's basically I'm looking at you, you're looking at me. Are the angles exactly 90 degrees? No.
I tried not to get all PhD Tony on it. I could have.
Yeah, we're definitely trying not to do that.
And there's every industrialized country for the past several centuries. I'm on their side, okay? It's not just me. I could take my example measurements and I could just add that to a textbook. In the appendices where they have examples, I could supply my work as examples to a textbook.
Yeah.
I'm just one more data point. And it's contemporary measurement. I did it just recently. It's not a Google search. It's not a cut and paste. It's not a scan from a textbook. It's from my own pencil and paper, run up on my own yellow legal pad. Okay, I use Excel, but I'm saying. But I use Excel, to be clear. Not some presupposed geodetic software.
Well, the right, but I mean, like I said, the presupposition is that necessarily somehow people are lying.
Yeah, the presupposition is I didn't even have to go and measure the angles. I could just formulate the whole thing hypothetically. I said, no, this is nothing hypothetical here. Nothing hypothetical. Wild T3 on that date at that location. Pencil and paper notes. Did I get the location later? Yeah, okay, yeah, I did, full Monty. But that doesn't change the angle.
Yeah.
So what, like, are they essentially just trying to say that somewhere the GPS is really on a flat Earth, but we're somewhere twisting it to make it look like it? Like, I don't understand what they're getting at with this.
GPS. Yeah, everything at GPS is all black box and got some internal computers, and yeah, it's just giving you globe numbers because it wants to.
Well, the theory never articulated is that somehow the GPS conversion of ECEF to lat long is somehow hiding, the the globe. So that you know, if you did it properly, it would tell you you're on a flat surface. But
and ECEF is not. It's a spherical coordinate.
Right.
It's a box rectangular. It makes some very nice, very rapid, simple math.
Yeah.
The XY plane is the equatorial plane.
Well,
The
if you tell them
z-axis
that,
and the
they
z-axis, is spin axis globe.
right. Well, they if you tell them that, they say, "Oh, well, you're using welcome to flat Earth. You're using flat Earth numbers." Like, well, I guess, but
Now, I use two instruments. I have a Wild T2. It directly reads in zenith angle. The angle down from, 0 is over your head. Horizontal is 90 degrees. Now, the Wild T3 is different. It has 0 as horizontal and 90 degrees as over your head. In other words, it reads out in vertical angle, because vertical angle and zenith angles are just a subtraction of 90 degrees. So then you'll hear QE. Oh, vertical angles? Those are flat Earth measurements. Why are you using flat Earth measurements?
well, QE is like.
Well, yeah, but I've also heard that from Taylor.
Well, Taylor, unfortunately, I'm not trying to be mean, but is not that much better. She basically makes all of the flat Earth mistakes just in a slightly more agreeable, sounding package, or I guess a slightly more intelligent sounding package. Although to be fair, a lot of people think QE is very smart, so
And initially, Taylor's even called me on DMs, and we've spoken. Right, I was well online to embrace, helping her with stuff, and then she completely, falls back on some brochure where they're measuring a few hundred meters in a ravine with a scanner, and it works better at night. Well, it's in a ravine. That doesn't make any difference. And then she pulls up this other document where they're talking about the coefficient of refraction for lines of sight which are skimming the ground. I go, yeah, but we're not skimming the ground with geodetic measurement. Because that doesn't matter. I go, even when the paper she brought up, it said in geodetic measurement that, where once you get more than 20 meters away from the ground temperature doesn't even matter. In her own document, she goes, oh, well, I disagree with that. And then she posted, there she is, a biology student at university.
Yeah.
And she, and yeah, and there she is at AIG talking about how happy she is to learn about the fact that dinosaurs and people live together. I go, what
my
biology?
God, did you see that picture she posted, like of the footprint and the dinosaur footprint? Like,
and did you see the smile on her face?
Yeah, man. All I had to do was go look online, and when you look at it from overhead and not from angle to the side, if you can't tell that human foot, was carved by man, you're crazy. Because I'm looking, I'm like, that's a big toe is like a drill.
Yeah, that would be fossil artifact. He has been, who's that? Is that Ham or Hovine? I guess it's Ham. Ken Ham. He was like touting it and showing everybody, and then proper scientists go, may we examine it? No. He would not let any academic touch it.
Yeah. Well,
that's why
which tells you
like,
he knows. Yeah, he knows.
Yeah, and that's why archaeology is supposed to be like, something like that. You would leave it in place and make sure you studied it where you found it, not just cut the one footprint out and said, I found this over here. Like, that's not how it works.
However, quite often artifacts are removed, but you have all kinds of photographic and documentation, to get that relevance to it.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Like, you do it properly. You don't just cut that one out and then like nobody knows where's the rest. Like, what's the context of that artifact?
Yeah,
it's just crazy.
Yeah, Ken Ham and paleontology don't go together.
All right, but while funny, it's not probably not a best practice to talk about somebody when they're not here to defend themselves.
Fair.
And
Fair. No more. No more.
probably not to make fun of them with GIFs either. So
Okay, you give it a minute and delete it.
I know, I know, but I wouldn't want them. If somebody was talking bad about you, Chevelle, I'd be like, hey, can't do that.
And they do.
I mean, it does sometimes, but I don't like it. And
the number of times I click in and I'm hearing conversation about, with my name thrown around. I think I'll listen to this. Like just now when they brought up reciprocal zenith angles and he said he's got this example, I had only just clicked in like a minute before.
Yeah, well, I cite you often when people are, I mean, I'm like, yeah, I talked to Schubel. I sat down with Schubel and we went over this, and he's the one who did it, but I feel like I can explain it, well enough to talk you through it, and whether or not that's true really remains to be shown. But
and that's the beauty of reciprocal zenith angles, is it's just that simple.
Yeah, exactly. It is. It's an extremely powerful method, but people have a hard time. People really have a hard time with it.
You need control. Where's your control variables? I need gradients. I need temperatures at every point all along the line. And where's your where's all the data? I need data. So how do you know? How do you know? I need white paper.
Yeah.
Where's your controls?
Well, that I mean that is like, it's transparently obvious what they're what they're doing with that. Like, I can't think of a reason to deny this, so I'm going to ask questions until
And those data, all those things are available on a much deeper dive. But since we're not dealing with, again, if you're only dealing with like the 20, 25 mile observations, and you're only dealing with 2, 3, 4,000 feet of elevation change, and you're in the 500 to 3,000 foot elevation above the ground, yeah, that's all pretty well modeled. That's a nice environment to work in. Now, if you're getting into the super big mountains, working off 14,000 foot mountains, looking at observations 80, 90, 120 miles away, yeah, things get far more complicated. But for the surveyor at hand, for us in this forum, 10 miles is a big damn deal. Well, that modeling is easy. You do it in the daytime, do it in the summer, refraction 4 arc seconds per mile, done. Oh my God, refraction's so unknown. What if it's 5 arc seconds per mile? Okay, in 10 miles, 1 more arc second? Yeah.
Well, I mean, like I said, if you felt certain that somebody was lying to you somewhere, I was talking to Jeremy over on Earth Awakens, who, apparently he became, more, as much of a complete asshole as he could figure out how to be. I don't know what's going on with that, but I was talking to him and he was talking about, you don't have a measurement of refraction. I'm like, well, yeah, we do. And he's like, no, you don't, because you don't have a non-optical measurement of the entire air corridor over, tens of miles. And I'm like, well, that I mean, that's the standard of evidence you can ask for. You could say that's what I need, but how do you come by the idea that this is that it's a legitimate standard of evidence? And he was like, well, I think we've been lied to. And I was like, oh, okay,
Yeah,
I mean,
like I said, it's a matter of detail. Yeah, it's a matter of detail. We know it has been studied. Jeremy introduced, it was the first one to bring forth Andrew Thomas Young documents. I'd never heard of Andrew Thomas Young documents. The most globe document I've ever seen is by Andrew Thomas Young and refraction, and that's what Jeremy brought forward to talk about. See?
Yeah, well, Jeremy, well, so it may have been Whitsitt who dug that up, originally in the flat Earth debate. I'm not sure. I don't know what who came up with it first, but it was, I mean, one of the things that he was trying to do was talk about sinking refraction versus like non-sinking refraction, I guess. Whatever the deal there was. So it's like, yes, sinking refraction can in fact cause things to appear lower. And we could be having a ton of sinking refraction all the time, consistently. Well, no, we couldn't, not really, but you could hypothesize a situation where that is what's going on in every case where we measure refraction, and it's and the reason why this happens is because there is something going on with our our world that gives us the appearance of everything being lower than it is.
Or your retina is curved, therefore your observations are flawed.
Well, you see, that's the other thing is they talk about, oh, it only looks curved for our eyeballs. Well, wait a minute. Are you saying you see flat, but we see curved? Are your eyeballs different? Or do we all see curved?
Well,
they say it looks flat.
Well, because they're not looking through theodolites. So, to them.
No, they're talking eyeballs, no optics, just the eyeballs. It looks flat to me, and the only reason you think you see curve is because your eyeballs. I go, well, then you must see curve in your eyeballs. It doesn't look flat to you, does it?
Yeah.
The eye lens is curved, the retina's curved. Like, there's not much flatness in our biology, or in reality, it seems.
Yeah, that's this whole thing with horizontal. In nature, horizontal doesn't exist. In nature, vertical exists. So you take a carpenter's level. How do you make that represent horizontal? The bubble has to use gravity to find vertical.
Yeah.
Without vertical, you do not have horizontal.
Well, the horizon.
That's not horizontal now, is it?
Well, I mean,
dip angle.
Yeah, true. Well,
Yeah.
the angle from your eye to the horizon. Yes, true.
Yeah, I said, yeah, if you want to level up a pool table, do you have to open a window and look out at the horizon?
Right. Yeah. Nope. Well, then you have the level, the way God meant you to.
Actually, the way they level a pool table is before they put the felt on, they roll a ball.
Okay. Good to know.
I think it's funny that they don't understand how much on a level like you would level if you're building a house, just a regular spirit level. They don't understand the what do you call it, the amount of error that those have when you're trying to do a precise measurement. Like Jim talks about using the one on a plane all the time. It says it stays level, but just the degree of error that you would get from trying to use it precisely, like some of them talk about, I think it's funny.
Well, just the idea of putting a spirit level on a plane and think you can learn something about the shape of the earth, that is pretty fucked up.
Well, yes.
Like if your spirit level was not made properly in the store, you could correct that by like flipping it 180 degrees and comparing your lines. Like there's tons of YouTube videos of like how to make sure your spirit level is actually level, and it's like they couldn't understand why flipping it works to do that.
And when you see that level of ignorance or uneducated, I don't know, and then they want to argue that geodetic surveyors don't know what they're doing.
I do think that.
Yeah, I mean that's just.
And Zynak, he when talk about whether or not vertical is parallel, he brought up the kitchen table example. I go, that's at the absurdum. Get out there a couple of miles, 3 or 4 miles, and he's like, oh wow, he's like, you're adding complexity. No, it's just the addition of 2 fucking numbers.
Well, let me. I want to be clear about something with Zynak. Is he here? No, he's not here. So,
No.
My concern is that there may be a mental health issue going on there. I'm not trying to diagnose him. I'm just saying that he's said some stuff that concerns me about his, his I guess grip on reality. And I'm not. I hope it comes through. I'm not saying that to insult him. I'm absolutely not. But
you're saying it to explain him.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to say we should probably be careful about antagonizing.
No, you're saying don't engage.
Yeah, I'm saying right. Try to move it away from the self. Now, part of the reason is he's here for that. He's here for the self-aggrandizement, and it may be that he's really no worse off than anybody else. Right? It could be that he just really does think that much of his philosophy, and he's ready to go with it. I don't know. I mean that's possibly the case, but
well, and whatever situation that is, it's exactly the same with Gregory.
Yeah. Well, so the reason why I question whether or not the same as Gregory is because Gregory certainly thinks that he's the biggest brain that ever walked, but with Gregory, clearly what's going on is a whole lot of anger, and and a pretty good vocabulary. So he's just upset about that.
Were you comparing Denmark with Gregory?
No, Zynak.
Oh, Siak. Yeah, they're kind of similar.
Yeah, if there really were like powerful government entities like affecting how simple geometry works, it doesn't lead much credence to believing anything about the world, regardless of if it's curved or flat, because the powerful at the top could be, Klein bottle Earth believers. Like
could make it look any way that make it sound any way they wish. Yeah, I mean that right. That's I'm just saying with Zynak, it goes beyond where I think Gregory is at. So
philosophical positions are interesting because one of the guys who came in to question Will Duffy was using hard logic to make an analysis of whether there's something divine or not. And I go, well, who's the best at performing analysis? You or a slightly more intelligent being? And so we don't need to extend entities beyond reason, but I can at least go, okay, I'm not the smartest person in the universe. What would someone more logically capable than me conclude? But yeah, there's a certain unwillingness to answer that question because it sounded like they were putting their logic, which was quite solid, to the test. But yeah, humans making an analysis on God is like bacteria making an analysis on me. I don't know if they have the correct tools all the time, even if it is logic.
Bacteria is like, watch this, motherfucker. I'm going to show you my correct tools. Yeah, I mean, so trying to use logic. Well, on a more down to earth version of it, what got Bev started. I'm assuming you know who I mean by Bev. Is
job too. You know, I wonder if there's some who think, yeah, that they plan to clog the canal deliberately or something. This whistleblower from ISIS goes, yeah, Osama bin Laden's death was an inside job.
Well, they killed him in his hideout, so I guess technically. Technically, maybe.
Although I did watch an interesting documentary about the lifestyles of those who are living in North Korea, and there is a lot of like sales pitching for like our great illustrious Master General is taking care of his country. Like they're just repeating this mantra. So I think it can happen that people are led to believe a certain thing about individuals and their achievements, but it's vastly different to, hey, you can actually just go out and do surveying yourself or something. But yeah, it's a bit worrying to like see like these people who are like, oh yeah, very polite. The country's in really good hands, but you know, the heated pool has no electricity because of sanctions and all this other complicated like. But yeah, the people are happy to say that their illustrious leader is doing the best thing for their country, and even the gymnastics team is like, oh, my performance is for the great leader to bring our country forward, and even the playground is like for the little boys, and that got little fighter jets because there's this threat from America, and being a soldier to fight this threat is the very honorable thing to do. It's like, oh, it's very dystopian.
Yeah, well, you know, it is. I mean,
And like even the translators were like, oh, I don't know if I can answer that question, or oh, we know you're tourists, so we can't exactly take you to the ski resort. And there's no real explanation why. It's just like, no, we're going to have to look at something else, you know. And there's like people watching like where you go, and
well, yeah.
even the translators were like very careful about what they were saying in front of what seemed to be like a watchdog.
Oh yeah,
was
we're talking about North Korea, right? Yeah, I mean, it's a you know, it's a prison state. I mean, I mean that's their whole deal. Yeah.
and they got an intranet, not an internet. So all their information is like within their own computer system, wired to their main libraries. And I just thought, wow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they absolutely can't have freedom. Yeah, and they're an atrocity assembly line. I mean, those people, you know, I mean, they do freaking horrible things.
Well, yeah, one of the guys said, I'm very glad to work in this shoe factory because our master leader assigns a job for every person to do, and my job as a citizen is to put shoes together. It's like, okay then.
Well, I mean, if you don't want your family sent to the, you know, sent to the gulag, you're damn right that's what you do.
It would have been interesting to have like maybe some, instead of like old white man documentary guys, they'd actually took some like Korean students from America who could speak the language, and they might have been able to find out more, because yeah, maybe the documentary guys were racially profiled and allowed certain access during the filming of that documentary. So it's just very interesting. But also, the scientific endeavor and the military isn't like a shameful thing. It's like that's a way to progress. That's a way to defend your current country. Whereas, like for other conspiracy people, it's like, oh no, it's a military secret and nobody's allowed to know. It's like, well, satellite data, whether you're a friend or foe, is a shit ton of information about locations of various places accurate to 10 meters. So yeah.
Yeah.
I just go, well, everybody's looking at everybody else very carefully because tensions are higher than what they should be.
Oh, totally. Although now with Israel attacking Iran, I think we're about to find out.
That's right, and the silly debate about Earth shape doesn't really matter when you got people basically farming each other for content.
It looks like Israel versus Iran is going to be a very short conflict.
You think so?
Oh yeah, looks like Israel's already got air superiority over the entire country.
Yeah.
So
you think they're gonna go on the ground?
Well, the ground is always tough to do when you can just hammer them at will.
Yeah, I know that, but I mean, do you think they'll ever try to do like a physical, like a
No.
regime? I mean, they killed their entire defense staff ministry. I mean, it's gonna be. I don't think it'll be a long engagement.
So my concern, and I'll admit that I am not, well briefed on the state of play for this. So I'm, this is based off old information. The last time I really looked into it, my concern would be not so much about the conventional forces, but Israel's about Iran's penchant for non-traditional means of
Well, asymmetric retaliations and stuff like that.
yeah, essentially, yes.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, the worst they could do is a dirty bomb right now. No, that's not like a good thing, but at the same time, I I felt that the regime was falling from within, and I don't know if this will spark a version of nationalism. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, so it's probably good for the regime in the short term. However, because the Iranian regime, really, really, really needs external foes. Like that's their whole that's their whole deal.
Well, they got one.
Yeah, they sure did. Like I'm not even certain that the Iranian regime, I'm not certain they wanted a knockdown drag out fight with Israel. With
Oh
I'm not sure they
God.
wanted a nuke, right? I know that they needed to be seen to have a nuke. They,
Mhm.
you know, they want people to. It's the same reason why Saddam was acting, as far as I could tell, like he had chemical weapons.
Well, the thing is, it's twofold with that, I think, especially with Saddam. One, highly believe we probably sold him some. And then two, I think he sold them to someone else. But I agree with what you're saying, especially in that region. You have to be a strong man. You have to have that stick of power. A nuclear weapon gives you that. And like, I mean, you look from the Israeli side, you have rhetoric of an individual country, vowing for your annihilation. You feel as if they're reaching capabilities to do that. They did an act, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think it's going to be long-winded. And like that whole region's technology is pretty shit.
Well, Iran has great drones. I mean, they've been selling. They have some good missiles too. They were their missiles were considered, quite potentially threatening to us in the Gulf.
Yeah.
This is back, a long time ago, but
I mean, and I don't know if you've seen like the Houthi encounters and stuff
yeah,
we've
I have.
done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like they every time they launch drones, they're shot down. It costs us a lot of money to do this. I get that. But the same, I mean, it's very similar to Soviet type weaponry. It's not made to be good. It's just made to be used.
Yeah, maybe. I honestly am not. I don't. Like I said, I don't really know. Last I heard, and this is 2 decades ago or something, Iran's nuclear facilities were so dug in that planners were saying it would be very difficult to attack them with a conventional force, like at all.
Yeah.
Like the U.S. would have a hard time getting to the centrifuges that were buried in mountains, and apparently they're still pretty deep underground. So I don't, I'm not sure. Do they have new weapons? Are there better penetrators than we had 10, 15 years ago?
I mean, yeah. I mean, 100%. Yeah. I mean, we have the Moab, and it's ground penetrating now and stuff like that. But I think like the Mossad did like an op in Iran that like messed up the data on their centrifuges for years.
Yeah, Stuxnet. Yes.
Yeah.
With that, yeah, that was a magnificent cyber attack.
That pissed America off though, because they weren't supposed to use it for that. But
no, we helped them build it.
But yeah. But I think, yeah.
I don't think that upset it. I mean, I think that was 100% what was. I think it was built for that. Like that malware was specifically designed with American and Israeli expertise based on how we understood how those centrifuges, the control stuff for those centrifuges. So, and really, it was the only way, like, sort of starting a shooting war, which for obvious reasons we didn't want to do. It was the only way that we could damage their nuclear infrastructure that didn't involve either targeted assassinations, which you don't want to get into because that provokes a tit for tat situation.
I mean, we took out Soleimani.
We did, yes, and that was probably that was a pretty risky move, actually.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, it was essentially like assassinating the vice president of America. Whole
Yeah.
in the regards of like rank and power, but but yeah. I mean, this is the problem that Iran's kind of run itself into. It used to be, oh, you do something to us, we have Hezbollah, we have Hamas, we have the other guys that's going to do something to you. Those other guys have kind of gotten defeated and beaten down to where Iran kind of has very limited capabilities for that asymmetric retaliation.
That may be right. That I mean that you as far as I know, you could be right about that. I don't you know, but I'm not. If that's the analysis, then yeah. And I mean, we do know that like the op with all the explosive beepers and stuff kind of badly decapitated Hezbollah.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I don't know. Like, it's not clear to me how long it takes to to reinitialize the
Like the cells.
Yeah, like how much like how hard is it to replace those people? Is it incredibly hard, impossible, or just like a matter of a few weeks? Like how good were they? How experienced were they? How because if they had a lot of technical expertise, like a really good bomb maker is like not replaceable.
Yeah.
If you've got one of those expert, bomb guys, it's like, man, that's worth as much as you can get for him,
Oh,
So,
yeah. Well, I mean, like when you say like what it costs to replace them, like I would say one of the best looks for that would be like kind of what happened in Syria. The dude who looks like Ali G, who like runs the country now. He was a war fighter. He was in the ranks, power vacuum, and he ended up getting in place. With every power vacuum, it's going to get filled, and it's going to get filled with radicals. That's the unfortunate aspect of it.
right. And yes, yeah, right. If you have a power vacuum, yeah, you're going to get, you're going to get some of the worst dudes in there filling it out, because that's just.
Well, that's when the crazies show up. Exactly.
Yeah, that's just how it works. But I mean, Hezbollah is like all crazies all the time, as far as I can tell. So the question is, how good were they at
Hezbollah was a very capable force. They were highly organized and very well trained. Cutting off the head of that snake won't do much to it. It will be back. Hamas got completely just annihilated.
Yeah, but Hamas was always, had shitty weapons and a very.
Yeah, they're shooting like basically like science experiments in rockets, and like the rockets that they use, they actually like made them with like sugar and stuff, to be able to like time and burn the propellants. It's like old school shit.
Yeah. Yeah, they were. Yeah, right. Their rockets were, basically kitchen sink, munitions.
But Hezbollah had, and they probably still do. They had like artillery. They have a few helicopters. I would say they probably potentially have like old Russian MiGs hid somewhere, But Hezbollah is way more organized. That one may actually not get filled with crazies. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's possible that this will be a catastrophic humiliation for for Iran, and they won't be able to launch a significant counterattack, and that will just not really go well for them, because
they did pierce the dome though.
Yeah, they did, and they killed 3 people. So what?
I get that. So what? But I understand that aspect of it. But the thing is, it's what Iran has the capability of doing. Like we were saying, some asymmetric strike. What if one of them were a dirty bomb? You know what I mean? Like they're not going to play fair for long.
Right. Yeah.
Especially if you nationalize their people, and turn this into a dogmatic war, which it's kind of turning into.
Oh, it's certainly. I mean, there's little question that's where it's going to go. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about that. I mean, they've been trying to turn it into a ideological war, when there hasn't been a war. You know? The whole
Yeah.
death to America thing was never something that like the rank and file people were all head up about. Like they were, you know, the average Iranian like thought Americans were like pretty okay. They just, you know, they'd turn out for the chanting, you know, because I mean, you know, patriotic for whatever. But they didn't really, you know, they didn't have the kind of hatred for us that like the Bin Laden did with the you know, with the Saudi, you know, royals who
Yeah. Well, I mean, we completely we in the UK completely fucked that region up. We fucked their autonomy up, and this is an aftermath of us attempting to implement foreign policy to get access to oil. You know, like we used to have a deal like the Iranian, like we have with the Saudis with the Iranians. You know,
yeah. Well, I mean, you know, plus there was the whole CIA, you know, fucking around with the Shaw thing that was
yeah, that's what I was
retrospect
talking
probably
about.
wasn't so in retrospect that wasn't so smart.
I mean, it amplified the Sunni Shia splits. You know what I mean? But that's what you do. You go in and you find the minority and you empower the minority. You know?
Yeah, I mean that yes, that is the that's the preferred strategy. Yes, but whether or not, you know, I don't think that really pays off the way that we kind of, you know, have been, you know, the way that we kind of nationalistically expect it to. Like we'd be like, oh well, you know, you know, there's freedom loving people there, and you know, we reach our, you know, our kind of people there, and then, you know, these brave freedom fighters will, oh, Taliban, uh-oh.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the Mujahideen, God's holy warriors, the ones that we gave the weapons to fight the Russians, are the same ones that flew planes into the buildings. You know?
Yep.
It's, you know, we ignored their idealist, extremist ideologies to fight another enemy. I mean, but yeah, that's the thing. Like if we wanted to take Iran out, we could take Iran. I don't think it would take too long.
It would. I mean, do you think we could take it out without using nuclear theater scale weapons?
Yeah, we could bomb them into the Stone Ages.
Okay, we could probably do that, but that also has a really high cost to it in terms of not just in money, but in terms of, you know, blowback.
Take their oil.
Yeah. Well, you know, we would, you know, I think if we bomb them for the oil, you know, we would pretty much discover that a lot of our allies were not, you know, we're not pleased with that either.
I agree, but they can kick rocks as well. I mean, that's the. I mean, like when you look at like where we're like how like where Iran's position, just where we have current assets, we could like the strike that Israel took all this time to do. We could like snap our fingers and get done.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. I agree that we would probably be able to hit them hard enough that we would be able to either cripple or destroy the regime before there was able to be any significant blowback. Like that's probably true, but I don't know if that would get us really what we want.
I don't think it would either, but
Because it would radicalize everybody in the area, and you know, and also all of those nations would be like, you know, who's next? Unless Israel, I mean, not like if Iran used a nuclear weapon against Israel, then yeah, we could do it, and everybody would be like, well, they used a nuke. Sucks to be
they
them.
got. Yeah.
You know, So, in the absence of that, though, I don't know if we would, I don't know if we can get away with it.
I mean, the thing is, that region has been notorious for just dragging other people into the conflict. I mean, the lucky thing is Russia's so occupied they can't help. China probably doesn't want to help, but
Yeah.
they'll just, they'll sell their weapons and they'll ask for cheaper and cheaper oil. So, that they don't really care if it happens, doesn't happen, or goes on, or how it stops. But it's just interesting because the thing the thing that Israel really can't defend itself against would be a ground. And that's the only type of force that Iran could try to project to get them to back down. Because, I mean, Iran has a very formidable ground army. It's just like what you said, or was said earlier. I mean, the Israelis have air dominance. Anything you try to do will get blown up before it gets there.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's something I'm gonna have to take care of. So I'm gonna let you go for now.
Oh, well, thanks for the
Yeah,
quick
no problem.
convo.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to punch out for a bit. I'll be back.
What does it mean when it says use anti-cheat capability hook? Does it, when I'm on OBS, what does hook mean? Does anybody on here know? Tell me by any chance.
Doesn't that show that you're using an unmodded version of the game or something? Like as you
No.
stream?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying I was. Go ahead.
No, I mean the hook would hook into whatever you're streaming. If you're streaming a game, and it'd be one way to attempt to verify that you're legit and not cheating
I
on
got
stream.
you.
I think.
Because on OBS, when you pick certain capture settings, it says use anti-cheat capability hook as one of the options. You can turn it on or off. I never did know what hook meant. Like, so I guess it just
It'd be a way for one software program to talk to another, like
yeah.
a point or something.
I got you. Oh, let's wear it for a while and see what happens. What's the difference? Skill armor look crazy. still there?
Should boot this Gin CBR guy.